Pakistan, ISI and the deep state. So this is just what they're trying to show, that today they are still active in Jammu and Kashmir, basically in Jammu region and Kashmir Valley. So this is an operation on view of that. They are trying to do it, but I'm sure this operation will be successful. The terrorist which has managed to infiltrate will be killed in time to come. There are injuries on the security forces. About 5 to 6 Jawans have been injured, but one terrorist has been killed. Another 2, 3 are hauled up. Now, since it is a built-up area, the lanes are narrow. The security forces are going in a very professional manner because they don't want a collateral damage to take place. I'm sure the operation will take slightly longer time, but the terrorists which are holed up will be eliminated in a very systematic and professional manner.
We're also seeing parallel attacks. For example, we saw the CISF statement where a group of terrorists also attacked the bus of CISF personnel that was going. So in the coming few days and to the lead up to the Prime Minister's visit in the state, do you think we're going to see more such crackdowns and also altercation?
Absolutely, you will find such activity taking place. They want to show they are relevant. They want to show they are still active. The fact is they are not. So they will try to now hit on the soft target. Now the CISF bus which was coming is one of those soft targets. So I'm sure the terrorists will try that to show they are both active both in Jammu region and in Kashmir Valley. But security forces are well prepared, well trained for this eventuality. And in the end, you will find all the terrorists which are trying to create a panic sort of situation before the Prime Minister visit will be eliminated in a most professional manner.
Okay, in fact, Shreya and Tejinder both continue to stay with us. Shreya, I'll come to you. We have been pointing out how we could see more such operations in the coming 2 days as we inch closer to that big visit of the Prime Minister.
Absolutely, and you will see a renewed effort by the security grid in Jammu, and not just in Jammu but Kashmir as well, to try and flush out terrorists who are holed up in civilian areas or who are hiding, and people with a specific aim and objective of creating trouble before the Prime Minister comes visiting to Jammu. He's coming to Jammu, as you've already informed our viewers, on the 24th, which is a Sunday. He's there for the Panchayati Raj Day. This is a day from Jammu where he will be addressing panchayats all across the country. Also, look, the Prime Minister has been very clear. Why should all big events be held in Delhi? And therefore, he's taken big events to other parts of India, and this is one of those. This is one of those events where there's an outreach where you say that Jammu and Kashmir, to a large extent, was cut off from the rest of India, was isolated. Now you have an assimilation process that is underway, and the Prime Minister is leading from the front. So will you have terror organizations try and create mayhem or chaos ahead of that visit? Yes, something that the security grid in Jammu and Kashmir was completely aware of. But again, we'll see this, this exercise by terrorists to disrupt peace in Jammu and Kashmir, not just ahead of the Prime Minister's visit, which is on 24th, but remember, very importantly, there's the Amarnath Yatra that is coming up as well. The registrations for the 43-day Amarnath Yatra have already started in 2017. If you remember, the Yatra had come under attack. This time, the security will be sky high because this Yatra is coming after the abrogation of Article 370. You will expect trouble here. So the security forces are bracing not just for the Prime Minister's visit. I can tell you this, Sunjwan, they are bracing for the Amarnath Yatra, which is going to be a major security challenge for them as well. Tejinder continues to be with us, I believe. Tejinder, 3:30, 3:45 is venue for. And General Sivaj continues to be with us as well. I wonder if we can patch up Tejinder, if he's still with us. Tejinder, at 3:40, 3:45 is when this encounter starts. You've been tracking that encounter since mornings. Do we understand? Do we have a better sense of what tanzeem or group this these terrorists could belong to? Usually we have seen in this area you have the Lashkar-e-Taiba.
We don't have Tejinder with us on the broadcast.
Okay.
For now, in fact, Shreya, I would request you to hold on, and we are going to slip into another break. We'll be back soon.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive. This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Communist Party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना political tourism करिए आप लोग.
हमको राजनीति करनी है जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर delegation बनवाने.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if they, the local residents, need any help.
Okay, this is the contempt of court.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargon. And he said in Khargon, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the question is, who is bringing a communal angle into this entire discourse? The Supreme Court today put a stay on any further demolition in Jahangirpuri. It also issued notices to the MCD as well as other parties. But that did not stop from one of the lawyers of one of the petitioners, Mr. Kapil Sibal, to bring in a Hindu-Muslim angle into this.
What's the dynamic between the three of you? Who's the bull? Who's the bear? Who's the calm one? Who gets mad?
Kailash is the bull. Yeah, because he can end. No, I think he's not the bull. He's a bully. I mean, that can be. I mean, he's not the
Kailash,
bull.
would you like to comment on that? You're the bully.
I'm not a bully. I call a spade, and that is construed as bullying.
No, in the office, in my personal life, we have a K filter. Like, you know, like before the decision's made, it's like, what will K think about it?
So it goes with the Kailash filter.
No, but it's definitely, you know, personally for me, you know, I think he's like my life guru.
After watching their homes and livelihoods razed to the ground, some respite for Jahangirpuri residents. India's top court has ruled that the status quo has to be maintained and no further demolition will take place for 2 weeks. Not just that, the two-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
The Supreme Court order coming in the morning, and in spite of that discontinuing, it was selectively done. This means it's nothing to do with stopping illegal encroachment.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive. This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Congress party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना political tourism करिए आप लोग.
हम कोई राजनीति कर नहीं है जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर delegation बनवाने.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Okay, this is the contempt of court.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area?
A very warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. My name is Runjhun Sharma. Our top focus this hour, the Jammu and Kashmir security forces have launched a massive terror crackdown drive 2 days before Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Jammu. Two separate encounters are underway in Jammu and Baramulla, while 4 terrorists have been killed in Baramulla's encounter. That's on for the last 28 hours. A terrorist also targeted a CISF bus in Jammu's Sunjwan, although the CISF averted the terror attack. But one ASI of the CISF lost his life and 9 others got injured. The attack area in Jammu has been cordoned off and search is on for heavy exchange of fire, in fact, between security forces as well as terrorists is still underway.
The firing started earlier this morning at around 3:15 a.m. when the hiding terrorists, they started firing towards the security forces. The security forces had the input that around 2 to 3 terrorists, they were hiding inside a house in the Sunjwan area. After that, a cordon and search operation was launched by the special operation group of the Jammu and Kashmir police and the CRPF. The terrorists, they started firing towards the security forces, and the initial firing, 5 personnel of the security force, they were injured. However, one of the security force personnel has been martyred while he was being evacuated to the hospital. So right now, heavy exchange of firing is going on at the spot, which is just a few meters away from this place. The security forces, they have laid this outer cordon. They are not allowing anybody to go inside because right now the terrorists could be hiding anywhere. We are told that the exact location of the terrorists is trying to be ascertained, and security forces are trying their level best to pinpoint the exact location of the hiding terrorists, and efforts are on to neutralize them.
News coming in, 1 terrorist killed in the encounter in Jammu's Sunjwan. Tejender continues to be with us. Tejender, 1 more terrorist shot down by the security forces. Please give us more details.
Yes, Ranjan, 1 terrorist has been gunned down in the ongoing encounter in the Jalalabad area in Sunjwan of Jammu. This encounter which started at around 3:45 in the morning when security forces got the information about the presence of terrorists believed to be 2 to 3 in number in the area. After that, a cordon and search operation was launched, and the hiding terrorists started firing towards the security forces. Ranjan, as we are speaking right now, heavy exchange of firing is going on. It seems that the security forces have been able to establish the exact location of the hiding terrorists, and hence this massive assault is on by the security forces. 1 terrorist has been gunned down so far, and the efforts are on to neutralize other terrorists who are hiding in the area. But yes, I spoke to a senior police officer, and he confirmed to CNN News 18 that one terrorist has been gunned down in the ongoing encounter. So far, we have lost one security force personnel. He attained martyrdom, and 9 others have been injured. The encounter is on since early morning, though the CISF is saying that one of their bus came under attack by the terrorists hiding in the area, but the police, the ADG of Jammu Zone, Mukesh Singh, while he was speaking to media, he said that the security forces, they had the input about the presence of terrorists in the area, and after that they launched a massive cordon and search operation, which was fired on by the terrorists. The fire was retaliated, and in the firefight, one Jawan has been martyred and 9 others injured. But yes, now the inputs are that one terrorist has been gunned down, and efforts are on to locate the other hiding terrorists and neutralize them as early as possible before there is any collateral damage. You see, efforts are on by the security forces to make sure that no collateral damage takes place in the civilian area, because this Jalalabad area is thickly populated area with large number of residential houses. So efforts are on to make sure that terrorists are not able to take any civilian hostage, or they are not able to escape the area. Yes, Sunjwan.
Tejinder, I'm going to request you to be with us. There is some more news coming in from Jammu. Now, massive gunfire continues in Jammu. Reports now of massive blasts in Jammu area. There are at least 3 blasts in a row that have been reported. Tejinder continues to be with us. What particular area of Jammu are we talking about here, Tejinder?
Ranjan, this is the exact location where the encounter is taking place. We heard several blasts, around 3 in number, massive blasts that took place in the encounter site. Right now we don't know whether it was the security forces who are trying to target the terrorists, or it was the terrorists who are trying to target our security forces. But yes, we heard 3 massive blasts, and also heavy exchange of firing is going on in the area where the encounter is on right now. The sources are telling us that these terrorists, they were planning to carry out a major terror strike in Jammu on or ahead of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit. Right now, security forces are using drones to find out the exact location of the hiding terrorists. The sources are saying that the location of the terrorist has been traced, and efforts are on to neutralize the other hiding terrorist. One terrorist has been gunned down, but the operation is still on. It seems that the security forces are trying to prolong the operation because they don't want to take any chance with the civilian population. They want to ensure that all the civilians in the area are put away from the harm's way, and after that a final assault would be launched to eliminate these hiding terrorists. So the security forces are not taking any chance. Earlier, the security forces, they have lost 1 Jawan and 9 others have been injured, but efforts are on to ensure that there is no damage to the security force side. Yes, Runjan.
Thank you so much, Tejinder, for getting us all the very latest. On that, we also have Major General A.K. Savach with us on the broadcast, also Lieutenant Colonel Atul Holkar to give us more perspective on the story. I'll come to you first, General Savach. Straight question, are we expecting more such encounters, terror crackdowns in the coming 2 days?
Absolutely. I see that the Prime Minister visiting the Jammu region, the Pali village, for Panchayat Raj seminar. Therefore, there will be more encounter which will be taking place, because the security forces had a prior information that there are 2 to 3 terrorists which have been basically holed up in that area. The cordon was launched, and now this operation is going in a systematic fashion. You know, the outer cordon, thereafter the inner cordon. This is a built-up area. The security forces are going in professional manner. They don't want any civilian casualty to take place or any hostage type of action taking place. So I suppose that such operation, you will find it will be an increase after Prime Minister visit. There are inputs which are coming that it is not only in this area. There are few terrorists which are holed up in other area also, because the intelligence of the security forces is very, very stable and robust. So they are getting the input, but the terrorists will try. This is all been orchestrated by ISI and Pakistan deep state. They want to show that all is not well in Jammu region / Kashmir Valley. But the fact is known that there are only about 200 terrorists which are left in complete Jammu and Kashmir. And in another year and a half, you find the complete area will be totally clean of the militants. So therefore, this is what they are trying to show. But the terrorists are on the run. The security forces have a prior input. Therefore, the cordon lands, and now this operation may take slightly more time because it's a built-up area. They don't want a collateral damage. But of the remaining another 2 to 3 terrorists which are holed up, one terrorist has been already neutralized. I am sure time is with us. And as the day is growing up, they will another 3 to 4 hours, you'll find all these terrorists will be neutralized. Okay. But at the same time, we cannot put our guard down. You'll find such operations, such action taking place before the Prime Minister visit. This is just to show that they are still alert and alive and active. But the fact is something very different.
Okay, in fact, we also have Shreya Dhondiyal, our defence editor, with us on the broadcast. She continues to be with us. Shreya, significant visit by the Prime Minister after scrapping of Article 370. Could you put this in perspective for us?
Absolutely. This is in a way the first civilian visit, as it were, of the Prime Minister to the Jammu region. 24th is Panchayati Raj Day, and it is from Pali village in Jammu where the Prime Minister will be addressing Panchayat members from across the country. So it's a significant event. It is an event that has been announced almost a month ago, which means you've had terror outfits like the Lashkar, like the Jaish, plotting and planning to create some trouble and some headline before that big event. But I also want to point out to the fact that while the Prime Minister's visit in Jammu is on the 24th, today is a day when you have Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of Britain, who is in New Delhi as well to hold talks with the Prime Minister. Then you have an Amarnath Yatra coming up as well. It's a 64-day Yatra. Registrations have already begun on April 11th. This Yatra has already come under a terror attack in 2017. So as far as the challenges, security challenges go, they will only increase from here on. You will think that this is just the Prime Minister's visit. No, but look at what is happening after the Prime Minister's visit as well. Also, you know, every time you have a dignitary, a big dignitary visit India, a lot of times there is an attempt by terror organizations to create a big bang headline event. If the attempt was that for terror organizations, possibly it's the Lashkar that is behind the current stand of the anti-terror operation that is currently underway. But if that was the attempt, that attempt has been foiled because there were specific inputs, and based on these intelligence inputs, you have a terror operation, an anti-terror operation that was launched in the Jalalabad area. This is right behind the Sunjwan military camp. Now, many people can ask, and I have Colonel Holkar joining us as well, many people can ask, this encounter has gone on from 3:25. Why is it taking so long? There are a couple of reasons, Runjun, why this is taking so long. This is a heavily populated area. This is a built-up area. Of course, the area in and around where these terrorists are holed up has been sanitized, which means all the civilians who live in this area have been asked to go to safer places. The fact is you don't want collateral damage, not just for civilians. For security forces, it becomes imperative that you take operations like this slow and steady because you don't want to lose your own men. You don't know where booby traps have been laid. So you just want to take things slow, which is exactly what is happening. You have one soldier who has already succumbed to his injuries. You have at least 8 others, 9 others actually, who are injured. You have one terrorist who has been neutralized. And I can tell you with past experience that this operation is not getting over in a hurry. Colonel Holkar, you continue to be with us as well. We are reporting that one terrorist has now died in that counter-terror operation that is currently on. What we are also reporting is a terror operation, a counter-terror operation underway in Baramulla, where you have 4 terrorists who have been killed. One, I believe, is still holed up. again, CISF Jawans who were in transit from Jammu to Kashmir, that convoy has come under attack. One soldier has been killed. Are you seeing a larger pattern here? Jammu, Kashmir, and the transit between Jammu and Kashmir, all three, seeing terror activity?
Yeah, hi Shreya. Jai Hind to you and Sunjwan in the newsroom. Obviously, I mean, when I was listening to your report as well as General Sivaj talking about it, there is definitely a larger pattern. See, at the end of the day, whatever may happen in Pakistan in terms of political instability, one thing that remains stable is the establishment against India. And more so when the establishment, or especially the ISI, is now a divided organization. There is a tussle between General Nadeem Anjum and General Faiz Hamid because of their issues with Imran Khan and General Bajwa. So that is also going to play a big role in coming, and Pakistan wants this to be a summer of discontent, because far too long after removal of Article 370, there's been comparatively a much quieter Jammu and Kashmir. Taking on the cue from you, yes, Prime Minister Modi's visit, and to show that Jammu and Kashmir is normal, UK Prime Minister is visiting India. There is a great booming tourist season that is happening. UAE and Hong Kong had a great business meet out there. Amarnath Yatra is going to be starting shortly. Obviously, this has really rattled. But it's not that the security forces are unaware of this. Top LET commander Yusuf Kantru, one of the longest active terrorist commander, has been neutralized yesterday along with two others, and that encounter is still going on. So the security forces have definitely an upper hand, but you have a neighbor who is always of that, nature. You can't, wish away, especially in the summer season. If you look into the kind of activities they would like to do, obviously they would like to remain relevant, because if they show that, they are not relevant in Jammu and Kashmir, how would be their relevance counted even in Pakistan? So these are the important areas, and I can assure you that if you look into much larger pattern, it is not only Jammu and Kashmir, across India, ISI in over a period of time is trying to activate its own, sleeper cells. Look at the report which is coming from World Bank, which is says India is going to grow as the fastest economy, double than Pakistan's own friend called China, which is around 4.2, and India is going to be 8.2. So all this is kind of a pattern, and the government understands this, and I'm sure in tandem with security forces, we will be able to neutralize this. But mentally be prepared. You have a neighbor who is mentally, challenged, or they have these issues every time with India. They should be prepared to take on these kind of activities.
I'm going to request both our guests and also Shreya to stay with us. We have some more update. 4 terrorists killed in Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla. Encounter, in fact, has been on for over 28 hours now. 1 terrorist trapped. Massive crackdown on terror in the valley. Mufti Isla, in fact, joining us live. Mufti, it's taken over 24 hours. You're telling us that there is 1 terrorist that is still trapped.
Well, yes, nearly about 30 hours now. This encounter started at 3 a.m. yesterday, and clearly it's been almost 30 hours that it's going on. Yesterday, the security forces had some degree of success when they shot 3 militants, including Yusuf Kantru, who was wanted and in fact was in the top 10 list of police. Clearly, out of those 10 now, 6 have rather been taken out, 4 remain. And Yusuf Kantru was most wanted, as I said, wanted in many killings, be it the political killings, killings of security forces, non-local communities members, and he was actually category A++ militant and carried a lot of money on his head. With him being eliminated, the Lashkar really has been hit very hard, because 3 of his associates have now been killed. In fact, the latest who was killed happened some 2 hours back, early in the morning, when rather he was the 4th militant, and 1 still remains trapped in that, probably a foreign militant who is still holding up to his position. That said, the April has seen a lot of encounters. 7, I was looking at the statistics, and 16 militants, mostly from Lashkar, have been killed, and probably this is how it is panning out. We've seen the first 4 months clearly seeing a lot of encounters taking place, and all in all, some 70 odd militants have been killed. This year only, the security forces are getting information, and that intelligence is being converted into encounters, and almost on every third or second day you see encounters panning out. But this was a different kind of an encounter when you compare it with other encounters, which are mostly...
Mr. Dilbagh Singh is the DGP of Srinagar joining us. Mr. Singh, thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast. Could you give us a better sense of the picture that we are getting from Jammu and Kashmir right now? In Baramulla, reporting that in a counter-terror operation, 4 terrorists have been killed. In Jalalabad, which is near Sunjwan, in Jammu, you have another counter-terror operation that is playing out, and it's playing out right ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit. How do you place all of what is going on in the current scenario?
See, there's a lot of improvement in the security situation over the past couple of years, and this is sort of becoming an eyesore to our enemy. They are not liking that peace is returning back to Jammu and Kashmir. People are now fed up with the cycle of violence that was being perpetrated from across by the handlers through their students here, through the outfits like Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. They were trying to involve the North Kashmir area, which was by and large peaceful for the past many years. They were trying to involve it again into militancy, and this Joseph Kantru fellow, the top LET commander who's been eliminated in the Baramulla encounter, he was the main person behind starting the cycle of violence again in North Kashmir, and he was recruiting new people in the Lashkar-e-Taiba outfit. So with his killing and his associates killing, I think it's going to be a big blow to the elite that area. Recruitment is falling down. People are fed up with the militancy. A lot of price has been paid by the people, and therefore people want peace. Jammu region, you mentioned that there's an operation going on now. Right now, 1 terrorist has been eliminated. This is again a very nefarious design. A new group of 2 people, as per reports belonging to Jaish-e-Mohammed, was infiltrator. They came to Jammu with a mission to launch an attack on some security force deployment or some security camp close to the visit of Honorable Prime Minister. It was an act to sabotage the visit of Honorable Prime Minister, which is has been partially neutralized as of now. Our operation is on, and we are likely to get another terrorist who was in that Sunjwan area. A couple of our own people have been injured during the encounter. One of our brave Jawan from CISF has died during the encounter, but our operation is on. So this is another conspiracy and another nefarious act by our adversaries to see that people who are engaging in peace and development, they are disturbed. And this is another act to sabotage the normal activity which is going on in Jammu region, the normal life which goes on in Jammu region.
So this essentially, Mr. Singh, you're saying is a fight for relevance for terrorists as well, who are being hunted down in Jammu and Kashmir. If I can just, ask you a couple of more questions on the Jammu encounter that is currently underway. Is there a better sense of what Tanzeem or what organization these terrorists belong to, and the way the operation has panned out so far? Is it your sense that these are not new recruits, but possibly highly trained militants, sir?
I guess it's a new group which is infiltrated. As per reports, they belong to Jaish-e-Mohammed. And as I said, the main purpose was to engage a security force camp or a security force deployment. And they've been sent very close to, with this mission, very close to the upcoming visit of Honorable Prime Minister. So the purpose seems to be very clear, to sort of sabotage the upcoming visit and to cause disturbance while we are preparing for a visit of Honorable Prime Minister, who is going to attend National Panchayat Day function, wherein large number of people are going to participate from various walks of life and from various regions of Jammu and Kashmir. So I guess the organization is Jaish-e-Mohammed. More details would follow. And as I said, the purpose mainly is to disturb the peaceful environment in Jammu region. We haven't had this kind of incident in Jammu for quite some time now, but they keep on sort of making attempts to infiltrate people. Earlier on, we had an encounter very close to Jammu at Nagrota, while they had infiltrated a group from IB sector and were sending it across to Kashmir. So they were intercepted. Before that also, there were similar encounter very close to the same place near Nagrota where the earlier encounter took place. So they keep on making such attempts to disturb the peaceful environment in Jammu region as well. Just 3-4 days back, there was a blast in Kotranka, Rajouri area wherein 2 laborers were injured. So that activity happened. Then about a couple of weeks ago, there was another blast in Udhampur district where one was killed and a couple of other people got injured. So such activities through their people working with them here definitely are aimed at disturbing relatively more peaceful environment in Jammu region. So therefore, we are at it, our forces are at it, and we are trying to counter these threats being posed by the adversary.
Mr. Singh, usually when we see, attempts at a terrorist strike, and we'll call this only an attempt because the terrorists in this case were unsuccessful in whatever mission they were on, we usually see that there is some infiltration that happens right before. Is it your sense that the 3 terrorists we are talking about in the Jalalabad area where the anti-terror operation is underway, these have freshly infiltrated, or is it your sense right now that they were in the Jalalabad, rough Jammu area for a while, studying the area and hiding there to create trouble as and when the moment came?
It seems to be a fresh infiltration with the particular purpose in mind. To my mind, it appears to be a fresh infiltration as per the reports. That is what the reports also suggest. But more details, as I said, we would verify and more details would follow. But it seems to be a fresh infiltration.
Okay, it seems to be a fresh infiltration. And I really want, sir, I know you're pressed for time, but one last question. I want you to explain to our viewers, sir, why operations like this take time and why a terrorist needs to get lucky only once, but security forces need to get lucky every time.
That is led by Yusuf Kantru. Yusuf Kantru, along with his one associate, 2 of them were eliminated yesterday. 2 of them were remaining. They made the attempts to flee from the encounter site. They were under tight cordon, and 2 of them have been eliminated. There's a 5th one also who's there. So while we go, we do not know the exact location of the terrorists. While we go there, initial onslaught is from the terrorists, not from us. So therefore, you have to locate them, and the only way to locate is the fire, and then you come to that from which direction the fire has come. So Baramulla, 4 of our brave people got injured. One of them is an army major, one is a policeman. So therefore, we had to take precautions on our side also, number 1. Number 2, they normally hide in civilian areas. So you can't go and stately launch and assault on them. You have for the safety and security of the civilian people. So we keep waiting till each of the civilian people in that house or in that locality, in that particular area are evacuated. Only then we are able to do operation. But the terrorists, there is no such bar. He would not mind even killing a civilian while attacking the security forces. So therefore, we have to be very careful that no civilian becomes the casualty of our operation. So we have to wait till we evacuate them. So thirdly, you have to go as per specific drills and procedures for the operation. You can't simply go and it's not sort of simply going and touching the line and coming back. It's a change of fire, and it's a question of life and death. And you are bothered about your own officers and men also who are operating in a particular operation. So therefore, all those precautions need to be taken. But still, we are proud that our officers and men, they are committed enough and they are brave enough to brave the risk in any such operation, and are compliments to our brave officers and our tribute to our brave soldiers who lost their lives during the operations. So these are the precautions that we need to take, and therefore at times the operations are prolonged.
Sir, thank you very much for your time here on CNN News 18. Truly appreciate it. You giving us perspective to what is happening, not just in Jammu, but in Baramulla and the CISF convoy that has come under attack that was traveling, making a transit from Jammu to Srinagar. Thank you very much for your time. Runjhun, it's over to you. Clearly, as Mr. Dilbag Singh is saying, part of a larger design to create trouble, not just in the Jammu region, but in the Kashmir region ahead of the Prime Minister's visit and also ahead of that very important Amarnath Yatra that will be beginning soon.
Now, CNN News 18 gets you exclusive details of the sequence of events according to sources. So, at 4:20 a.m., CISF bus was en route a camp to report for their morning duties. Then terrorists, in fact, attacked the CISF bus from all sides. Grenades, in fact, were also thrown at the bus. CISF men retaliated. In fact, terrorists then flee the area. The terrorists also, they seek shelter then in a nearby area, in homes, nearby homes. Then CISF Jawans began encounter. So that really is the sequence of events which Arunima is getting for us. Arunima, now you're getting us the whole sequence of events. Could you elaborate on that?
So this was a bus which was carrying about 15 CISF personnel. They had left their, night shelter and going to the Chadha camp. That was the camp on which they were supposed to join duty. Just as they were reaching this camp at about 4:15, 4:20, their bus came under attack. And in the initial gunfire itself, they lost, one personnel. One ASI ranked personnel of CISF has been martyred in this. There were 4 others who took bullets as well, but they retaliated. And in that darkness, what CISF personnel have told headquarters is that they couldn't really make out how many people were involved. But the fire seemed to be coming from at least three directions. But they retaliated, and because of their retaliation, the terrorists or the attackers fled. They were believed to be hiding in a house nearby. That's where they took shelter. So soon after encounter began, the SOG, the CRPF got into the act. We are now told one terrorist has been eliminated, and the suspicion now is that there could be one more still hiding. The encounter could get over, soon. That's the assessment of the security grid. They started using drones to figure out where the fire is coming out. They're also, we are hearing multiple blasts from the ground. So they're going all out to try and ensure that the attackers are eliminated.
Arunima, thank you so much for getting us all those details. We're slipping into a short break now, but we will continue to track all the developments on that big story on CNN News 18. Stay with us.
Into this drive? Why communalize what is a law and order problem? Or was the entire purpose to try and silence the Muslim community? We'll try and answer all of those questions through the course of Brass Tacks. We're also counting down to a big speech by the Prime Minister within the course of the hour. He will be speaking on the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur, one of the 10 gurus of Sikhism. That's going to come up through the course of the hour. But first, the story of what happened in Jahangirpuri 24 hours after the Supreme Court put a status quo and a stay order.
After watching their homes and livelihoods razed to the ground, some respite for Jahangirpuri residents. India's top court has ruled that the status quo has to be maintained and no further demolition will take place for 2 weeks. Not just that, the two-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
The Supreme Court order coming in the morning, and in spite of that discontinuing, it was selectively done. This means it's nothing to do with stopping illegal encroachment.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive. This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Congress party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना political tourism करिए आप लोग.
हमको राजनीति करनी है जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर delegation बन.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargone. And he said in Khargone, 88
On day 2 of his maiden visit, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson will be holding talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war negotiations to seal a free trade agreement and the extradition of businessmen Vijay Mallya as well as Nirav Modi will be the key points of the discussion today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Johnson are expected to announce multiple new agreements, including new investments and export deals to the tunes of £1 million from science to technology to the healthcare sector. These investment deals will seek to create nearly 11,000 jobs for Indians in the UK.
What we focus is the incredible opportunities to deepen this partnership. I don't think at any time in my political lifetime has the living bridge between the UK and India really been so strong. And just on this trip, we've got about £1 billion worth of investment coming from India into the UK. They're the second biggest investor in the UK. That investment alone is going to drive 11,000 jobs. We're hoping to complete another free trade agreement with India. India and the UK both share anxieties about autocracies around the world. We're both democracies and we want to stick together.
Ahead of Boris Johnson's meet with Prime Minister Modi, the UK Prime Minister tweeted, and I quote here, "Looking forward to meeting with my friend Narendra Modi today in New Delhi. From climate change to energy to security and defense, the partnership of our democracies is vital as the world faces growing threats from In fact, Shreya Dondial is with us on the phone line. Shreya, so the UK Prime Minister, they're tweeting ahead of the meet today, calling the Prime Minister Narendra Modi his friend.
That's true. It's a good relationship that they share, and that is something that has been on display, every time that they have met. Yesterday, in fact, Boris Johnson was in Gujarat. He hopped onto a JCB. Some people thought it was inappropriate given what has been happening with bulldozers and JCBs here in Delhi. He also spun the charkha, and now he's in Delhi for his talks with the Prime Minister. Now, what is it that we are expecting? Look at the tweet that has been put out. He's talking about anxiety as regarding autocracies. Britain has been one of the most vociferous critics of Russia for the invasion in Ukraine. However, Britain has said we understand the position that India has taken. The fact is that India does have historical trade ties and civil ties with Russia, and you cannot expect the Indians to break away those ties in a snap. So they understand the neutral position that India has taken, which means essentially, unlike the Americans, the Britishers are not here in a mood to lecture India as far as India's stand on Ukraine is concerned, that India continues its neutral stand, and Britain understands why India has taken that stand. But the other autocracy that, of course, Mr. Boris Johnson was referring to was China. Given the anxiety that India faces as far as China is concerned, the standoff in eastern Ladakh, after all, has gone on for 2 years. There is also concern over the Indo-Pacific. Security of the Indo-Pacific is something that is going to be on the talking table, but trade will be number one, top of the agenda, as it were. You already pointed out that £1 billion is the investments and the export that both sides are looking at, something that will generate jobs in the United Kingdom. This trip also coming at a particularly difficult time for Boris Johnson himself domestically, because the third investigation into what is called Partygate has just been initiated yesterday when he was spinning the charkha at the Sabarmati Ashram in Ahmedabad. So are we going to hear an announcement on the free trade agreement? No, that will not happen. But a third round of negotiations will start after this visit. One of the aims of this visit is also to try and fast forward the entire negotiation process as far as the free trade agreement is concerned. And whenever that free trade agreement between India and Britain does come, then possibly you could see trade between the two countries double by 2030. That is the estimate, which is why both sides are very keen that the free trade agreement does work out.
Shreya, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Time for a quick break. We'll be back soon. Stay with us.
Of the hour, but first, the story of what happened in Jahangirpuri 24 hours after the Supreme Court put a status quo and a stay order.
After watching their homes and livelihoods razed to the ground, some respite for Jahangirpuri residents. India's top court has ruled that the status quo has to be maintained and no further demolition will take place for 2 weeks. Not just that, the two-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
The Supreme Court order coming in the morning, and in spite of that discontinuing, it was selectively done. This means it's nothing to do with stopping illegal encroachment.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive. This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Communist Party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना political tourism करिए आप लोग.
हम कोई राजनीति कर नहीं है जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर delegation बनने.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargon. And he said in Khargon, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the
Welcome back. Now, in a move that is seen as the Bharatiya Janata Party's outreach to the Sikh community, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Thursday slammed Mughal ruler Aurangzeb and said that Tegh Bahadur stood as a rock against the tyranny of the Mughal emperor. While speaking at the Red Fort as a part of the 400th birth anniversary of the 9th Sikh Guru Tegh Bahadur, PM Modi also said that Tegh Bahadur fought in front of Aurangzeb's tyrannical thinking, in fact.
औरंगजेब की आतताई सोच के सामने उस समय गुरु तेग बहादुर जी हिंद दी चादर बनकर एक चट्टान बनकर खड़े हो गए थे। इतिहास गवाह है कि वर्तमान समय गवाह है और ये लाल किला भी गवाह है कि औरंगजेब और उसके जैसे अत्याचारियों ने भले ही अनेकों सिरों को धड़ से अलग करा, लेकिन हमारी आस्था को वो हमसे अलग नहीं कर सका।
After Supreme Court ordered the MCD to maintain status quo in the Jahangirpuri area, the issue has now become a political hotbed, with parties making a beeline to visit and meet the victims of the violence. After Congress and left today, a 5-member TMC delegation of female MPs will visit Delhi's Jahangirpuri. Also, Samajwadi Party has also announced a 5-member delegation to visit the area today. Meanwhile, BJP chief Adesh Gupta will now write to the South and East Delhi Municipal Corporation to remove illegal properties. He says that there is no place for illegal Rohingyas and Bangladeshis in Delhi. Arun Danta is live with us. Arun, so the statement by the Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta, what is it indicating to when he says that there is no place for illegal Rohingyas and Bangladeshis in the national capital?
Well, BJP has been making this point from the very first day that whatever clashes happened in last, ever since it started from the Saturday onwards, it is because of the illegal Bangladeshis and Rohingyas which resides in this place. And that was the reason why we had seen Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta writing to the North MCD about the illegal construction, and therefore we had seen bulldozers queuing up here at this spot and demolished around 50 structures. And it was only the Supreme Court's intervention in the entire matter when they ordered the status quo, the demolition drive stopped. And yesterday again we saw that Adesh Gupta, the BJP's Delhi chief, writing to the East Delhi MCD and also the South Delhi MCD about to point out the illegal construction in their area to demolish. And that is when Supreme Court has given the status quo for 2 weeks. And apart from that, we are seeing that how political row has started in the entire matter. And this place where I'm standing, I would request my camera person to just show you a glimpse, the morning glimpse of this area, how it looks like. We are in a circle at this moment. The entire area around me has been barricaded by the police. There is no entry beyond this point. You cannot go to any side, left, right, center. You're blocked here in the middle. Barricading is everywhere. Senior officials of Delhi police are present here on the ground along with the paramilitary forces. So they are not leaving any stone unturned here, turning this entire place into fortress. And today, of course, it is going to be very, very important political day, because the 3 parties delegation is also expected to come here. One, the TMC's delegation, and second one of Samajwadi Party, and the third one is of CPI's. And yesterday the delegation which arrived here were not allowed to meet the family members whom they wanted. So let's see how it turns up today here at Jahangirpuri. Back to you.
Arun Danta, thank you so much for getting us all those details from the ground in Jahangirpuri. Slipping into a short break now. We'll be back soon. Stay with us.
Status quo and a stay order.
After watching their homes and livelihoods razed to the ground, some respite for Jahangirpuri residents. India's top court has ruled that the status quo has to be maintained and no further demolition will take place for 2 weeks. Not just that, the 2-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
The Supreme Court order coming in the morning, and in spite of that discontinuing, it was selectively done. This means it's nothing to do with stopping illegal encroachment.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive. This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Congress party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना political tourism करिए आप लोग.
हम कोई राजनीति कर नहीं है जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर delegation बनवाने.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargon. And he said in Khargon, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the question is, who is bringing a communal angle into this entire discourse? The Supreme Court today put a stay on any further demolition in Jahangirpuri. It also issued notices to the MCD as well as other parties, but that did not stop from
Welcome back. Prashant Kishore draws mega Congress revival game plan. Kishore has reportedly told Congress that it has to improve its communication, also hit the streets and focus on youngsters in 2024. PK in fact also suggested that Congress should focus on women votes, and most importantly, Sonia Gandhi must continue as UPA chairperson. Pallavi Ghosh on the phone line with us. Pallavi, could you get us more details?
See, today I think there's expected to be yet another round of meeting, which is essentially Runjun is going to see the role of Prashant Kishore, whether he's going to be a part of the Congress party or whether he's going to be from outside the Congress and be a kind of a political strategist. But there were several suggestions he made while pointing out the flaws, that, this is a party which shows inertia, which is laid back, which has lost its connect with the crowd. And also the fact is that the people at the district level have been there for years. Too many seniors around, the young people, fresh faces need to be given a chance. He said the focus for 2024 will be the several first-time voters, and the Congress will now have to restructure itself to ensure that it's a new Congress while it keeps its legacy and core values intact.
Pallavi Ghosh, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Shifting focus now, US President Joe Biden has signed off a new $800 million military aid package to boost Ukraine's fight against Russian invasion. CNN has more. Take a look.
New satellite images show apparent mass graves outside the besieged city of Mariupol. The city is ground zero. The Azovstal steel plant stands as Mariupol's last line of defense. Russian President Vladimir Putin has scrapped plans to storm the plant, ordering soldiers to instead encircle it.
There will be nobody left in this area. There will be dead, all the children. I'm not talking about the soldiers, but the civilians will be eliminated.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky warns his troops do not have enough serious and heavy weapons to defeat the Russians there. The U.S. is responding. President Biden unveiling his latest presidential drawdown. Any more money would need congressional approval.
We're in a critical window now of time where they're going to set the stage for the next phase of this war.
The Defense Department now set to pull weapons and equipment like howitzers, ammo, and drones from U.S. inventories to send to Ukraine.
Putin has failed to achieve his grand ambitions on the battlefield. After weeks of shelling Kyiv, Kyiv still stands.
In a move to further isolate Moscow, Russian-affiliated ships now banned from American ports. In Mariupol, the help can't come soon enough. Ukrainian soldiers remaining defiant, resisting Russian attacks, and ignoring their calls to surrender.
Well, good morning. It's 9 a.m. You continue to be with CNN News 18. I am Ridhima Bhatnagar, getting you all the top stories over the next 60 minutes. Let's begin with our top focus. On day 2 of his maiden visit, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson will be holding talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, negotiations to seal a free trade agreement and the extradition of businessmen Vijay Mallya as well as Nirav Modi will be the key points of discussion. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Boris Johnson are expected to announce multiple new agreements, including new investments and even export deals to the tune of £1 million. From science and technology to the health sector, these investment deals will seek to create nearly 11,000 jobs for Indians in the United Kingdom.
What we focus is the incredible opportunities to deepen this partnership. I don't think at any time in my political lifetime has the living bridge between the UK and India really been so strong. And just on this trip, we've got about £1 billion worth of investment coming from India into the UK. They're the second biggest investor in the UK. That investment alone is going to drive 11,000 jobs. We're hoping to complete another free trade agreement with India. India and the UK both share anxieties about autocracies around the world. We're both democracies and we want to stick together.
So let's now break down the details in terms of what we can expect and what really is on the agenda. Remember, all eyes will be on that very crucial bilateral between Boris Johnson and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which will take place post 11 a.m. at Hyderabad's house here in the national capital. But first is, of course, making headway in the free trade agreement. That, of course, will be the biggest factor to watch out for. Of course, this is happening in the backdrop of the Russia-Ukraine war. But United Kingdom has no plans to lecture India. Remember, there has been a lot of pressure on India as far as India's neutral approach and India's acceptance of that discounted offer of oil from Russia as well. The other factor to watch out for, of course, is strategic defense, diplomatic and economic partnership, like the United States also wanting India to reduce its dependency as far as defense is concerned with Russia. Increasing security cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. This, of course, will be very, very crucial because remember, because of the Russia-Ukraine war, that really has been the highlight. So the focus would want to be brought back to the Indo-Pacific as well. Then collaborations in science and technology sector as well. But as I said, it will be very crucial to watch out for that bilateral that will come in from the Hyderabad house post 11 a.m. this morning. My colleague and our defense editor Shreya is now joining us with more details. Shreya, good morning. Defense as well as trade, that's going to be the two big factors to watch out for. Also bring back a renewed sense of focus as far as the Indo-Pacific is concerned.
Absolutely correct. Look, fact is, when it comes to the free trade agreement, one of the big purposes of this visit is going to ensure that the negotiations that are underway, and you've already had 2 rounds of the free trade agreement negotiations, that can be, the pace can be fastened. So that is going to be something that is major on the agenda. India and UK, as you know, have already completed 2 rounds of negotiations for a free trade agreement, and the talks today are expected to further encourage encourage the ongoing negotiations, as it were. Now, what happens with the free trade agreement? If India and the UK do manage to sign the free trade agreement, then by 2030, the trade between the 2 countries will nearly double, which will be great for the Indian economy, which will be great for Britain's economy as well. Interestingly, two people are going to come up in these discussions as well. Vijay Mallya, who is living in the UK, we are being told that his name is going to crop up in discussions as well, because India wants him to be extradited. Similarly with Nirav Modi as well. Will Ukraine be on the talks? Now, I can tell you this is on record that definitely Ukraine will be on the talks, but India will not be lectured on its ties with Russia. In fact, to a specific question that was asked in London, right before this trip was happening, on the India's purchase of discounted Russian oil and India's, of course, voting pattern at the UN. This is what the 10 Downing Street spokesperson had actually said, Ridhima. They had said, and I'm quoting them, this visit is not framed on the Russia-Ukraine crisis. Obviously, that is really important. But this is a visit that we have planned for a long time. India is an incredibly important partner. The Prime Minister has been wanting to make this trip to build our partnership across trade, investment, security and defense, and green energy. So we will be discussing all of these issues. But given the fact that this big meeting is coming in the backdrop of a war that has been raging on for the last 2 months, it's obvious that it will crop up in these talks.
Correct. Shreya, as you were rightly pointing out that this, of course, visit had been on the cards for a long time. Boris Johnson was supposed to be our chief guest for Republic Day, but because of COVID cases either rising in India or the United Kingdom, that couldn't happen. But I just want to break down the details as far as the itinerary of the day is concerned. As I said, of course, that bilateral post 11 a.m. at Hyderabad House will be very, very crucial. But before that, what can we expect?
Well, you will see that customary photo op, and these are 2 men who have obviously, shared a good bond over the, over the years. So that, I think, camaraderie will be on the table. That will be for everyone to see. Those photo ops from Hyderabad House should be coming in. And then what you are expecting is a readout that will come in from both sides. So that is what is being expected. Again, the visit is coming at a particularly difficult time for Boris Johnson domestically. A third investigation into what is called Partygate has now begun. In fact, it began yesterday when Boris Johnson was in Ahmedabad spinning the charkha and hopping onto a JCB. So this is a particularly difficult time for him as well. If this third investigation into Partygate, and what is Partygate? Essentially, allegations that Boris Johnson and his team were having meetings and parties at 10 Downing Street when there was a lockdown across the country. And then he deliberately misled Parliament, saying that, he was not aware that the rules said that you can't have meetings, etc. So it's called Partygate in the United Kingdom. A third investigation has now started. If found guilty of misleading his Parliament and lawmakers, the rules and the guidelines in UK will expect him to step down. Is that something we are going to see happen? We don't know. But this visit is going to be important for Boris Johnson for multiple reasons. For example, he can go back and tell his constituency, look, I had this really successful trip in India, and we have these.
Okay. Shreya, we'll continue that discussion with you, but we're now getting some live visuals now coming in. As we said, this is going to be a day of hectic meetings of the UK Prime Minister with our dignitaries here in India. Those visuals on your screens of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and I believe you can also see the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar. So as we pointed out, let me just break down the details in terms of what we can expect of the itinerary of UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. What we'll see now is, of course, a ceremonial reception at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Then there'll be a wreath-laying ceremony at the Samadhi of Mahatma Gandhi, which will be at Rajghat. And then, of course, that very crucial call-on by Dr. S. Jaishankar. And this will be at the High Commissioner's residence. And then all eyes on that bilateral between Boris Johnson and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Shreya continues to be with us. Shreya, so first visuals already coming in. You can see the Prime Minister as well as External Affairs Minister there on our screens. And this is what we were discussing. It is just exactly one day. So it is going to be a packed day. Of course, there will be protocols and those customary photo ops as well. But all eyes really will be on that very crucial meeting and that bilateral that will take place at Hyderabad House.
That's right, and long delayed as well, because as you rightly pointed out, this visit by Boris Johnson, UK's Prime Minister, was supposed to happen last year, and then you had an alarming rise in cases in COVID in the United Kingdom, and that is when he had to cancel his visit. He was also, as you rightly pointed out, supposed to be the chief guest for our Republic Day, couldn't come again because of the rising number of COVID cases. So finally that visit has happened, and as the visit happens, and you're seeing these pictures on your screens, and you've already laid out the itinerary. One of the things that Boris Johnson is going to be doing is to lay a wreath at the Gandhi Samadhi here in the national capital. Important, I mean, we've already spoken about this, but important, his trip to Gujarat was fairly important simply because half of the Indian population that lives in Britain or is settled in Britain is of Gujarati origin. So in that sense, this becomes Gujarat becomes in a sense his constituency as well, which is why we saw those pictures from Gujarat. And now, as you've rightly pointed out, through the day you will see not just hectic photo ops, but you will also see hectic negotiations take place. And the focus of much effort today will be on the free trade agreement because negotiations are on. 2 rounds of negotiations have already happened. There is a 3rd round of negotiations that is expected to take place next week. But, when you have top leaders of 2 countries agree roughly on the basics, things become easier for the negotiators. So India and Britain don't want to drag these negotiations forever. They want to seal it as quickly as possible because look at the possibilities that come to the table when you've signed this free trade agreement between the 2 countries. What it essentially means is by 2030, you will have trade between the 2 countries double. But you've been talking about this as well. This visit is coming in the backdrop of a raging war in Ukraine, and Boris Johnson and the United Kingdom have been, very fiercely in the last 50 days criticizing the Russian stand. India, on the other hand, has been neutral. The Americans have lectured India on buying discounted oil, etc., on being on the right side of history, etc. The Brits are very clear. There is going to be no lecturing because there is a clear understanding of India's relationship with the Russians. However, given the fact that the war is raging on, it is definitely going to be on the talking table as well.
Shreya, I'll just request you to stay on with us. There is a bit of activity there happening. You can see that ceremonial reception has begun. You can see the Prime Minister has also moved, and now I believe we can see some convoy moving as well. So this is actually going to be a formal reception of the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson there. First visuals on your screens, him being greeted and welcomed by the Prime Minister. As I said, a whole host of other dignitaries also there to welcome the UK Prime Minister. He is, remember, on a 2-day visit. His first day kicked off in Gujarat with visiting the Sabarmati Ashram, then a couple of meetings with businessmen as well. And today, of course, all eyes will be on that very crucial bilateral with the Prime Minister. But first things first, this is a ceremonial reception which is coming in from the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and then there'll be a wreath-laying ceremony at the Samadhi of Mahatma Gandhi, which is at Rajghat as well. Shreya also continues to be with us. Shreya, the first visuals on our screens. We'll just come back to you in just a bit. Just dip in and listen in. Ceremonial reception there of UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. As we pointed out, he was welcomed by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other dignitaries as well. What's on the agenda? There will be wreath-laying ceremony, then of course a call on by the External Affairs Minister, followed by that very crucial bilateral, and then you will have the exchange of the Memorandum of Understandings or the MOUs as well. But Shreya continues to be with us. Shreya, just explain to our viewers what we are seeing currently.
What you're seeing, of course, is the ceremonial reception at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Always a pleasure and an honor accorded to a visiting head of state. Exactly what is happening on your screens right now. And as we take, look at these pictures that are coming into us, I also want to take you back to yesterday and to highlight something important that happened. Now, you've already mentioned that Boris Johnson did speak to businessmen in Ahmedabad as well, and one of them was Gautam Adani. And the tweet that the Adani Group has put out is interesting. The tweet they say is that there were talks on collaborating in the defense sector and the aerospace sector. India is looking to modernize its defense forces. Much of our dependency is on Russia. As you know, almost 60% of our weapons arsenal is of Russian origin. In the last 10 years or so, we have tried to diversify where we buy our weapons from. For example, we are buying more from the Americans, we are buying more from the French, we are buying more from the Israelis. And given the potential that India's defense sector has, Britain is very interested in staking a claim as well. But India's been very clear in the past few years. India's been very clear about what its goal is. Yes, it wants to modernize its forces, but it wants to do it with a desi tadka, essentially make in India. So whatever collaborations happen, India is very clear that we want to collaborate on this. We don't just want to buy off fighter jets or guns. We want to collaborate as far as R&D is concerned, as far as research is concerned, as far as conceptualizing it is concerned, and as far as production is concerned. So whatever India buys will be with a collaborative approach where India has a stake as well, where jobs are created in India as well, where money is generated in India as well. So that is something that the Adani Group and Prime Minister Boris Johnson have had extensive discussions about yesterday as well, as we see these pictures. So what you could see is Indian collaboration and collaboration between the UK and India as far as aerospace is concerned, as far as the defense sector is concerned as well. What will we see by the end of this? By the end of the day, we will see memorandums being sealed, memorandums to the tune of £1 billion in investments and in.
Let's just try and first listen into what the UK Prime Minister is saying.
This morning with my friend Prime Minister Modi, and thank you for the fantastic welcome that you've given us, Narendra. This is, I think, a very auspicious moment in a relationship and a friendship between two democracies, the world's largest democracy in India, the UK, one of the world's oldest democracies, and I don't think that things have ever been as strong or as good between us as they are now. So thank you for the wonderful reception that you've given us. It was amazing. I want to say particularly to the people of Gujarat. We had, I mean, they put on a most fantastic welcome for us yesterday, Narendra. It was absolutely extraordinary. I've never seen such a joyful reception. I wouldn't get that necessarily everywhere in the world, but it was absolutely fantastic to come and see your own home state for the first time. So thank you all very much. Thank you.
Remarks there coming in for the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He was essentially thanking the Prime Minister in India for a warm welcome, also thanking Prime Minister Modi for that warm welcome and that one-day visit to Gujarat, which of course is the home state for Narendra Modi. And yesterday, interestingly, we'd seen Boris Johnson at the Sabarmati Ashram try his hand at spinning the charkha as well. But if Shreya is still with us, Shreya, the opening comments in a way are very, very crucial to watch out for every time you have a foreign dignitary, because in a way they set the tone and tenor. And of course, with the kind of friendship that we've seen with both the leaders, that is very, very visible, not just in the photo op, but in the kind of camaraderie and the comments that we've seen as well.
I think that was visible to you in the 2-minute clip that has just been played out of Boris Johnson speaking essentially to Prime Minister Modi, calling him Narendra. Look at the ease, look at the tone, look at the tenor of Boris Johnson. Look at the fact that Prime Minister Modi is standing next to him, grinning. This is like two friends meeting, and when you have that sense that these are two countries and two men friendly with each other, there is a certain ease, then there will be an ease in whatever deliberations that take place through the day to day. It's not going to be tense. It may be hectic, yes, definitely, given the fact that this is a one-day visit, but it's not going to be tense. Are there any thorny issues that need to be sorted out? We've already spoken about the free trade agreement, but given the fact that you have the two leaders at ease, the negotiating teams also take a cue from that. So you will have the third round of negotiations as far as the free trade agreement is concerned coming this week, and you don't expect then these negotiations to go on for too long, because it will not benefit the Indians, it will not benefit the Brits. If you want trade to double between the two countries by 2030, you need to sign the free trade agreement as soon as possible. Given the fact that both countries agree that they want to do this, I think it will be done very quickly. So is that going to be thorny? It's not going to be thorny. There will be issues, but given the tone and tenor you've just seen on your screens, I think it will be easy to negotiate.
Shreya, thanks for getting us those details. And the update is that that ceremonial reception is over. We did see Boris Johnson leaving, and of course now getting to the serious part of the day, which will be, of course, first a meeting with External Affairs Minister Jaishankar and then that bilateral with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Shreya, we'll continue to come back to you right through the day. We're slipping into a very short break, coming back with lots more.
Of Guru Tegh Bahadur, one of the 10 gurus of Sikhism. That's going to come up through the course of the hour. But first, the story of what happened in Jahangirpuri 24 hours after the Supreme Court put a status quo and a stay order.
After watching their homes and livelihoods razed to the ground, some respite for Jahangirpuri residents. India's top court has ruled that the status quo has to be maintained and no further demolition will take place for 2 weeks. Not just that, the two-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
the Supreme Court order coming in the morning, and in spite of that discontinuing, it was selectively done. This means it's nothing to do with stopping illegal encroachment.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive. This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Congress party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना political tourism करिए आप लोग.
हम कोई राजनीति कर नहीं है जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर delegation बन.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargon. And he said in Khargon, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the question is, who is bringing a communal angle into this entire discourse? The Supreme Court today put a stay on any further demolition in Jahangirpuri. It also issued notices to the MCD as well as other parties, but that did not.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Now, in a move that is seen as the Bharatiya Janata Party's outreach to the Sikh community, the Prime Minister on Thursday slammed Mughal ruler Aurangzeb and said that Guru Tegh Bahadur stood as a rock against the tyranny of Mughal Emperor. While speaking from the Red Fort as part of the 400th birth anniversary of the 9th Sikh Guru Tegh Bahadur, the Prime Minister also said that Guru Tegh Bahadur fought in front of Aurangzeb's tyrannical thinking.
औरंगजेब की आतताई सोच के सामने उस समय गुरु तेग बहादुर जी हिंददी चादर बनकर एक चट्टान बनकर खड़े हो गए थे। इतिहास गवाह है कि वर्तमान समय गवाह है और ये लाल किला भी गवाह है कि औरंगजेब और उसके जैसे अत्याचारियों ने भले ही अनेकों सिरों को धड़ से अलग करा, लेकिन हमारी आस्था को वो हमसे अलग नहीं कर सका।
My colleague and our political editor Maria is now joining us on the broadcast. Maria, good morning. Talk to us about the significance of this outreach to the Sikh community.
Yes, Ridhima, efforts have been made by the Prime Minister throughout his tenure to ensure that various communities feel as part of the story of India, as part of the idea of India. And that is the reason why this becomes significant given the occasion that it was. The Prime Minister's idea of One India, the larger message of various communities to come together is important. Of course, this also comes in the backdrop of what happened in Punjab when the Prime Minister had travelled, when there was a massive security breach. Also, before that, there was a year-long farmers' protest where a huge percentage of farmers came from the Sikh community. So the Prime Minister, again, reaching out to this very important community and communicating that as far as the story of India is concerned, the idea of India is concerned, each and everyone has an important role to play.
Maria, thanks for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to developments coming in as far as Jahangirpuri is concerned. Remember, the Supreme Court yesterday maintained status quo and said there will be no demolition of a time period of 2 weeks. But despite all of this, we're seeing a lot of political activity on the ground.
Contempt of God.
Now, as I pointed out, after the Supreme Court ordered the MCD to maintain a status quo in Jahangirpuri, in the national capital, the issue is becoming a political hotbed, with parties making a beeline to visit and meet the victims of violence. After Congress and left, today you will have a 5-member TMC delegation of female MPs will visit this area. Samajwadi Party has also announced a 5-member delegation to visit the area today. Meanwhile, you've got Delhi BJP Chief Adesh Gupta, who will now write the South as well as East Delhi municipal corporations to remove illegal properties. He says there is no place for illegal Rohingyas and Bangladeshis in Delhi. So as I pointed out, despite that word that's coming from the Supreme Court where they maintained a status quo and a timeline of 2 weeks has been given, and then that case will be taken up again, which essentially means this was a setback to the MCD because there will be no demolition for the next 2 weeks. But parallelly, you have a lot of political developments that are taking place. On day one, we had seen left's Brinda Karat, who had in fact reached on the ground with physical documentation of the Supreme Court. And then you've seen a beeline of politicians. And today you will see a TMC delegation as well. My colleague Arun Dhanta is now joining us on the broadcast. Arun, good morning. You've been reporting from this area for the last couple of days. Huge security deployment still continues. And interestingly, areas have now been barricaded, so even the media can't really go beyond a point. What can we expect then to happen when the politicians or political delegations of various parties come?
Well, that's right. This is the Kushal Chowk where I'm standing at this moment, and it has been barricaded and blocked from all 4 sides. And on this side, I would request my camera person Pramod to show these. This is the area where exactly the demolition happened. So nobody is allowed to go beyond these barricadings. And in fact, the political delegations which are reaching here in Jahangirpuri to meet people, they are also not allowed to go beyond these barricadings. Now, what happened yesterday when the delegation of the Congress party and the Aam Aadmi Party arrived here, they were not allowed. But few people, the resident of this colony and this society, came out and met the leader somewhere on that side towards the from that side to the barricading. So that's where the meeting happened. But police personnel are not allowing anyone to go inside this area to meet the families who have lost their shops or the structures which were here. And in fact, today we are expecting the delegation of TMC will reach here, and we are also hearing that CPI's delegation will also reach here, and then Samajwadi Party's delegation will be reaching here. So it's going to be quite a job for the security paraphernalia here today to stop these delegations. But we are seeing that this place, Jahangirpuri, has become the epicenter of the politics. Therefore, we are seeing that the statements coming from various political parties, and in fact, the BJP chief Adesh Kumar Gupta has gone ahead and written a letter to to the other two MCDs, which is of course the South Delhi MCD and the East Delhi MCD, to find out those areas where illegal construction or encroachment happened, to take appropriate action. So this is actually boiling down to a next level. Supreme Court has halted. Supreme Court has put a status quo for next 2 weeks. We'll have to see as to what happens after 2 weeks when the hearing commences in the top court of the country. Back to you.
Arun, thanks for getting us all those details. We'll of course keep tracking all these developments and much more. But for now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Dynamic between the three of you. Who's the bull? Who's the bear? Who's the calm one? Who gets mad?
Kailash is the bull. Yeah, because he can end. No, I think he's not the bull. He's a bully. I mean, it's that can be. I mean, he's not the
Kailash,
bull.
would you like to comment on that? You're the bully.
I'm not a bully. I call a spade, and that is construed as bullying.
No, in the office, in my personal life, we have a K filter. Like, you know, like before the decision's made, it's like, what will K think about it?
So it goes with the Kailash filter.
No, but it's definitely, you know, personally for me, you know, I think he's like my life guru.
If the local residents need any help.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargon. And he said in Khargon, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the question is, who is bringing a communal angle into this entire discourse? The Supreme Court today put a stay on any further demolition in Jahangirpuri. It also issued notices to the MCD as well as other parties. But that did not stop from one of the lawyers of one of the petitioners, Mr. Kapil Sibal, to bring in a Hindu-Muslim angle into this anti-encroachment drive. Mr. Sibal argued that the entire demolition drive was aimed at one community, the Muslim community, even though we've all seen the pictures of Gupta Juice Corner and Jha Pan Center, all of it being taken down in this anti-encroachment drive. Even the bench, when it heard Mr. Sibal, was surprised and pushed back by asking, were no Hindu homes or shops demolished in the anti-encroachment drive? Why bring in a community into this drive? Why communalize what is a law and order problem? Or was the entire purpose to try and silence the Muslim community? We'll try and answer all of those questions through the course of Brass Tacks. We're also counting down to a big speech by the Prime Minister within the course of the hour. He will be speaking on the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur, one of the 10 gurus of Sikhism. That's going to come up through the course of the hour. But first, the story of what happened in Jahangirpuri 24 hours after the Supreme Court put a status quo and a stay order.
After watching their homes and livelihoods razed to the ground, some respite for Jahangirpuri residents. India's top court has ruled that the status quo has to be maintained and no further demolition will take place for 2 weeks. Not just that, the two-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order.
Supreme Court orders
while CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. So after that ceremonial reception at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, we're now getting visuals coming in of the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and he's currently at Rajghat. There will be a wreath-laying ceremony at the Samadhi of Mahatma Gandhi, and after that you will have the meetings with External Affairs Minister Jaishankar and the Prime Minister. But currently the visuals that you're seeing on your screens are coming in from Rajghat. As we pointed out, this is a wreath-laying ceremony, the Samadhi of Mahatma Gandhi. Interestingly, remember, Boris Johnson did kickstart his visit from Gujarat, where he did visit the Sabarmati ashram as well. Let's dip in and listen in. Is now back with us. So Shreya, as we were saying, this was the next on the agenda, which was a wreath-laying ceremony, a somber moment there at the Samadhi of Mahatma Gandhi. As I pointed out, Boris Johnson did kickstart his visit also from Gujarat, where he did visit the Sabarmati ashram. And interestingly, there was a very unique gift that was given by the Sabarmati ashram, which was in fact a book written by Mahatma Gandhi, but unfortunately was unpublished.
That's absolutely correct. Will you call these optics? Not really, given the fact that, and there was a reason why Boris Johnson began his visit in Gujarat, spinning the charkha there. We saw him yesterday, hopping onto a JCB as well, a bulldozer. The JCB, as you know, is a British company that produces these bulldozers, has a factory in Vadodara, which is where Boris Johnson had gone visiting. So the Mahatma has been in focus on both days of his trip. This is a two-day trip by Boris Johnson, his first after becoming the Prime Minister of Britain. And Mahatma Gandhi has been in sharp focus yesterday at the Sabarmati Ashram and today at Rajghat as well. After these photo ops, after these customary visits, as it were, we've seen a lovely reception being held for him at the Rashtrapati Bhavan as well, is now when we get down to the business end of this visit. And there is a lot on the table. There is a lot to pack in, given that this is just going to be one day of deliberations between the two sides, between the two leaders. One of the things that is on the table, of course, is that Britain wants a part of India's defense market. India is modernizing its armed forces. Our dependency largely has been on the Russians. We've been trying to cut down on that. And one of the things that Boris Johnson is expected to offer is to offer India technology to make its very own fighter jets. Look, we are already making the Tejas. So, but what Britain is going to offer today possibly is advanced technology in producing fighter jets here in India in collaboration with the Brits, of course. Then again, one of the things that is going to be signed is a license, which will be crucial for the early deliveries of defense equipment. Correct. And cutting down on bureaucracy and red tape as well. The free trade agreement, we have already spoken about that. Will Boris Johnson be talking about India buying discounted oil from the Russians? We've got some censure from the United States of America, and of course India has given it back to them as well. Look, the fact is that Boris Johnson and the UK have been stringent critics of the Kremlin over the war that has been going on in Ukraine for the last 2 months. Now, there are many civilians. We still don't have a count on how many, but many civilians have also been killed. Fact is, India has stepped up and criticized what has happened in Bucha, the civilian killings in Bucha. But what Britain made very clear before this trip began was this: we are not here to lecture India. We understand the stand that they have taken of neutrality as far as Russia and Ukraine is concerned. So there is that understanding coming in, and I think you saw the ease with which the two countries are operating in those opening remarks that Prime Minister Boris Johnson has made, where he's calling Prime Minister Modi Narendra. He's saying, I'm absolutely blown away with the reception I got today and that I got yesterday in Gujarat. Remember, at least half of the population Indian population that lives in Britain is of Gujarati origin. So in that sense, that becomes his constituency as well. And this trip is coming at a difficult time for him domestically, where he's facing a third investigation in the Partygate scandal.
Correct. Shreya, I just want to understand from you, how should we see the visit of the UK Prime Minister vis-a-vis the reactions that we've seen from the United States. As I pointed out, because it's coming in the backdrop of this ongoing war, you had a lot of pressure from a lot of Western countries and its allies. For example, the United States felt initially that India's stance was shaky, but the United Kingdom setting the record straight that there will be no talk or there will be no lecturing, quote unquote, as far as India's stance is concerned. How should we see then both these relationships of the United States with India and UK with India as well?
Look, the United States, then you have Joe Biden talking about India's stand on Ukraine being shaky. When you have White House officials lecture India on the right side of history or the wrong side of history when we announced to the world that we are going to be buying discounted Russian oil. No one here in India was pleased. In fact, India did put, and Mr. Jaishankar did put the Americans in their place, telling them that don't tell us what to do. If you really need to lecture someone, you need to lecture the Europeans who continue to buy oil from the Russians. Also, the fact that the United States of America itself is still buying uranium from the Russians. So there is a dichotomy in what the United States is saying, and that has been called out. Britain, I think, has been very careful. Given what has happened with the Americans, Britain is very careful. And Britain has made its stand very clear. They said, the fact is that will there be talk on Ukraine? Definitely there will be talk on Ukraine. How can it not be? Given the fact that the war is raging on in Europe. But there will be no lecturing. That is something that Britain had already said even before this visit began, and this visit is long pending, and it was when it was first envisioned, it was envisioned before the invasion of Ukraine began. So there's a lot more on the talking table than just Ukraine.
Shreya, thanks for getting us those details. That visit of the UK Prime Minister to Rajghat also now over. Next on the agenda will be that meeting with External Affairs Minister Jaishankar, and then that bilateral with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi at Hyderabad House. But we're shifting our focus to some other stories that we're tracking at this hour as well. The J&K security forces have launched a massive terror crackdown drive 2 days before Prime Minister's Jammu visit. 2 separate encounters are underway in Jammu and Baramulla, while 4 terrorists have been killed in Baramulla encounter. That's on since the last 28 hours. Terrorists targeted a CISF bus in Jammu's Sunjwan, although the CISF averted this terror attack. But one ASI, unfortunately, of the CISF lost his life and 9 others got injured. Security forces then gunned down 2 terrorists in that encounter that followed.
2 terrorists have been gunned down and the operation is on. From the encounter site, 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 satellite phone and 1 UBGL has been recovered. This operation, which started at around 3:45 a.m. is still on. Security forces, they had the inputs that terrorists would try to create a major terror strike. They would try to disrupt the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which is going to happen on April 24th. So security forces was searching the entire area. They had the information that terrorists would try to create a major terror attack across Jammu region. Security forces, they got the inputs, and the cordon and search operation was going on in the Sunjwan area, in the Jalalabad area of Sunjwan, when the hiding terrorists, they started firing towards a CISF vehicle in which 1 CISF personnel attained martyrdom and 9 other security force personnel, they were injured. All those injured have been evacuated. They have been shifted to the hospital, but operation right now is still on.
Is there a better sense of what Tanzeem or what organization these terrorists belong to, and the way the operation has panned out so far? Is it your sense that these are not new recruits, but possibly a highly trained militants, sir?
I guess it's a new group which is infiltrated. As per reports, they belong to Jaish-e-Mohammed. Main purpose was to engage a security force camp or a security force deployment. And they've been sent very close to, with this mission, very close to the upcoming visit of Honorable Prime Minister. So the purpose seems to be very clear, to sort of sabotage the upcoming visit and to cause disturbance while we are preparing for a visit of Honorable Prime Minister, who is going to attend National Panchayat Day function, wherein large number of people are going to participate from various walks of life and from various regions of Jammu and Kashmir. We are at it, our forces are at it, and we are trying to counter these threats being posed by the adversary.
crucial information about the recovery is also now coming in. We're understanding 2 AK-47 grenade launcher and 1 satellite phone has now been recovered after the encounter in Jammu. 2 terrorists, as we pointed out, have been neutralized. They've been killed so far in the encounter that broke out at 3 a.m. after a CISF bus that was going to report for its morning duty was attacked. The 2 killed terrorists were part of a suicide squad and were on a Fidayeen mission. Importantly, another update coming in that the firing now has stopped. But important to note is the recoveries that has also been made, as we pointed out, 2 AK-47, 1 grenade launcher and 1 satellite phone, in fact, has been recovered as well.
And we laid a cordon yesterday evening. The inner cordon had JKP and CRPF. The outer cordon had the other forces which were involved in this process. And we stay put in the cordon. Early morning, the terrorists tried to break away. They fired at the outer cordon and tried to move out, but they were alert. They retaliated. In the meanwhile, since they fired heavily on our police party and the other forces which were there, 2 JKP personnel got injured, 3 CISF personnel got injured, but they were effectively able to push them back within the cordon, and therefore the cordon kept them inside the area where the cordon was in place. And in the morning we started the search operation, in which all the other forces also became a part of the operation, and we were able to eliminate 2 terrorists. 2 AK-47 rifles have been recovered, 1 under-barrel grenade launcher has been recovered, a satellite phone, about 10 magazines and a large amount of ammunition has been recovered.
Both of them are Pakistanis?
With the way they were equipped and the volume of fire which came on us, it appears that they were both foreign and well-trained terrorists.
They are from Jaish-e-Mohammed terror outfit?
We can't comment on the organization, but this kind of operation and this kind of a firefight.
My colleague Tejinder is also now joining us on the broadcast. Tejinder, good morning. You've been tracking this since the wee hours of the day. I first want to talk about the recoveries that have been made. We just heard from Mukesh Singh as well that with the pattern that they were operating, it's becoming very, very clear that they were from across the border and well trained as well. It's becoming very, very clear that this was to sabotage the stability in the region, especially 2 days before the Prime Minister's visit.
Ji.
Tejinder, can you hear me? Okay, we'll just try and rebuild that connection with Tejinder. But as I pointed out, that multiple recoveries have also been made. But the update that we're also getting, in fact, has that gunfire or that firing now, in fact, has stopped. In terms of the recoveries, there are 2 AK-47s, there's a grenade launcher, there's 1 satellite phone that has been recovered. As I pointed out, more and more officials we speak to, they're all saying that this was to sabotage the stability in the region just 2 days before the Prime Minister is expected to visit this area. What we just heard from the ADGP of Jammu's Mukesh Singh, he was in fact saying the pattern that we're noticing, it is becoming very, very clear that they were from across the border and they were well trained as well. Earlier in the day, we in fact had spoken to Dilbagh Singh as well. He is the J&K DGP, and he in fact had said that he thinks it's some new group that is infiltrated. As per reports, it could be Jaish-e-Mohammed as well. But I believe my colleague Tejinder is now back with us. Tejinder, if you can hear me this time around, what I was essentially asking was, 1, what are the kind of recoveries that have been made? Secondly, it's now becoming very, very clear that this in fact was a move to try and sabotage the stability in the region, especially 2 days before the Prime Minister's visit.
Yes, Ridhima, you see the Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police, while speaking to our colleague Shreya Dhondial, clearly pointed out that this was a mission of these terrorists was to sabotage the upcoming visit of Prime Minister to disrupt peace here in Jammu and Kashmir. You see, Ridhima, at CNN News 18, we have accessed the exclusive picture of the suicide vest that these terrorists they were wearing. So clearly pointing out to the fact that these terrorists they were on a suicide mission to carry out a major terror terror strike in Jammu. Ridhima, you see, 2 terrorists have been gunned down who were part of a suicide mission. The police is saying that they have recovered 2 AK-47 rifles, satellite phones, some documents, and also an underbarrel grenade launcher from these 2 terrorists. The operation is still on. The combing of the area is going on, but yes, a major terror attack has been averted by the alert security forces. 2 terrorists who right now, though it is not confirmed whether they are local or foreigner, but it is most probably they are foreign terrorists, and they had recently infiltrated into the Indian side. The police and other security agencies will come out with the details of the identity of these 2 terrorists, but yes, the operation is on right now. We are told that the search operation, the combing operation is going on. Ridhima, I'll show you. My video journalist Chand Kumar Dogra will show you that this is the location, though we are around 500 to 600 meters away from the location, but you can see that this is a congested area. This is the Sunjwan area where we are standing, and just a few meters, around 500 meters away from this place is the Jalalabad area where the operation is going on, and you can see that the entire area is congested. So it also poses a challenge for the security forces to ensure that there is no loss to the civilian life, there is no casualty, no collateral damage to the civilians. So that is why this operation prolonged for 6 hours. Though in the initial fire, the security forces suffered 1 fatal casualty, and 9 other security force personnel were injured in the attack. But yes, this has been a major success. A major terror attack has been foiled by the security forces, and 2 terrorists gunned down, and one of them was both of them were wearing suicide vests, clearly pointing out that they were of a suicide squad and on a Fidain mission in Jammu region. Yes, Ridhima.
Tejinder, thanks for getting us those details, and those exclusive pictures that you see on your screens are of the recoveries that have been made. As Tejinder was pointing out, a suicide vest also has been recovered. We'll keep tracking all those developments and much more, but for now, slipping into a very short break.
Encroachment drive. Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargon. And he said in Khargon, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the question is, who is bringing a communal angle into this entire discourse? The Supreme Court today put a stay on any further demolition in Jahangirpuri. It also issued notices to the MCD as well as other parties. But that did not stop from one of the lawyers of one of the petitioners, Mr. Kapil Sibal, to bring in a Hindu-Muslim angle into this anti-encroachment drive. Mr. Sibal argued that the entire demolition drive was aimed at one community, the Muslim community, even though we've all seen the pictures of Gupta Juice Corner and Jha Pan Center, all of it being taken down in this anti-encroachment drive. Even the bench, when it heard Mr. Sibal, was surprised and pushed back by asking, were no Hindu homes or shops demolished in the anti-encroachment drive? Why bring in a community into this drive? Why communalize what is a law and order problem? Or was the entire purpose to try and silence the Muslim community? We'll try and answer all of those questions through the course of Brass Tacks. We're also counting down to a big speech by the Prime Minister within the course of the hour. He will be speaking on the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur, one of the 10 gurus of Sikhism. That's going to come up through the course of the hour. But first, the story of what happened in Jahangirpuri 24 hours after the Supreme Court put a status quo and a stay order.
After watching their homes and livelihoods razed to the ground, some respite for Jahangirpuri residents. India's top court has ruled that the status quo has to be maintained and no further demolition will take place for 2 weeks. Not just that, the two-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
The Supreme Court order coming in the morning, and in spite of that discontinuing, it was selectively done. This means it's nothing to do with stopping illegal encroachment.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive.
Supreme Court ने पूछा है.
This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Communist Party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. We're getting some breaking developments now coming in. The Gujarat police has launched a bulldozer operation against the notorious Don Sajid in Surat last evening. Sajid is involved in several cases related to drugs and gambling. He's considered to be the biggest operator in such illegal acts. My colleague Janak Dave now joining us on the broadcast. Janak, और क्या details है आपके पास?
देखिए, सूरत पुलिस ने एक बड़ी मुहिम छेड़ी है। दरअसल ये 2 गैंगस्टर के तौर पर हैं, जहां पर चाहे वो गैम्बलिंग का मामला हो या ड्रग्स का मामला हो या बाकी चीजें हैं जो कालाबाजारी के लिए, वो सारी चीजें ये दोनों भाई जो आरिफ और संजू दोनों करते आए। संजू फिलहाल अभी पुलिस कस्टडी में है और आरिफ को कल जब पुलिस पकड़ने गई थी तब पुलिस पर हमला भी किया गया था। तो लगातार पुलिस भी अब दबाव बनाने की कोशिश में, और कई उनके जो गैम्बलिंग के जो डैन हैं उनकी जानकारी पुलिस को मिली थी। गैरकानूनी तौर पर ये चल रहा था लंबे समय से। आखिर सूरत पुलिस ने ये तय किया कि उनके जो भी गैरकानूनी या जितने भी वहाँ पर उनके जो प्रॉपर्टीज है उसको या तो अटैच किया जाए और जो गैरकानूनी है उसको तोड़ा जाए। तो ये दोनों प्रक्रिया अभी सूरत पुलिस की ओर से की गई बड़े पैमाने पर। आज सुबह से ही उन इलाकों में बुलडोजर घुमाए जा रहे हैं, उनकी जो प्रॉपर्टी है उनको तोड़ा जा रहा है।
Janak, thanks for getting us all those details. Well, good morning. It's 10 a.m. You continue to be with CNN News 18. I am Ridhima Bhatnagar, getting you all the top stories nationally and internationally over the next 60 minutes. We're beginning this broadcast with some breaking developments coming in. CNN News 18 brings you an exclusive conversation between security forces and a terrorist during the encounter that broke out in Baramulla. Now, in this conversation, a security officer is heard trying to convince a young terrorist to surrender. Remember, 4 terrorists have been neutralized in the Baramulla encounter that has been on for over 28 hours. So that exclusive conversation that we're bringing you here at CNN News 18, and this is very important because what can you essentially hear in this conversation is security officers trying to convince this young terrorist to in fact surrender. The forces are persuading the terrorists to surrender because remember, this is an encounter that had been on for over 28 hours and 4 terrorists have been neutralized as well. But let's first bring you an overview of what really has happened in the valley, and this is important because this comes just 2 days before that visit of the Prime Minister. The J&K security forces have launched a massive terror crackdown drive 2 days before Prime Minister Modi's Jammu visit. 2 separate encounters are underway in Jammu and Baramulla. 4 terrorists, as I pointed out, have been killed in Baramulla encounter that's on for the last 28 hours. Terrorists targeted a CISF bus in Jammu Sunjwan. Although the CISF averted the terror attack, but unfortunately one ASI of the CISF lost his life and 9 others got injured. Security forces gunned down 2 terrorists in the encounter that followed.
2 terrorists have been gunned down and the operation is on. From the encounter site, 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 satellite phone and 1 UBGL has been recovered. This operation, which started at around 3:45 a.m. is still on. Security forces, they had the inputs that terrorists would try to create a major terror strike. They would try to disrupt the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which is going to happen on April 24th. So security forces was searching the entire area. They had the information that terrorists would try to create a major terror attack across Jammu region. Security forces, they got the inputs, and the cordon and search operation was going on in the Sunjwan area, in the Jalalabad area of Sunjwan, when the hiding terrorists, they started firing towards a CISF vehicle, in which 1 CISF personnel attained martyrdom and 9 other security force personnel, they were injured. All those injured have been evacuated. They have been shifted to the hospital, but operation right now is still on.
Now, we here at CNN News 18, we spoke to J&K's DGP Dilbagh Singh on the encounter in Sunjwan as well. Let's listen in.
Is there a better sense of what Tanzeem or what organization these terrorists belong to and the way the operation has panned out so far? Is it your sense that these are not new recruits but possibly highly trained militants, sir?
I guess it's a new group which is infiltrated. As per reports, they belong to Jaish-e-Mohammed. Main purpose was to engage a security force camp or a security force deployment. And they've been sent very close to, with this mission, very close to the upcoming visit of Honorable Prime Minister. So the purpose seems to be very clear, to sort of sabotage the upcoming visit and to cause disturbance while we are preparing for a visit of Honorable Prime Minister, who is going to attend National Panchayat Day function, wherein large number of people are going to participate from various walks of life and from various regions of Jammu and Kashmir. We are at it, our forces are at it, and we are trying to counter these threats being posed by the adversary.
CNN News 18 brings you an exclusive conversation between security forces and a terrorist during the encounter in Baramulla. Now, in this conversation, what you can hear is the security forces trying to convince a young terrorist to surrender. Remember, 4 terrorists have been killed in the Baramulla encounter that, as we pointed out, has been raging for over 28 hours.
हिलाल,
हाँ बोलो।
मैं कह रहा हूँ सरेंडर करो, कुछ नहीं होगा तुम्हारा, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
भेजो यार, 1% फोन है ना।
हाँ,
फोन 1% चार्ज है।
मैं समझ गया, तुम्हें टेंशन लेने की जरूरत नहीं, सिर्फ अपना जगह बता दो। साथ में कौन है? कांत्रो और वो था?
हाँ, सारे साथ थे।
कांत्रो मर गया?
हाँ, कांत्रो अभी ठीक है, अभी उसको लेग इंजरी हुई है।
लेग इंजरी। और दूसरा कौन था? एफटी
2 थे, एक तो गया, एक इधर ही है अभी।
अच्छा, एफटी इधर ही है। अच्छा, तो किसी उसको भी गोली लगी है क्या?
नहीं, वो सेफ है।
सेफ है तो किसी को गोली नहीं लगी ना?
नहीं, हम सारे सेफ हैं। तो हमें फोन भेजो ना, बस फोन एक भेजो अंदर।
पहुंच जाएंगे। फोन
नहीं बनाएंगे किसी सिविल के हाथ।
ठीक है। ये जगह कहाँ है? जगह कहाँ है?
हाँ, सीधा हाउस में आ जाओ।
हाँ,
तो आधे दरवाजे पे मैं बंदे को भेजूंगा, वो उसका फोन।
बाहर पूरी फौज है ना? बाहर फौज है ना?
नहीं, हमें क्या करना है, अंदर दरवाजे के किसी सिविल को भेजो। आपको अगर लगता होगा होस्टेज हम नहीं बनाएंगे होस्टेज।
ओके,
चलो भेजो।
ठीक है, भेज देंगे। तुम्हें फोन से फिर तुम क्या करोगे? तुम्हारा भी फोन के ये जो दूसरा फोन मिल रहा है उससे क्या करना है?
जो फैसला है ना, इसको अपने घर वालों से बात करनी है।
अच्छा,
शायद ये बाहर आना चाहता है।
अच्छा। तुम नहीं आना चाहते बाहर?
मेरी तरफ से कोई एतराज नहीं है। अगर ये जाना चाहता है बाहर, इसको
नहीं, तुम नहीं जाना चाहते? बस
हाँ,
तुम नहीं जाना चाहते? तुम बचना नहीं चाहते?
नहीं, मैं नहीं आना चाहता।
क्यों?
मैं इधर ही ठीक हूँ। मैं अपने फर्ज के लिए निकला हूँ, बस अपना फर्ज पूरा करके।
दोस्त यार, फर्ज तो तुम्हें ही पता है ये क्या है।
हाँ, ये अल्लाह ताला की राह में जो भी निकलेगा।
तुम्हें भी पता है ये सही नहीं है, फिर भी क्यों कर रहे हो?
वो मरा नहीं है
तो।
हाँ?
फैजल से एक बार बात करो मेरी, एक मिनट बात करो।
वो बोल रहा है फोन भेजो तो मैं आपके साथ बात करूंगा।
फोन तो पहुंच रहा है, वो तो वैसे मुझे उसकी आवाज तो सुनने दो जैसे, ताकि मुझे पता है कि वो है कि नहीं।
डाउन है इसलिए।
मैं समझ गया, मुझे एक बार हालो या इतना तो बोल सकता है वो।
हाँ बोलो। हेलो
जी, आप फोन भेजो तो मैं आपके साथ अच्छी तरह बात कर सकता हूँ।
हाँ फैजल
जी,
मैं फोन भेज रहा हूँ, ठीक है? तो तुम करना सरेंडर करना चाहते हो ना?
अच्छी तरह बात करेंगे।
लो भेजिए
हाँ ठीक है, ओके ओके।
हाँ फौजी
My colleague Mufti Isla is now joining us on the broadcast. Mufti, this exclusive conversation that we've accessed here at CNN News 18, this is very crucial. One, because you have a security officer trying to convince the terrorists to surrender, but also because of the crucial information that the security officer is getting in terms of how many terrorists and what their current situation is.
Absolutely. This is very interesting kind of a conversation, very rare, wherein an army officer is engaging with a militant, a young militant rather. There are two young militants. One's name is Hilal and another is Faisal. Now, Faisal is 17 years old. Probably the forces got an inkling that he's going to surrender, and that's why they're trying to engage his another colleague, Hilal. Hilal tells them that, well, he has a phone, but the battery is dying out and it will last only for a minute. So he requests that the army can send them a phone so that they start this conversation, wherein Faisal will try to speak to his family, because some of the army men are actually placed near the family members of Faisal. So the army officer really tries to engage. In trying to engage, he also tries to elicit some of the other information as to where the militants are placed, what is the number of militants, who are the foreign militants out there. So clearly this conversation goes on, but you know, this is an encounter which is raging on since last 31 hours. I wonder whether Faisal will make it out alive, because we know already that out of the 5 militants, 4 have already been killed, 1 remains, and a huge encounter. In fact, some time back I accessed the latest shots, and clearly massive firing is going on. One really needs to see whether all 5 militants will be killed or Faisal will be taken out alive. Fingers crossed, let's hope that he's brought alive. But clearly it seems that, you know, going by what had happened since last one day, the fierce encounter that one saw, and also smoke now billowing out of that target house, seems very difficult. But as I said, one hopes that he comes alive and he's made to reunite with his family.
Absolutely. Mufti, will request you to stay on with us. We're getting some other breaking developments also now coming in. Now, CNN News 18 is now bringing you some dramatic visuals as far as the Baramulla encounter is concerned. What you see on your screens, thick smoke, heavy fire that can be seen in these visuals. Mufti Isla continues to be with us. Mufti, talk to us about this encounter.
Look, I was talking about these particular, you know, visuals which are now running on the screen. Clearly, this is the last effort that security forces are making to evict whatever militant is there. So probably one expects that this encounter will get over in a couple of hours, because security forces will have to really sift the debris. If that house is partially damaged or it's brought down completely, they need to really look for the bodies. As of now, the information which is with me is that 4 bodies have been recovered. One, probably that of a foreign militant, is perhaps there. One really needs to see what the police officials, or for that matter army officials, tell the media who are out there waiting for this encounter to end. 31 hours of fierce encounter, one of the longest encounters in which security forces met a huge success, given that they eliminated one of the topmost militant, Yusuf Kantru, who was wanted in many killings. He has been eliminated yesterday. Along with him, who are the other 4? We don't know as of now. Police has not given us the identity, but there is generally, you know, some kind of an information that some of them would be, Hilal would be there, Faisal would be there, the young militant 17-year-old, or for that matter those foreign militants. One really needs to wait and watch what police tells at the conclusion of this particular encounter.
Mufti, I'll request you to stay on with us. Our colleague Tejinder is also now joining us, and I want to understand from Tejinder as far as the encounter in Sunjwan is concerned. Now, Tejinder, you were getting us these details in terms of the recoveries that have been made. A suicide vest also being recovered, which essentially shows that this was a suicide mission. More officials also confirming that these were people who came from across the border trying to disrupt stability because of the Prime Minister's visit in about 48 hours. But I want to specifically talk to you about the recoveries. Take us through the details.
See, Ridhima, a suicide vest has also been recovered from one of those two terrorists who have been gunned down by the security forces. I'll ask my video journalist Chand to show you. You can see that we are not allowed to move ahead of this place, but if you can see the personnel of the Jammu and Kashmir police, the CRPF and the army, this is the exact place. There is a small house there where the encounter has taken place, in which two terrorists have been gunned down. You can see that the crisis response team of the Jammu and Kashmir police is also on the spot. These two terrorists, they were planning to carry out a major terror strike in Jammu, because this is evident from the fact that one of the terrorists was wearing a suicide vest. We are told by the Additional Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police, Mukesh Singh, that they were from a Fidayeen squad. They were on a suicide mission to carry out a major terror strike. 2 AK-47 assault rifles, several magazines, several rounds of AK-47 and one UBGL under-barrel grenade launcher has been recovered from these terrorists. You can see that right now the entire area is still under cordon, though the operation is over, the firing has stopped, but you can see these are the jubilant Jawans of the Jammu and Kashmir Police Crisis Response Team. These are the brave Jawans of the Jammu and Kashmir who killed those terrorists who were planning to carry out a major terror strike. You can see, though they are sad that they have lost one of their colleagues, a CISF Jawan has been martyred and 9 others have been injured, but you can see that jubilation on the faces of these the crisis response team of the Jammu and Kashmir police who have eliminated this major terror strike. We are told that senior police officials, they are also on the spot. They are ascertaining the entire area. People in the locality, they are being questioned about if they have any clue about the terrorists, but it seems that it was an infiltration, recent infiltration which was made successful, and these terrorists, they managed to enter into the Indian side. We are waiting for an official confirmation about the group affiliation and the nationality of these two terrorists, but this is a major attack has been averted by the security forces. Large quantity of arms, ammunition, documents have been recovered, and yes, Rizma.
Yes, Tejinder, as you were rightly pointing out, I want to talk to you a little more about the pattern that is emerging. As Dilbagh Singh was also telling CNN News 18 that it seems to be they had been freshly infiltrated into the region. Any word coming in as far as the group behind this encounter is concerned?
See, Ridhima, the modus operandi, the police is saying that these two terrorists, they belong to the suicide squad. It is highly likely that these terrorists belong to the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror outfit, but only anything could be said after the police gives an official confirmation. But sources are saying that it seems that it is highly likely that these two terrorists, they belong to the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror outfit, because if you see in the recent past, whenever there has been a suicide attack, Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists, they are involved in the suicide attack. Clearly visible from the fact that CNN News 18 has accessed those exclusive pictures of the suicide vest which these terrorists, they were wearing. They were planning to carry out a major terror strike. The Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police, Dilbagh Singh, while speaking to my colleague Shreya Dondial, also made it clear that it seems that the attempt of these terrorists was to disrupt the upcoming visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which is happening on April 24. So clearly a major success by the security forces. You can see that the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are on the spot. We would try to talk to them. Let's see if they agree to speak to us, because the operation, this is an ongoing operation. Sir, कुछ identity बता देंगे sir, किस group को ये belong करते थे sir? So you see the officers right now, they are not speaking anything about the encounter, because we expect that either the Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police or the Additional Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police, they might come to the spot and they might address the media about the group affiliation and the identity of these two terrorists who have been gunned down. But this is a major success to have neutralized two terrorists who were attempting to carry out a major terror strike on or before the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Jammu. Yes, Ridhima.
Tejinder and Mufti, thanks for getting us all those details. We'll of course continue to come back to you right through the day. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking, and this is of UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson's two-day visit to India. After he wrapped up day 1 in Gujarat, today all eyes will be on that bilateral with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So on day 2 of his maiden India visit, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson got a ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan and then he paid tribute to Bapu at Rajghat. Boris Johnson was also greeted by the Prime Minister and later both the leaders will hold talks on free trade agreement and the extradition of businessmen Vijay Mallya as well as Nirav Modi. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Boris Johnson are expected to announce multiple new agreements including new investments and export deals to the tune of £1 billion. From science and technology to the health sector, these investment deals will seek to create nearly 11,000 jobs for Indians in the United Kingdom.
My friend, Prime Minister Modi, and thank you for the fantastic welcome that you've given us, Narendra. This is, I think, a very auspicious moment in a relationship and a friendship between two democracies. I want to say particularly to the people of Gujarat. We had, I mean, they put on a most fantastic welcome for us. I've never seen such a joyful reception. I wouldn't get that necessarily everywhere in the world.
Well, those were the opening remarks of Boris Johnson that we heard earlier in the day at the Rashtrapati Bhavan when that ceremonial welcome took place. But what's really on the agenda as far as talks between both these leaders are concerned? Let's break down all those details. First, of course, is making headway for the free trade agreement. This, of course, will be the biggest factor to watch out for between both the countries. Coming in the backdrop of the war that continues to rage on, the United Kingdom has made it clear in no plans to lecture India. The position that India has taken, they understand the deep ties that we've had with Russia in the past as well. But the other big factor to watch out for, of course, will be announcements that come in from the defense space. Strategic defense, diplomatic and economic partnership. We're going to be closely watching that. Of course, increasing security and cooperation in the Indo-Pacific will be one of the key factors to watch out for as well. And then, of course, collaborations in science and technology sector as well. So as we pointed out, this is a short and brief visit. It is a 2-day visit only. The first day was essentially in Gujarat from Sabarmati Ashram to meeting businessmen, including Adani's as well. And then today will be that crucial bilateral at the Hyderabad House. My colleague and a defense editor, Shreya Dhondial, now joining us on the broadcast. Shreya, good morning. As I pointed out, making headway as far as this free trade agreement is going to be the biggest factor to watch out for. What can we really expect today?
Good morning to you, Ridhima. Good morning to all the viewers joining us. I'm fairly certain that everyone's now seen the pictures that have come in from the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And more important than the pictures is the short press statement that Boris Johnson has made, where he's looking cheerful. It's a terribly hot day if you step out. And here he is absolutely comfortable in his surroundings, smiling. There is that ease that you can see. And then he turns to Prime Minister Modi while he's making that brief statement and refers to him as Narendra and says, I'm absolutely delighted at the reception I've got here, especially delighted by the joyful reception that I got in Gujarat. All this, points to the fact that this is an easy relationship. This is a relationship which has been nurtured over many, many years. And there is a clear ease as far as the two top leaders of the two countries are concerned. So whatever happens from here on in this brief one-day visit, there won't be tensions. You've spoken about the free trade agreement. 2 rounds of negotiations have already been held. A 3rd round of negotiations will be held sometime next week. But given the body language, given the ease, given the comfort between the two leaders, you're not expecting any tensions or any contentious issues to be raised. Yes, there will be concerns, and those concerns will be spoken about across the table. One of the concerns, of course, is that Britain has been one of the most vociferous critics of the Kremlin, and India has taken a neutral stance when it comes to the Ukraine war. Will there be any pressure on India to change, for example, its voting pattern at the United Nations? Well, the fact is that Britain would like that. The West would like that India changes its stance. Is that going to happen? No. And the Brits have come here declaring that we are not coming to India to lecture India on its stand here.
Correct. Shreya, quickly, I also want to understand the other aspect where a lot of back and forth has already taken place, which is as far as the extradition of fugitives are concerned, both Vijay Mallya and Nirav Modi. Can we see some headway being made there as well?
Well, that is definitely going to be on the talking table. Two men, Nirav Modi and Vijay Mallya. India has been trying for a while to get them extradited. The legal process is currently underway in London. And one of the things that India wants is for this extradition process to be expedited. How soon can you get these two men in India to face a court of law here in India, in a country where financial crimes have been committed by both of them? So will that be on the talking table? Definitely that will be on the talking table. Will there be headway made? We'll just need to watch out for the readout that comes out by the end of what is going to be a long day.
Shreya, thank you so much for getting us all those details. We'll of course continue to come back to you right through the day. We'll continue to track all those developments and much more. But for now, we're slipping into a very short break.
On the platform of the Supreme Court tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना पॉलिटिकल टूरिज्म करिए आप लोग
हम कोई राजनीति कर नहीं है जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर डेलीगेशन बनवाने
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Okay, this is the contempt of court.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargon. And he said in Khargon, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the question is, who is bringing a communal angle into this entire discourse? The Supreme Court today put a stay on any further demolition in Jahangirpuri. It also issued notices to the MCD as well as other parties. But that did not stop from one of the lawyers of one of the petitioners, Mr. Kapil Sibal, to bring in a Hindu-Muslim angle into this anti-encroachment drive. Mr. Sibal argued that the entire demolition drive was aimed at one community, the Muslim community, even though we've all seen the pictures of Gupta Juice Corner and Jha Pan Center, all of it being taken down in this anti-encroachment drive. Even the bench, when it heard Mr. Sibal, was surprised and pushed back by asking, were no Hindu homes or shops demolished in the anti-encroachment drive? Why bring in a community?
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Some breaking developments now coming in. Is it a question paper or is it a propaganda piece? The reason we are asking this question is because a Rajasthan Class 12 political science paper has now triggered a storm after it featured as many as 6 questions glorifying the role of the Congress party. The questions included Congress's role as a social and ideological alliance, performance of the party in India's first general elections, and many others. Getting some political reactions, let's listen in.
लेकिन राजस्थान के अंदर कांग्रेस की सरकार ने जो शिक्षा का केंद्र था, उस शिक्षा के केंद्र को भी राजनीतिकरण करने का काम किया है।
और दुर्भाग्य इस बात का कि 12वीं क्लास के पॉलिटिकल साइंस के पेपर, लेकिन पॉलिटिकल साइंस का पेपर नहीं, एक तरीके से कांग्रेस के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाने का चुनाव। दुर्भाग्य इस बात का कि आपकी कांग्रेस की सरकार के अंदर इस तरीके से कांग्रेस की पृष्ठभूमि के बारे में बच्चों से सवाल करने का काम करोगे या बच्चों को सिर्फ कांग्रेस का इतिहास पढ़ाने का काम करोगे। जिस किसी ने भी इस तरीके के क्वेश्चन तैयार किए उनको तत्काल निलंबित किया जाए और भविष्य के अंदर सिर्फ राजनीतिक विषयों के ऊपर, समसामयिक विषयों के ऊपर ही क्वेश्चन पूछे जाएं।
So the BJP already mounting pressure on the Gehlot government, asking whether this was a Congress's PR piece or a political science examination paper, because there were as many as 6 questions and they all glorified the role of the Congress party. The questions included the role of the Congress as a social and ideological alliance, performance of the party and others. So as I pointed out, many political reactions already coming in. One coming in from Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP, who's gone on to say the Congressization of education institutions and history has been done for far too long. Nehru promoted at cost of Ambedkar and Savarkar. Others, the Rajasthan government continues to push agenda for the first family using education. Now, look at this, education or indoctrination. That's the question that the BJP is asking. We'll try and get more details in terms of was this really the first time and what were the other questions based on. But this is the news that's coming in from Rajasthan, where a class 12th political science paper has now triggered a fresh row and a controversy. As I pointed out, as many as 6 questions were asked around the role of the Congress party, most of them in fact glorifying the role of the Congress party. They included the Congress's role as a social and ideological alliance, performance of the party and many others. My colleague and a senior editor, Pallavi Ghosh, now joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, good morning. 2 things that I want to understand from you. Talk to us about what were these specific questions, and is this the first time that we're seeing a political science paper have questions of this kind?
See, two things over here, just to answer your first question. Around 6 questions from the leaked political science paper. Essentially, it asked questions that what were the circumstances under which the Congress came to power for the first time in 1967, obviously referring to the Nehruvian era, and also giving that kind of a credit to Jawaharlal Nehru, which we know has been a kind of a flashpoint between the Congress and the BJP. It also talks about 1984. It also talked about how many seats the Congress party won in 1984, which was actually a massive win really for the Congress party. So the allegation against them is that you talk about history, you ask historical questions or you ask questions based on the constitution, because that's what political science is all about. You don't ask politically loaded questions, that too from, to quote the opposition coming in from the opposition in Rajasthan, which is the BJP, is an impressionable mind. These are children, they are students, they're supposed to be apolitical, and therefore in an election year, when elections are not too far away in Rajasthan, a little over a year left really to go, should the Congress party or the state government use education to further their political agenda?
And as to whether it's right, correct. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
No. Just to wrap up on your second question, has it happened earlier? Frankly speaking, this is something which has been an allegation even made by the Congress party against the BJP, especially if you look at Madhya Pradesh. I remember they recently raised an allegation that, the question papers over there are also eulogizing or glorifying the BJP and the RSS.
Okay, Pallavi, I'll just request you to stay on with us from the BJP. Shehzad Poonawalla also now joining us on the broadcast. Shehzad, good morning. I've already seen the tweet that you've put out. What do you think is the messaging that is being sent out when you have as many as 6 questions in a political science examination focused on one political party?
This is not a Prashna Patra, it is a Prashansa Patra of the Congress, and Congress has always used education and institutions for political indoctrination and for infiltration of their agenda. To glorify the first family, you would remember how historians, history institutions have been manipulated by Congress to cut down in size Mr. Ambedkar, Mr. Patel, Mr. Savarkar, Mr. Birsa Munda and others, and now to further the first family's agenda, which has fledgling fortunes across the country, Rajasthan government is happily using education as a mode of indoctrination. My simple question is that why does the Congress party continue to play with the future and with the children's lives? This is not the kind of propaganda that you should be peddling through question papers. And this shows their agenda. For the first family, they will name 400 schemes after the first family. They will use history to glorify Mughals, to glorify Nehru, to glorify whatever is their divide and rule appeasement policy. And now they will use education question papers for prashansa of one family. This is their agenda.
But
all
Shehzad,
throughout.
to
This
be
is how they
fair,
use
this
the
really has
institution.
been the criticism from the Congress party also, that BJP also does exactly the same. So where does the difference really lie then?
The BJP has done no such thing. Let's talk about specific instances. The BJP has ensured that those heroes who have been left out by the Congress due to its first family policy, India is celebrating 75 years of Amrit Mahotsav. Today, under the Prime Minister's leadership, we are celebrating those heroes who have been deliberately ignored by the first family. So we are correcting history. We are correcting the versions of history. They presented Aurangzeb as the great hero of secularism. Is that a fact? Today we've seen what happened with Tegh Bahadur ji, who was celebrated last night by the Prime Minister and the country. So they were the ones who peddled the agenda of pushing Mughal Raj, of pushing Nehru Raj through history and education. That is being corrected by intellectuals today. But that being done cannot be an excuse for the first family becoming a propaganda, using education as a propaganda piece for their fortunes, political fortunes.
Okay, if Shehzad can just stay on with us, and if Pallavi is still with us, Pallavi, has there been an initial comment or a reaction coming in from the Gehlot government?
None whatsoever, but what sources certainly are telling us, and we're going to wait for an official word come in, is that, the state government does not interfere as far as the setting on a syllabus is concerned or the setting up of this question paper is concerned, but these are predictable responses really, Ridhima, because they are always going to throw up this question is that when the state government micromanages and you have an education minister in place, and this was something that was pointed out, then why did you even allow this to pass? So we'll really have to wait for the official word, but I think it's going to be more a case about we told you so and what aboutry, as Shehzad was talking about and what I was mentioning earlier. The Congress party will, of course, always turn around and say that the BJP too is equally guilty. Why is it that you want to deny the people of India to know about the rich legacy which the Gandhi-Nehru family brought forward?
Shehzad, respond to this, and this is, Pallavi is right, this is a criticism that we've seen in the past. The BJP now wants to change the entire narrative that suits as far as the BJP is concerned. They only want to talk about their leaders and their achievements. But India, of course, is a democracy, has had various political parties in power as well. So why shouldn't you have both the versions being heard?
Arunima, the Rajasthan
Ridhima this side, Shehzad.
I'm sorry, Ridhima, the Congress party government in Rajasthan has actually gone on and reduced the role of Maharana Pratap. Is Maharana Pratap a BJP leader, or he's an icon of this great civilization? The Congress party government in Rajasthan removed the honorific Veer before Savarkar. Is Savarkar a BJP member, or is Savarkar a national hero whom Indira Gandhi had celebrated once upon a time? So please, we have not peddled any kind of agenda of personal of BJP. This is the agenda of the Indian culture and history that we've pushed forward and corrected, because Congress party, in its haste to only glorify one family, has ignored Birsa Munda, has ignored Savarkar, ignored Patel. What did they do for Sardar Patel? What did they do for Baba Saheb Ambedkar? They gave Ambedkar ji the Bharat Ratna 40 years after his passing away. They did not allow him to win Lok Sabha elections in 52 and 54. This is the truth of the Congress party and Nehru.
Okay, we'll really have to wait for an official reaction to come from the Congress party as well. But Shehzad, we appreciate you joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, also thanks for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking, which is coming in from the national capital. And this is coming in from Jahangirpuri. You had the Supreme Court yesterday maintaining status quo. That means a timeline of 2 weeks has been given. No demolition can take place. But despite all of that, we continue to see a beeline of politicians visiting the incident site.
Contempt of God.
Said that political tourism still continues. Now we're understanding a VHP delegation has reached Jahangirpuri, but they in fact have been denied permission. We were also expecting a TMC delegation to be on the ground. My colleague Arun Danta joining us from the spot. Arun, talk to us about what really is happening.
Well, that's right. Vishwa Hindu Parishad's Delhi units people are here in Jahangirpuri, and they want to meet the family members inside, but they've been stopped by the police at this moment. Of course, they are consulting with the senior officials of Delhi police because they are saying that they want to meet the family members. I would request my camera person to just show the visuals of the delegation which has reached here in Jahangirpuri. And police is not allowing them to go inside. Of course, we have seen even yesterday Congress delegation and then the Aam Aadmi Party delegation was also not allowed to go inside. We'll try to speak to few members of Vishwa Hindu Parishad as to what is the purpose of their visit and what they are planning to do here. भाई साहब एक चीज़ बताइए कि कितने लोगों का डेलीगेशन आपका आया है और क्या प्लानिंग है?
हमारे लोग ज़्यादा थे, लेकिन प्रशासन ने कहा कि सिर्फ 5 लोग आ सकते हैं, तो सिर्फ 5 लोग आए हैं। हमारे प्रांत अध्यक्ष, प्रांत उपाध्यक्ष और संयोजक बजरंग दल के, उन्होंने कहा हम आपको मिला देंगे, हम अंदर आए इसीलिए आए हैं।
अभी आपकी हम देख रहे थे पुलिस के साथ बातचीत हो रही थी, यहाँ से आगे आप लोग नहीं, क्या कुछ फिलहाल पुलिस की तरफ से क्या आपको कहा गया है?
पुलिस अपनी व्यवस्था करेगी, कैसे करेगी, नहीं तो हम बैठेंगे यहीं पर।
अच्छा,
नहीं जाएंगे परिवार से।
अच्छा, मतलब कौन से परिवारों से मिलकर जाएंगे, मतलब जिनका?
उन परिवारों से मिलेंगे जो इस दंगे के अंदर प्रभावित हुए हैं, जिनके एक घर के अंदर 5-5 पुरुष गिरफ्तार कर लिए गए, घर में पुरुष बचा ही कोई नहीं, तो हम उस परिवार से मिलेंगे, जरूर मिलेंगे।
अच्छा, आप भी बताइए सर, आइए एक मिनट, आइए आजी। ठीक है। So now what is happening here that the VHP delegation who are blocked here at this moment, they have been taken away just to have some consultation with the top police officials of Delhi police, and in fact I would request my camera person to just pan the camera towards that side and show the members of the VHP delegation. And earlier they were trying to go inside to meet the people, but the senior officials who were present here, they blocked them. And now, of course, the officials who were present here, they were telling them that they will consult with the DCP who's present here on the spot. And now perhaps some sort of communication had come from the DCP's side, and therefore they've taken away from the media's glare to pass that information from the DCP's side. That's what we are showing you at this moment from the ground. And later in the day, we are expecting the delegation of the TMC and Samajwadi Party along with the Muslim League of Kerala would be coming here to meet the families in Jahangirpuri. So these are the visuals which
but you know what I want to understand
is,
as you're rightly pointing out, that there is a delegation of VHP trying to have conversation with cops on the ground. We're expecting a TMC delegation as well. But what you were showing us earlier were these entire set of barricades that are even not allowing the media personnel to cross to the other side or let the residents cross to this side. Then is the meeting between this political delegation and the residents even possible?
No, not at all possible, Ridhima, because even yesterday when the delegation of the Congress Party and the Aam Aadmi Party were tried to, I guess they had spoken to the officials. Let me speak to them. क्या बातचीत हुई सर? क्या बातचीत हुई आपके?
एक मिनट, कपिल जी
बताइए क्या
वहीं चलते हैं।
नहीं चलते बात करते हैं, बताइए। हाँ, क्या बातचीत हुई?
नहीं, वो प्रशासन कह रहा है कि यहाँ स्थिति अभी भी संवेदनशील है।
अच्छा,
तो आप लोग थोड़ा कोऑपरेट करिए। हमने उनको कहा है कि हमको जो परिवारों को आर्थिक सहायता पहुंचानी है या कानूनी सहायता देनी है, वो उनका भी संवैधानिक अधिकार है, हमारा भी संवैधानिक अधिकार है, इसलिए हमको मिलना है। उन्होंने कहा हम कोशिश करेंगे और आपको ठीक समय पर और ठीक स्थान पर मिलवा देंगे।
अच्छा, वो मिलवा देंगे आपको, तो इसका मतलब है कि आप अंदर नहीं जाएंगे। और कैसी व्यवस्था की जाएगी? वो लोग बाहर आएंगे क्या?
हाँ, कुछ करेंगे।
आज ही अभी मुलाकात होगी?
अभी मैं बिल्कुल एग्जैक्टली समय और स्थान नहीं बता सकता, लेकिन करेंगे।
अच्छा, यहाँ नहीं होगी, कहीं और भी चांसेस हैं?
कहीं भी हो सर, देखो हमको तो मिलना है उस परिवार
से। तो आप लोग मतलब अब मान गए कि अंदर नहीं जाएंगे, हमारी बैठक हो जाए, मीटिंग हो जाए, चाहे बाहर ही हो जाए,
हमको उस परिवार से मिलना है। बस हमारा केवल एक ही उद्देश्य है, हमको दूसरा कुछ नहीं चाहिए, हमको पहले परिवार से मिलना है। हम चाहते हैं कि उस परिवार को हर प्रकार के।
अभी क्या हुआ कि ये जो डीसीपी से बात की, जो जिन अधिकारियों ने आपको यहाँ रोका, उन्होंने शायद डीसीपी से बात की, तो जब आप अलग से गए थे, आपको लेके गए थे, तो क्या मैसेज पास किया गया वहाँ से?
नहीं, हमने कहा हमको परिवार से मिलना है। उसको परिवार को सब प्रकार की संवैधानिक, आर्थिक, स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं, ये सब उस परिवार को मिलनी चाहिए। और वो उनको दिलाने का नैतिक दायित्व हमारे ऊपर है, विश्व हिंदू परिषद के ऊपर। हम उस अपने दायित्व को एक्सरसाइज करेंगे जरूर। तो उन्होंने कहा मैं उसके लिए जो भी उचित प्रबंध होगा।
एक बार हमारे दर्शकों को ये बता दीजिए कौन सी फैमिली है जिनकी जो दुकानें भी कई लोगों की
वो एक अलग मैटर है। देखिए ये बहुत एक्सपेंडेड मैटर है, मैं अभी सबके बारे में बात नहीं कर रहा। एक परिवार है जिसके सभी पुरुष गिरफ्तार हो गए हैं, केवल महिलाएं परिवार में रह गई है। वो सबसे ज्यादा पीड़ित परिवार है इस प्रकरण का, इसलिए हम एक बार उनसे मिलना चाहते हैं।
ठीक है। So he is one of the members of the VHP delegation, Surinder Gupta. Now some sort of a settlement has agreed upon that Delhi police who's present here. They've said that the family members will come out and some other location will be given to them where they will meet them.
So we'll continue to track all these developments coming in from Jahangirpuri, where political parties continue to make a beeline. But we're slipping into a very short break, coming back with lots more.
Even on the platform of the Supreme Court, tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना पॉलिटिकल टूरिज्म करिए आप लोग।
हम कोई राजनीति कर नहीं है, जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर डेलीगेशन बनवाने।
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example, what happened in Khargon. And he said in Khargon, 88 Hindu homes and 26 Muslim homes were demolished in that particular action that was taken in the aftermath of the riots that happened there. So the question is, who is bringing a communal angle into this entire discourse? The Supreme Court today put a stay on any further demolition in Jahangirpuri. It also issued notices to the MCD as well as other parties. But that did not stop from one of the lawyers of one of the petitioners, Mr. Kapil Sibal, to bring in a Hindu-Muslim angle into this anti-encroachment drive. Mr. Sibal argued that the entire demolition drive was aimed at one community, the Muslim community, even though we've all seen the pictures of Gupta Juice Corner and Jha Pan Center, all of it being taken down in this anti-encroachment drive. Even the bench, when it heard Mr. Sibal, was surprised and pushed back by asking, were no Hindu homes or shops demolished in the anti-encroachment drive? Why bring in a community into this drive? Why communalize what is a law and order problem?
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Pre-university board examinations are commencing today, and it will be another test for Karnataka and the students protesting against the hijab mandate. Over 6.8 lakh students will appear for the Class 12 board examinations and no student or examination staff will be allowed to wear any religious identity within the halls, including the hijab. Elaborate security arrangements have already been put in place by the state government amid fears that the hijab row might resurface. In the recently concluded Class 10 board examinations, students wearing hijabs were turned away and teachers were suspended for allowing in such students. This brings in the question, will the face-off of the hijab row once again come back to the center stage as far as examinations are concerned? Now we're getting some other developments also coming in. You've got Karnataka's Education Minister BC Nagesh visiting a government PU college, interacting with students on the day of these PU examinations. You've got Karnataka Education Minister visiting one such PU college, interacting with the students as well. But as we pointed out, the big question is, will we actually see this entire hijab row resurface once again? Will you actually have these petitioners or the protesting students come back with their demand that they will only write the examination until unless they're allowed to wear a hijab? My colleague Harish is now joining us on the broadcast. Harish, good morning. First, let's talk about the developments that are coming in as far as the Education Minister is concerned. Talk to us about which PU college is he visiting and the interaction that he's having with students as well.
Well, this is at the PU college in Chikmagaluru. This is as part of the visit that the Education Minister usually has on the day of a PU board exam or a Class 10 exam, and that's where he's visited. This, remember, even as some fast hectic developments are happening at the Udupi Girls PU College in Udupi. That's where, remember, 6 girls went on protest. 4 of them are second PUC students.
Okay, Harish, as you were pointing out that there are parallel developments also taking place, so I want to understand from you, what is the word that's coming in from the ground? Are we seeing these protesting students who wanted to wear a hijab, are they coming back with their same demand, or are things peaceful on the ground?
Well, 2 of these protesting students have entered the Vidyodaya Pre-University College. That is their examination center. That is Alia Asadi and Resham. We understand these 2 have entered the examination center, but they are insisting that they be allowed to enter the exam hall with the hijab and write the exam. Even as we speak, information coming in suggests that the Udupi police and the district administration, including the Tehsildar over there, have reached this examination center to ensure that the situation can be managed.
Okay, Harish, I'll just request you to stay on with us. As Harish was pointing out that he's getting some developments coming in, that you could have some sort of an altercation happening between the protesting. Okay, I believe we have the Karnataka Education Minister BC Nagesh now joining us on the broadcast. Sir, good morning. Good to have you on the broadcast with us. Could you just give us a sense of what the situation is on the ground? Is it all peaceful?
Yeah, totally it is peaceful. We are doing a very good examination. Students are taking examination totally confident. They are taking confidently, and I think they are going to do well.
So you are in Chikmagalur having an interaction with the students. Yeah. What's the word that you're picking up? Any student who still wants that demand or wanting to wear a hijab and write the examinations?
So far, government has not received any such demand.
Okay, so we are also getting
even just now I heard that even the 6 students of Udupi, out of them 2 students taken hall tickets today.
Sir, I also want to understand, we are now getting reports that Alia and Resham, who were the 2 protesting girls as far as Udupi Girls PU College concerned, they've in fact entered the college and they're reiterating their demand, which is they want to have a hijab on while writing the examination.
As you know that it is a democratic nation. It is not a dictator nation like Pakistan or etc.
Sir, if you could just stay on with...
every citizen of this country has right to protest. And she may have protested.
Sir, if we could just request you to stay on with us for just 30 seconds and I'll come back to this conversation. Now, the update that we're getting in is that the hijab row shadows examinations once again. As I pointed out, Alia and Resham, the two protesting girls of the Udupi Girls PU College, have in fact entered the college and they're seeking permission to write the exam with the hijab on. PC Nagesh, the Education Minister, continues to be with us. Sir, this is exactly the case I was referring to, that you're seeing two of these protesting girls once again back with their demand. Nagesh sir, if you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So this is exactly the case that I was referring to, where we're understanding that in Udupi, where this entire row had first surfaced, you've got two of these protesting girls, Alia and Resham. They're exactly asking what their initial demand was, which is to write the examinations with a hijab on.
As you know, they are demanding since last December. And they had gone to High Court, and High Court has clearly given its verdict. They had gone against the judgment for the Supreme Court. Supreme Court also is not ready to give any interim order. Then when the total matter is settled, as a democratic nation, there are two girls has every right to protest, and they are protesting. And our department is going to handle them.
Sir, I want to understand, because this case went to the courts and there was a lot of back and forth, detailed discussions, views from both sides were taken in, and then there was a clear mandate that was given by the courts. Why are we still seeing these protesting students? What would your message be to students at large?
Ego is the only problem. And there are some organizations which is against students' education. They doesn't want the particular girls to become independent. They doesn't want their education to be continued. They are supporting them, and so they are the six girls are the scapegoat of that plan.
Sir, I also want to understand a categorical question from you. Do you think these protesting girls and students are being used as pawns by political outfits or political parties?
Yeah, definitely. They themselves have clearly said. And they, you know that who supported in the court, who came and stood with them, you know everything.
So what would your message be to college institutions as well as schools? What kind of communication now needs to be sent out? Because at the end of the day, you do have education that is being compromised with each passing day.
The clear message has come from the student itself. When 99.99% of the students are attending the classes according to the rules of the land, then the people have answered your all questions.
Okay, we leave the conversation there. That was the Education Minister, BC Nagesh. He in fact was saying, barring one or two cases, essentially the situation on the ground is peaceful. Despite this matter having a very detailed discussions in the Supreme Court, you do have these protesting students and the Education Minister categorically saying, not mincing words, that there are political outfits who are using these students as pawns. My colleague Harish continues to be with us. So Harish, PC Nagesh mincing no words there. One, clarifying that 90% of the situation remains calm. But yes, you do have these cases, especially in Udupi. And he once again reiterating that there are political outfits working at the behest and using students as pawns.
Absolutely. It's almost around 10:50 now. The exams have started at every center across the state. No reports of any sort of a trouble except for the Vidyodaya College there. That's the examination center for Alia Asadi and Resham. And this is the only incident where we are seeing students demanding that they be allowed wear hijab to enter the examination hall. Even as we speak, the Tehsildar has reached there to negotiate with the students and make them understand. We do believe that Alia Asadi in fact has collected her hall ticket. No information whether Resham has managed to do that. They still have another, say, 15 to 20 minutes left before they can enter the examination hall, after which it will be a no-go for any students. That buffer time will be over. So right now, last-ditch efforts by the district administration to convince these students to take the exam. Has to be seen if they genuinely wanted to take this exam or they wanted to symbolically register their protest. Is that why they have reached this examination center? Because that's the argument that's happening inside the Vidyodaya College right now. Apart from that, things going normally at all examination centers. The government there pointing out that in fact, last week itself they had a press conference. The education minister made it very clear that there won't be any sort of exception for the Supreme Court order. Initially, there was some bit of confusion. Some of the activists and lawyers tried to convince the government, saying that the order of the court was for classrooms and not for examination hall. But the government saying, well, that's not how we interpret it. This is for classrooms and examination halls on all days.
Harish, thanks for getting us all those details. We'll, of course, keep tracking all these developments coming in from Karnataka, but we're shifting our focus to some other breaking developments also now coming in. After a massive setback in Punjab, then Congress Punjab chief Navjot Singh Sidhu has now lashed out at his own party, claiming that the Congress desperately needs to reinvent itself and that the party has to introspect and also reflect on the future. Sidhu has also gone on to say that the Congress lost in Punjab because of Mafia Raj. So Sidhu is back at it once again. He's put out a lashing at the Congress. Let's listen in to what Sidhu had to say.
ਵਿਅਕਤੀਗਤ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਇਹ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਰੀਇਨਵੈਂਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਪਊਗਾ। ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਅਗਰ ਐਨਾਲਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰੂਗੀ, ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੋਲਿਆ, ਹਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਅਧਿਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਬੋਲਣ ਦਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਡੰਕੇ ਦੀ ਝੋਟ ਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਅਗਰ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਹਾਰੀ ਤੇ 5 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਮਾਫੀਆ ਰਾਜ ਕਰਕੇ ਹਾਰੀ। ਜਿੱਦਣ ਇਹ ਮਾਫੀਆ ਮੁੱਕਿਆ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਜਿੱਦਣ ਮਾਫੀਆ ਮੁਕਤ ਹੋਇਆ, ਉਸ ਦਿਨ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਉੱਠ ਖੜੇਗਾ। ਸੂਬੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਨ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ, ਇਸ਼ਕ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਲੜਦੇ ਰਹਿਣਗੇ ਬਗੈਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਫੇ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਦਾ ਸੋਚ ਰੱਖੇ।
Colleague and a senior editor Pallavi is now back with us. Pallavi, this is a usual style of Sidhu. He comes once in a while, puts out this rant, but with the kind of performance that we've seen of Sidhu and the Congress party, is this even relevant now?
You know, if you notice, Navjot Singh Sidhu has been busy with the last few days. He actually has been hobnobbing with many of the Congress leaders from Punjab. It's his way of trying to show that, you know, I still matter and there are people with me. Today also when he goes to the PCC office and when the new PCC chief is taking charge, that is Raja Waring, he is also trying to make the similar point that any politics of the Congress party in Punjab cannot be done without Navjot Singh Sidhu, and hence he talks about the restructuring of the Congress party. The biggest problem for the Congress often has been in Punjab, the war within. Navjot Singh Sidhu, verbal spats and his open criticism of the Congress party, and Sunil Jakhar also hitting out at the Congress party was believed to be one of the main reasons for the undoing. Now, Congress will have to work that extra mile to come back in Punjab or even strengthen their organization. And I think that's going to be the biggest challenge really for the PCC chief. But Navjot Singh Sidhu's comments perhaps may not make things that easy for him.
Hello and welcome. You continue to be with CNN News 18. My name is Runjhun Sharma. We're starting the bulletin with some breaking news. Now there's a twist to the Jahangirpuri riots probe. Delhi Police Commissioner has written to ED, in fact, ED Directorate to probe Ansar under PMLA. In fact, this is requested the agency to probe Ansar's properties and bank details, with Delhi police of the belief that riot mastermind brought these properties through gambling money. So sources tell CNN News 18 that the probe is expanding and is on about more rioting. Ashish Merishi, who's getting us this information, joining us live on the broadcast. Ashish, so this probe is now no longer just about rioting, but there's a gambling angle also to it.
Well, that is what my sources reveal, that there is a letter that has been written by the Police Commissioner of Delhi to the Director of Enforcement Directorate. Basically, they are looking at, the kind of money that the main accused Ansar has in his possession. There are certain properties that he has in his possession. There are certain, funds in his bank accounts. So the entire effort is basically to find out whether the money that has reached him, whether the assets that he has created over a period of time, whether it is tainted money or not, whether the money was basically, whether he was being financed by certain individuals through India or abroad, so that this man can basically use these funds for himself and for creating riots in Delhi. We all know, if you remember, that there was a PFI angle to riots in Delhi, which happened a few years back. We all know that there were funds which were coming in from Gulf countries as well in India, and majorly this money was being used for riots in India and creating instability in India. So here we need to check. That's what the Delhi Police Commissioner is basically trying to say. We need to check whether these individuals were basically being financed by certain Gulf countries or not, whether the assets that have been created by them over a few years, the money that has reached into their bank accounts, whether this is tainted money or not, whether they have been financed or not from Gulf countries, or these are angles which needs to be looked at, and that is why Rakesh Asthana has written to Enforcement Directorate Director S.K. Mishra, and let's see if the probe expands. Then obviously there's going to be a PMLA case, and in case the money that is, or the assets that are in the possession of the main accused Ansar, in case it is found that this is basically tainted money, and there are maybe proceeds of crime, then obviously the Enforcement Directorate has the right to attach those assets.
Also, put this in perspective for us, Ashish, is the agency trying to establish a clear link here with some of the weapons, arsenals that were used in this riot in Jahangirpuri? Have those been brought through the money from the gambling money, really?
Well, that needs to be probed as of now. We all know that Ansar has been, he's basically an offender in the past as well. So, it's not that it's for the first time that he's been involved into any activity which is illegal. So that is why the Enforcement Directorate is being roped in. That is why Delhi Police Commissioner has written to the Enforcement Directorate. Basically, Enforcement Directorate specializes in basically tracking the money trail. So they have to find out, even the arms that were in their possession. We've seen already, there are videos which show that there was firing, which happened when the yatra was going on and when the riots took place. So all these angles need to be probed. We all know that Enforcement Directorate specializes in tracking the money trail, and that is why the letter has been written. And in case a case is registered under PMLA, then obviously it's going to be tough time for the accused.
Okay, Ashish, in fact, I'll request you to stay with us. So here's what we've learned from sources in the Enforcement Directorate. The Ansar properties bank details are under scanner. Also, Ansar used gambling money to purchase properties. This is something that is being indicated. Also, a case no longer now remains of just writing. The probe on illegal funds also is something that we will see. In fact, Ashish continues to be with us. Ashish, what more are you learning from your sources in the ED?
Well, if you see, most of these accused have been slapped with National Security Act. Now, to my understanding, National Security Act, in case there is money involved, obviously then it becomes a predicate offence under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And then a PMLA case can be registered. We all know that Enforcement Directorate is basically a secondary agency. So an FIR needs to be registered, which is already there. It is in place as of now, we know. And in case that falls into the predicate offence schedule of Enforcement Directorate or the PMLA, then obviously, the Enforcement Directorate can register a PMLA case, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act case. But then it needs to be seen whether, there is, the main accused in the rioting case, whether they were basically in possession of tainted money, whether they were in possession of money which is basically proceeds of crime. Then Enforcement Directorate basically has the right to attach those assets, confiscate those assets, and then obviously the main accused faces huge financial losses. So let's see how things move forward in the case, Ranjan. But as of now, we can confirm is that a letter has been written. Whether a case will be registered or not, that we can find out during the day. In case it happens, then obviously the Enforcement Directorate has the right to attach those assets in case the money is tainted. And then finally, yes, these assets, in case it is found that this is laundered money or this is basically proceeds of crime, then the Enforcement Directorate also has the right to confiscate those assets.
Okay, Ashish, so you're putting that in perspective for us. Now the case no longer is of just writing. The mastermind, Ansar, who is in fact said to be behind the riots in Jahangirpuri, also going to be probed by ED for gambling. Also, Ashish, if you could put in perspective for us, you're saying that there are indications that he's bought properties through gambling money. Where are some of these properties? Is this Jahangirpuri area or is it elsewhere in the national capital?
That's too early to comment, because that is what the job of the enforcement directorate is. The Delhi police has done initial inquiry. Too early to comment where all these properties would be. Obviously, there would be some properties in Jahangirpuri, but there could be properties outside Jahangirpuri as well. And that is a part of the probe that the enforcement directorate is basically going to look at. There could be Benami properties as well. There could be people who are close to the main accused who would be holding these properties. But then all needs to be seen where this money was coming from to buy these properties, whether the source was normal source, whether the source was Gulf countries, whether there was PFI behind it or not. All that needs to be looked at. That is the area of probe that the enforcement directorate is basically going to look at.
And what all organizations could be a part of this? You're saying PFI could be one of them, Ashish.
Too early to comment again, but we have seen that PFI has been usually involved in such kinds of incidents in Delhi, in India. PFI, we all know that, their main operations are from Kerala, but then they're expanding their base in many states in India. And we already know that, that especially PFI's finances majorly coming from Gulf countries. The enforcement directorate has found out that almost.
In fact, some news coming in from the state of Karnataka now. Alia and Resham, the two protesting girls of Udupi, in fact, of the PU college, who entered the college and sought permission to write the exam with hijab on, have been sent out of the campus and are not allowed to give the exam. Harish Upadhyay continues to be with us. Harish, so the girls have been sent back and they have denied the permissions to write their exams. Do you have more details what the plan of actions will be as far as these girls are concerned now?
Well, Alia Asadi came and collected her hall ticket. At the same time, Resham too entered the examination center. And examination center officials believed that they wanted to write the exam and they asked them to remove the hijab. That's when the girls insisted that they want to write the exam with the hijab. And that's when there was an argument. Later on, you had the local police officials as well as the local tehsildar intervening. They tried to convince the students to remove the hijab and write the exam and adhere to the verdict of court. But when the students refused to do that, is when they were asked to leave. And we do understand now that they've left the examination center without taking the exam. There are a few more papers left. This is the first day of the class 12 second PUC exams here in Karnataka. Has to be seen if they will change their stance for the other papers. But as of today, you have Resham and Alia sent out of the examination center.
Also, Harish, is it only Resham and Alia, or are there other girls as well who would have given the examination if it wasn't for the order of not wearing hijabs in classrooms?
Well, at least 4 girls out of the 6 protesting girls at the Udupi PU college are in class 12, and all of them have been insisting that they will attend the classes or write exams only if they are allowed to wear the hijab. Just to recollect here, you had the same girls missing their practical exams earlier in March, and now they're missing their theory papers as well. All of them out of 4, 2 did not even turn up to the examination center, but Alia and Resham wanted to once again insist that they should be allowed, in a way resisting their protest as well. But the district administration and the college officials making it very clear that they have been instructed to follow the court orders and there won't be any exemptions.
Harish Upadhyay, thank you so much for getting us all those details.
Contempt of God.
After Supreme Court ordered MCD to maintain status quo in Jahangirpuri, the issue has become a political hotbed, with parties making a beeline to visit and meet victims of the violence. After Congress and the left today, 5-member TMC delegation of female MPs will visit Delhi's Jahangirpuri. Also, Samajwadi Party has also announced a 5-member delegation to visit the area today. Meanwhile, a delegation of Vishwa Hindu Parishad leaders tried to visit the area but were denied entry. Arun Danta joining us live from Jahangirpuri. Arun Danta, could you get us latest from the ground? The VHP there tried to enter, but have they been sent back?
Yes. VHP's 5 members delegation had come here where I'm standing at this moment, and they have been blocked by this human chain of the Delhi police personnel. They were not allowed to go inside. In fact, initially the officials who were present here on the spot, they made them speak to the DCP over the phone, and then she herself came here and spoke to the one of the delegation members and then convinced them, and now we can see that they are leaving the place. And in fact, while we were speaking to him, he was telling us that they will be allowed to meet the family members, but not here at this spot. Whatever help they wanted to provide to those families, they can provide them. They can meet them somewhere else. That's the arrangement which Delhi police will make. But of course, we are seeing that this is really becoming the epicenter for the politics. Right after the VHP's delegation, we are seeing the delegation of Muslim League's MPs also reaching here. Few of the MPs have arrived here. They're waiting for their other colleagues to reach here. Later in the afternoon, we are also expecting the 5 members delegation of TMC to reach here in Jahangirpuri, and then also the CPI's delegation and Samajwadi Party's delegation. Yesterday, Congress, Aam Aadmi Party, and then day before yesterday, Owaisi was here, but all of them were not allowed to go inside the colony of Jahangirpuri to meet the residents. So you can see at this moment there's a human chain made by the Delhi police personnel here. They're guarding this place. Nobody is allowed to go beyond this place who wants to meet to the family members. So politics is at zenith, that's what we can say at this moment, and whoever is finding time, they're coming here and trying to take the mileage out of the situation. That's what we are seeing here on the ground, and we will expect in a short while from now that TMC members of parliament will be reaching here, and they will also make the effort to go inside, but the kind of arrangement which Delhi police has made here, it will not be possible for them to go beyond this point. Back to you, Ranjan.
Arun Danta, we'll keep coming back to you. Thank you so much for getting us all the very latest from the ground. Now, more news coming in from the state of Rajasthan. Amidst all the controversy surrounding the demolition drive in Jahangirpuri, which was opposed by opposition, especially the Congress, another row has broken out, this time in Rajasthan's Alwar, where the local administration led by Congress MLA razed down 3 temples. The temple caretaker have filed a written complaint in fact, and an FIR has been registered against the Congress MLA, SDM and 1 other person. भवानी in fact is joining us live. भवानी, आप हमको और डिटेल्स दे सकते हैं? ये अलवर में कहां पर घटना हुई और ये 3 मंदिर जो तोड़े गए हैं, इसका क्या कारण है?
देखिए रंजन, ये अलवर के राजगढ़ की घटना है और राजगढ़ के अंदर अतिक्रमण हटाने का एक अभियान वहाँ के लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की ओर से चलाया जा रहा था। उस दौरान ये 17 तारीख की घटना है। 17 तारीख को वहाँ पर 3 मंदिरों को अतिक्रमण बताकर वहाँ पर बुलडोजर चला दिए गए। आरोप ये पर भी है कि वहाँ पर जो मूर्तियाँ थी उसमें शिवलिंग था, उनको कटर से काटा गया। फिर उसके बाद में कल राजगढ़ के थाने के अंदर जो वहाँ के मंदिर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की ओर से और एक ब्रज विकास समिति, उन्होंने एक केस दर्ज कराया। उसमें कांग्रेस के जो स्थानीय विधायक है जोहरीलाल मीणा, उनको आरोपी बनाया और लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के अफसर है एसडीएम और नगर पालिका के सीईओ, उनको कहा कि किस तरीके से जानबूझकर मंदिर पर बिल्डोजर चलाए गए। और ये कहा गया कि ये मंदिर नए नहीं है। एक मंदिर के बारे में कहा गया कि ये 250 साल पुराना है। ये दावा उन्होंने जो कंप्लेन दी है उसके अंदर किया गया है और मांग की गई है कि उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाए। हमने राजस्थान सरकार से भी इस पर बात की है। राजस्थान के जो मिनिस्टर हैं प्रताप सिंह खाचरियावास, उन्होंने कहा कि उन्हें जानकारी नहीं थी, लेकिन अगर मंदिर के अंदर बुलडोज़र इस तरीके से चला और अगर कटर से काटा गया तो ये गलत है। भले ही उन्हीं की पार्टी के लोग हो, भले ही उन्हीं के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लोग हो, लेकिन फैक्ट क्या है सरकार पता करेगी कि किस वजह से ये बुलडोज़र चलाया गया। जी,
तो भवानी, सरकार बोल रही है कि उनको नहीं पता है और उनके नॉलेज के बिना ये हो गया है, लेकिन क्या ये एक पॉलिटिकल मूव दिखा जा रहा है, एक एक्शन रिएक्शन के तौर पे? क्योंकि अभी दिल्ली में जो हुआ है डिमोलिशन ड्राइव जहांगीरपुरी में, उसी के तुरंत बाद हमको ये अलवर में देखने को मिल रहा है।
देखिए, ये किस वजह से इसको अगर एक्शन का रिएक्शन है ये हमें देखना होगा, लेकिन ये पहला एलिगेशन नहीं है अशोक गहलोत सरकार पर। अगर आपको याद हो रुंझुन, तो 1 महीने पहले ही एक राम द्वार था चूरू के सिक्कर के अंदर, उसको गिराया गया। उसके बाद में सरकार पर ये आरोप लगे थे, बीजेपी लगातार आरोप लगाती यही है कि एक ऑर्डर निकाला गया था जिसके अंदर ये कहा गया था कि जो बिजली कटौती होगी मुस्लिम एरिया के अंदर बिजली कटौती नहीं होगी, खासतौर पर रमज़ान के अंदर। उस पर सरकार पर आरोप लगे। फिर करौली जब हिंसा का मसला आया तो करौली हिंसा में भी सरकार पर बीजेपी ने आरोप लगाया था कि जो मेन एक्यूज्ड है उसको बचाने की कोशिश कर रही है, मतलूम अहमद, वो अभी तक फरार है। और सरकार पर यह आरोप बीजेपी लगातार लगा रही है कि वो हिंदू विरोधी काम कर रही है, तुष्टीकरण की सियासत कर रही है। तो ये आरोप अशोक गहलोत सरकार पर लग रहे हैं और ये एक के बाद एक लगाते आ रहे हैं बीजेपी। जी जी।
और आपकी बात हुई है उस एरिया के लोगों से भवानी, क्या कह रहे हैं वो? ये जो 3 मंदिर हैं ये रेजिडेंशियल एरियाज के पास हैं, कितने लोग यहाँ पर जाते थे?
देखिए, जो वहाँ जिन्होंने केस दर्ज कराया और जो मंदिर से जुड़े पुजारी हैं, उनका ये कहना है कि कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि जिसको अतिक्रमण बताया जा रहा है। नए मंदिरों, पुराने मंदिर है, वहाँ पर पूजा होती थी, लगातार लोग, शहर के लोग आया करते थे वहाँ पर, उनका ये क्लेम है। और सिर्फ ये मंदिर ही नहीं, 3
भवानी, मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि हमारे साथ जुड़े रहें। वी ऑल्सो हैव जोहरीलाल मीणा फ्रॉम द कांग्रेस ज्वाइनिंग अस। जोहरीलाल मीणा, आप अगर हमें बता सकते हैं कि ये जो 3 मंदिर को गिरा दिया गया है अलवर में, इसका क्या कारण है?
हमने कोई मंदिर नहीं जुड़वाया, न अतिक्रमण रहा, एमएलए ने कोई भी किसी से अतिक्रमण नहीं कहा। बीजेपी की बोर्ड है, बीजेपी के चेयरमैन है, बीजेपी के लोगों ने उसको लेकर अतिक्रमण हटवाया है, मंदिर उन लोगों ने हटवाया है। हमारा कोई लेना देना नहीं है। कांग्रेस भगवान के प्रति, मंदिरों के प्रति, धर्म के प्रति आस्था रखती है। किसी भी विभिन्न प्रकार का धर्म हो, सब धर्मों पर आस्था रखती है कांग्रेस पार्टी, और जोहरीलाल भी आस्था रखता है। हमने कोई भी मंदिर नहीं तोड़ा, न अतिक्रमण की बात कही। ये सब बीजेपी के लोगों ने, बीजेपी के बोर्ड है, बीजेपी के आदेश दिए हैं अतिक्रमण हटाना और मंदिर को तोड़ना। कांग्रेस और जोहरीलाल बिल्कुल निर्दोषी है, हमारा कोई लेना देना नहीं है।
Shehzad Poonawalla also from the BJP joining us. Shehzad, we were speaking to Johrilal Meena and he's saying that the Congress has nothing to do with, in fact, breaking down of 3 temples in Alwar, and in fact, it's the BJP which is behind it.
How can the BJP behind the demolition of a mandir in a Congress-ruled state? This is like Mr. Gehlot transferring blame of Karoli law and order to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But this is not the first time that we've seen this Aurangzebi mindset. You remember the Salasar Balaji gate, which was demolished by the Congress party in Rajasthan? They tried to lie out of their way there too. They broke the temple, the murtis of Ma Sita and Lord Ram. They are the ones who have led to the anti-Hindu violence in Karoli, the anti-Hindu violence in Malpura, because of which Hindus had to leave their houses. The kind of atrocities we are seeing on saints and sadhus and Hindus in Rajasthan, which is like Babulal, Vaishnav and others. So this is the Aurangzebi mindset, because Rajasthan government has an anti-Hindu agenda, and therefore even electricity is divided in the name of religion. But the fact is that on the one hand, Congress party cries when action is taken against rioters in Jahangirpuri or in Khambat or in Khargon. But on the other hand, the ancient symbols of our civilization and of our culture and religion are being demolished by Rahul Gandhi's party, who claims to be a Janyudari Hindu, who claims to go to temples during Mandirs. Now where is Rahul Gandhi? He must be rejoicing, because they are the ones who wanted to even break Ram Setu. They are the ones who denied existence of Lord Ram. So this is the Aurangzebi anti-Hindu mindset of Rajasthan government, which constantly demonstrates itself every now and then, particularly in Karoli and now in Alwar.
Okay, Shehzad Poonawala, I'm going to take your point to Johari Lal Meena. He's still with us. अगर आपने सुना है वहाँ पर शहजाद पूनावाला को, वो बेसिकली बोल रहे हैं कि ये कांग्रेस की आदत है, हिंदूज पे अट्रॉसिटी हो रही है राजस्थान में, और फिर वो ब्लेम बीजेपी पर लगा देते हैं.
बीजेपी के लोगों ने किया है, कांग्रेस के कोई लोगों ने किया.
अच्छा, लेकिन आपकी सरकार है वहां पर, तो कोई अकाउंटेबिलिटी होनी चाहिए. ऐसा कैसे है कि कांग्रेस की सरकार होने के बावजूद भी बीजेपी ने आके 3 मंदिर गिरा दिए?
निजी संस्था है, नगर पालिका, नगर परिषद, स्वास्थ्य संस्था है. स्वास्थ्य संस्था अपना खुद इंडिपेंडेंट फैसला करती है, और वो फैसला के अनुकूल है जो प्रशासन काम करता है.
लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं कि इसमें सरकार को कुछ पता ही नहीं चला. एक नहीं, 2 नहीं, 3 मंदिर अलवर में गिरा के चले गए. और
मंदिरों से कोई लेना देना नहीं है, और मेरे को अतिक्रमण में लेना देना नहीं है. मैंने अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए नहीं किया, मैंने मंदिर तोड़ने के लिए नहीं किया. ये अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए बीजेपी के लोगों ने किए. बीजेपी का बोर्ड है, बीजेपी के चेयरमैन है, और मंदिर तोड़ने का काम बीजेपी के चेयरमैन ने, बीजेपी के वहाँ बोर्ड ने किया है. मेरा कोई लेना देना नहीं है. राजस्थान में जब वसुंधरा जी जब मुख्यमंत्री थी,
Shehzad Poonawala, if you're hearing Johari Lal Meena, he's saying it's the BJP board there that has actually gone ahead and bulldozed these 3 temples in Alwar, and the Congress has nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Last time when the Salasar Balaji gate was broken, they tried to say that it was the National Highway Authority of India that broke it. Everyone got to know that it was the PWD department of the Rajasthan government which is behind this. And if it is the BJP administration, why don't they go and file FIRs and take legal action? What is stopping the Rajasthan government from taking legal action if it has been done by the BJP? The fact is that this is the Rajasthan government's demolition drive, particularly against Hindu structures. It's not the first time they've done this. They've done this time and again. They want to send out a message, chilling message to Hindus that, look, this government will openly support its vote bank. They've divided electricity in the name of Hindus, Muslims. They did not give electricity only to Rozedas during Ramzan, or is that also figment of our imagination? Mr. Meena can come here and lie as much as he wants. The fact of the matter is that even during the Salasar Balaji gate, मैं उनसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, मीणा जी, सालासर बालाजी का गेट जिसने ध्वस्त किया, वो कौन था? PWD डिपार्टमेंट थी या NHAI थी, जैसे आप झूठ बोल रहे थे उस समय? बताइए मीणा जी.
मैं आपसे कह रहा हूँ किसी डिपार्टमेंट ने किया हो.
सालासर बालाजी का गेट किसने ध्वस्त किया, बताइए ना मीणा जी.
कांग्रेस पार्टी.
अरे मीणा जी, सालासर बालाजी का मुख्य द्वार किसने ध्वस्त किया?
आपके बात मैंने सुनी. हमने किसी प्रकार का आदेश नहीं दिए अतिक्रमण हटाने का, मंदिर तोड़ने का. बीजेपी के लोगों ने, बीजेपी का बोर्ड ने, बीजेपी के चेयरमैन ने.
तो आप कार्रवाई करिए ना,
और
कार्रवाई करवाइए.
आदेश हमने दिए, हमने कोई आदेश नहीं दिया.
कार्रवाई करवाइए. फिर आप कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं करवाते? आप तो करौली में मुख्य आरोपी मतलूब को अभी तक नहीं पकड़ पाए.
2 संस्था है, उसमें 35 सदस्य है, जिसमें 34 सदस्य बीजेपी के हैं. बीजेपी के चेयरमैन है.
करौली के मुख्य आरोपी मतलूब को अभी तक नहीं पकड़ पाए. बाबूलाल वैष्णव की हत्या हो जाती है, आप कुछ नहीं कर पाए. हम मालपुरा से हिंदुओं को भगाया जाता है, आप कुछ नहीं कर पाए. करौली से पलायन कराया जाता है, आप कुछ नहीं कर पाए. बिजली को रमजान और नवरात्र में बांट देते हो और फिर फोन काट देते हो. यही असली चेहरा है.
I think we've lost the line there with Johari Lal Meena, but thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. To both our guests, in fact, blaming each other for the unfortunate incident that has taken place in Alwar. We're slipping into a short break now. Lots more on the other side. Do stay with us.
India's top court has ruled that the status quo has to be maintained and no further demolition will take place for 2 weeks. Not just that, the two-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
The Supreme Court order coming in the morning, and in spite of that discontinuing, it was selectively done. This means it's nothing to do with stopping illegal encroachment.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive.
माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूछा है.
This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Congress party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना political tourism करिए आप लोग.
हम कोई राजनीति कर नहीं है जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर delegation बन.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also
UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson meets External Affairs Minister Jaishankar ahead of the meeting with Prime Minister Modi today. Zaka Jacob is with us live. Zaka, so lots expected today. Could you throw some light?
So both the Prime Ministers of India and the UK will be meeting at about 11:30 at Hyderabad House. It will be an official call-on. This is the first visit that Boris Johnson is undertaking to the UK in Mr. Modi's second term. You know, this had been planned at least on a couple of occasions before. And the reason it got postponed was because of the COVID. So this is going to be a very, very critical visit because remember, a huge emphasis is going to be on the trade partnership between London and New Delhi. Both countries are engaged very vehemently in a free trade agreement negotiations. though that FTA may not happen in this particular visit, there are a whole host of other deals that are expected to be signed. I think deals worth $100 billion are expected to be signed through the course of this visit in electrical mobility, in a digital health partnership, in artificial intelligence. There are going to be scholarships that are going to be announced for Indian and British students. So there's going to be a whole array, a whole gamut of agreements that are going to be signed when that agreement signing ceremony happens at about 1 o'clock. But I think one critical area that will be discussed as well is what's happening in Ukraine, because the US and the UK in particular have taken a very strident position against what's happened in Ukraine. They've gone ahead and criticized Vladimir Putin. There are tens of sanctions that have been imposed against Russian companies, so on and so forth. And this has become a bit of a divergence between the position that India has taken and what some of its Western partners have taken. While yes, this issue of Ukraine will come up in the talks between the prime ministers, I don't think Boris Johnson will publicly mention this, certainly not with Prime Minister Modi along his side. When they have the press meet right after the conclusion of the MOUs. I don't think he will give the kind of public lecturing that we saw either from US officials last week or what we heard when the 2+2 happened last week when Jaishankar and Rajnath Singh had gone to Washington. So I don't think there will be any public mention. I think we're getting the pictures of Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Boris Johnson. These are the live shots coming in from Hyderabad House. You can see the long handshake between both leaders. They do enjoy a very cordial relationship. They have met on the sidelines of many multilateral meets in the past as well. But like I said, this is the first time that Boris Johnson is coming to India in Mr. Modi's second term. He was supposed to have come on a number of occasions in the past. It was scheduled to happen, but because of COVID, either in the UK or here in India, that got postponed. So this is a significant visit. Like I said, agreements worth $1 billion are expected to be signed during the course of the interaction. There's going to be, like I said, also discussions on the geopolitical situation, certainly what's happening in Ukraine. And you heard, I think, at Rashtrapati Bhavan after the ceremonial guard of honor, Boris Johnson was asked a question about the defense purchases and India's own sort of defense support and defense partnership with Russia, and whether the UK and US and other countries would step forward to try and help India diversify its defense basket, as it were. And he said, absolutely, this is the time for India to diversify its investments. So now they will go into the main meeting hall in Hyderabad House. There will be individual talks between both the prime ministers when their respective delegations will not be with them, and then subsequently there'll be delegation level talks as well. A huge trade delegation has come with Boris Johnson. Like I said, they're expected to sign a host of deals in electric mobility, in digital partnership for health, in artificial intelligence, as well as scholarships for Indian students wanting to pursue advanced science programs in the UK. So all of these, a host of agreements will be signed. $1 billion worth of agreements are going to be signed. And this visit, this is the second day of his visit. He had gone to Gujarat yesterday. He had met with leading industrialists there. The chief minister there had opened a new JCB plant in a place called Halol. So clearly, Boris Johnson, I think, is putting the trade aspect of the relationship with India front and center. And why not? Because, like I've been saying, India has concluded very recently an FTA with Australia, with the UAE, and I think UK is going to be next in line. So it's going to be absolutely critical what the nature of those negotiations are, and they're hoping, both sides are hoping, that at some point this year, maybe if the Prime Minister goes to London later this year, they will hope to conclude the free trade agreement. Short of that, like I said, a whole host of trade agreements are going to be signed over the next couple of hours. So 1 o'clock is when they will now come out for the MOU signing, and then subsequently after that, there will be a brief press interaction as well. These are live shots that have just come, the shots from just a few moments ago of both the Prime Minister and Boris Johnson there being received at the Hyderabad House. A long, warm handshake between both leaders. Remember, they have met in the past on the sidelines of the G20, on the sidelines of other summits in the past as well. But this is the first time that Boris Johnson is visiting India in Mr. Modi's second term. And clearly, trade and economy seems to be on top of the agenda. Like I said, it's not like Ukraine will not be discussed. Of course, Ukraine will be discussed. But I don't think you will see the kind of public lecturing that you saw from some of the US officials and other officials about India's divergent position when it comes to Ukraine and the actions against Russia. You're not going to see any sort of public statement from Boris Johnson. But privately in the meeting, certainly the UK will convey its disregard or displeasure, if you will, on the divergent position that India has taken.
Zaka Jacob, thank you so much for putting that in perspective for us. In fact, we have Alok Bansal, Director of India Foundation, with us. Also, Ashok Sajjanar, former diplomat. I'll come to you first, Ashok Sajjanar. We saw that firm handshake between both the Prime Ministers, Narendra Modi as well as Boris Johnson. Tell us, why is this meet so significant?
Yeah, I think number one, what you mentioned, Maha, about the body language, about the close rapport that exists between the two leaders. We saw that when, last year the Prime Minister had gone for the COP26 meeting. And, Boris Johnson's visit to India, it has been arranged twice in the past. One last year when he was to come as chief guest on our Republic Day. That could not happen because of the raging COVID-19 cases in the UK, and in April 2021, because of COVID-19 in India. So I think this visit has been long in coming, but and that is why both the sides are keen that they should be able to get maximum results out of it. Basically, I think it is the bilateral relations, the bilateral content of the partnership that is going to dominate. Both India and the United Kingdom are keen that the trade partnership, the trade relationship, that should get an impetus, that should get a boost. And there have been discussions, I think about 4 rounds of meetings on the free trade agreement between India and the United Kingdom have been held. Quite a lot of ground has been covered, both in the area of goods and services. I think there is some discussion that has been going on whether an interim agreement could be signed, an early harvest sort of a package could be agreed to. I understand from media reports that about 65% of the agreement on goods has been finalized and more than 1/3 on agreement in services. But this is a call that the two leaders will have to take because if there is an interim agreement that is signed, it will give confidence that we are moving forward, and then by the end of the year or beginning of next year, we could have the final agreement also, signed, dusted, and put into operation. While in some quarters, other quarters, there is the feeling that if the midterm agreement, interim agreement is signed, then it might take the focus away from a full-fledged agreement. But I think both the countries are moving in that direction. There are other areas, for instance, science, technology, climate change, defense, Indo-Pacific. I think those are all important issues which will be discussed today. And I'm sure the joint declaration that comes at the end of these deliberations is going to reflect the very strong partnership between the two countries. We know that we've had a strategic partnership coming from 2004, but that was upgraded to a comprehensive strategic partnership last year at the virtual summit between the two prime ministers in May. So I think the document that emerges today, the joint declaration that emerges today, will reflect both in terms of the range as well as in terms of the depth of the relationship. I agree with what Zaka was saying just now, that the Russia-Ukraine conflict would be an issue of discussion, but I don't think there would be too much of time that would be spent on that because both sides are quite clear. And I think there is a growing respect and acknowledgement and acceptance that we can see as far as the United Kingdom and the West in general, that, it is lecturing, of course, does not help at all as far as India is concerned. India is today a very different country, but I think having a deliberation, having a reasoned argument and conversation, I think that is what we can expect as far as the Russia-Ukraine issue is concerned.
Okay, I'll also like to go to Alok Bansal at this point. This shouldn't just be looked as talks or discussions, but there is more which is expected out of it. There is investment worth billions of pounds, and also this is expected to create jobs, at least for around 11,000 Indians in the UK.
See, there is no doubt that it has to be looked at in a different way, because this visit comes at a time when India and UK are dealing as equals, actually. And in fact, it's not only British investments into India that we are looking at. UK is also looking at Indian investments in UK. The yesterday's statement said that Indian investments by Maersk and other companies would create over 1,600 jobs in United Kingdom. So while we are looking for British investment in India, the UK is also looking for Indian investments, and a lot of Indian companies have already taken stakes in companies in UK. Some of them have been turned around from loss-making to profit-making companies. So it's a relationship between equals, and that's one of the reasons why I feel that FTA may come about, though it may not come about immediately. And at this point of time, the UK needs India much more than India needs UK, because after Brexit, UK's manufacturing base does need a bigger market, which is since Europe will not be available to them. Of course, India also wants a foothold in the Western world, and especially in the field of services, we would want a collaborative venture, because UK has been the financial hub of the world for a very, very long period of time. So we would definitely want a foothold there. In the field of defense is where we are trying to diversify our sources. The UK is also very keen that we diversify our sources from Russia, away from Russia. So they would also be keen to offer us alternatives. And I think India would also want not to diversify its sources for imports, because we would not want to put all our eggs in one basket. So that is another field where we would see some progress probably. Of course, as far as the collaborative ventures are concerned, the themes that are being talked of is artificial intelligence, green technology, 5G, which is a very big rollout, which we are looking at, and we don't want companies like Huawei actually walking away with it. So UK may have a major role to play in providing 5G infrastructure, hardware, etc. So there are a lot of fields where I think collaborative ventures are feasible. Pharmaceutical is, of course, another one of them. Yes. So we have a plethora of areas where we can go. But again, as Ambassador Sajjan Har said, somebody else also said, that there is no doubt that within closed doors, Russia-Ukraine war will be discussed, because UK, like the US, has been very, very strident in its criticism of Russia as far as the Ukraine conflict is concerned. The only thing is Boris Johnson has been far more diplomatic. So after Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi prince, did not pick up US president's call, it was Boris Johnson who visited Saudi Arabia to work things out. And I think Boris Johnson would not publicly make any statement on this particular issues, because UK knows what are Indian sensitivities on somebody trying to pontificate on this particular issue.
Yes.
But unlike other European countries, UK has been far more strident as far as criticism of Russia and sanctions are concerned, because UK's dependence on Russian energy is far lesser than other countries in the continent.
Okay, on that note, I'd like to thank both my guests, Alok Bansal, also Ashok Sajjanar and Zaka Jacob, for putting the story in perspective for us. Time for a short break. We'll be back soon. What's the dynamic between the three of you? Who's the bull? Who's the bear? Who's the calm one? Who gets mad?
Kailash is the bull. Yeah, because he can end no, I think he's not the bull. He's a bully. I mean, that can be. I mean, he's not the
Kailash,
bull.
would you like to comment on that? You're the bully.
I'm not a bully. I call a spade, and that is construed as bullying.
No, in the office, in my personal life, we have a K filter. Like, like before the decision's made, it's like, what will K think about it?
So it goes with the Kailash filter.
No, but it's definitely, personally for me, I think he's like my life guru.
Not just that, the two-judge bench has taken serious note that the anti-encroachment drive went on for at least 2 more hours despite its stay order. While CPM leader Brinda Karat too moved the apex court against what she called illegal action by the BJP.
The Supreme Court order coming in the morning, and in spite of that discontinuing, it was selectively done. This means it's nothing to do with stopping illegal encroachment.
But what grabbed eyeballs is the petitioner's lawyer's argument that only a particular community was selectively targeted in this drive. This spurred a war of words between the BJP and the Grand Old Party, with both sides trading barbs of communalizing the demolition.
It is shocking but not surprising that the Congress party once again has pulled out the communal card, the card of vote bank appeasement politics, even on the platform of the Supreme Court. Tries to communalize, provoke, incite people.
We don't look it through the prism of religion. What we are seeing is that poor people, they were not given opportunity to be heard.
But the political slugfest is unlikely to die down anytime soon, as party after party makes a beeline to Jahangirpuri.
They are behaving like political tourists. जाइए भाई अपना political tourism करिए आप लोग.
हम कोई राजनीति कर नहीं है जो लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर delegation बन.
After the left and Congress, AAP and TMC delegations will also be visiting the demolition site.
Local MLAs who are going to see what the situation is like, to understand and to see how, if the local residents need any help.
Which begs the question, why visit a communally charged area now? Who's really fanning the communal flames in Jahangirpuri? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
So the issue of just one community being targeted in this anti-encroachment drive, it was raised in the court as well. Let's see what exactly transpired in the Supreme Court today. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for one of the petitioners, in fact the Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind, told the bench that a disturbing pattern of raising Muslim homes alone after communal riots is emerging in India. He went on to say that it's incorrect to associate Muslims alone with encroachment, that encroachment was happening across communities. Now, surprised to hear this, the bench that was hearing this, the judge who was hearing this, he pushed back by asking, were any Hindu establishments demolished as well in this anti-encroachment drive? Responding to that query, the Solicitor General, that's Tushar Mehta, he objected by saying that it is wrong to say that only one community was affected by the demolition. He also raised the demolition, for example.
Welcome back. A class 12th political science question paper has triggered a massive controversy in Rajasthan. This after the question paper featured as many as 6 questions glorifying the role of Congress party, drawing light to Congress political history, questions regarding the Grand Old Party's performance in 1960s, also 1970s, were asked. Questions on Congress's role as a social and ideological alliance was also asked in the papers. This has in fact drawn flack from the BJP, which has called the question papers Congress's propaganda piece.
The Congress party has always infiltrated education and institutions for indoctrination for a political propaganda of one family. The question paper of the 12th standard Rajasthan Board Political Science sounds less like a Prashant Patra and more like a Prashansa Patra of the Congress party. The kind of questions that are being put only and only to push the propaganda and agenda and narrative of one family at the cost of education. This shows the true face of Congress.
Class political science question paper. In fact, Rajasthan Education Minister refuses to take blame for the questions featuring in the exam papers, says the government has nothing to do with this.
अभी जो 12वीं की परीक्षा हुई है उसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी के ऊपर 5 सवाल पूछे गए हैं।
तो आप परीक्षक से ही पूछो। परीक्षक जो है, देखिए, बोर्ड ऑटोनोमस है, उसमें सरकार का कोई इंटरफेरेंस नहीं है और वक्तन वक्तन जो पेपर पुराने आप देखेंगे तो उसमें ऐसे अनेक क्वेश्चन मिल जाएंगे जो अन्य पार्टियों से भी संबंधित होते हैं। तो ये पॉलिटिकल साइंस का पेपर जो है वो कोई सरकार ने नहीं छांटा है।
भवानी, आप हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। राजस्थान एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर एकदम अपने हाथ झाड़ रहे हैं और बोल रहे हैं कि इसके बारे में सरकार को पता ही नहीं है और कुछ लेना देना नहीं है। कितना जस्टिफाइड है उनका रिएक्शन?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि राजस्थान बोर्ड राजस्थान सरकार से अलग नहीं है, क्योंकि बोर्ड के चेयरमैन का अपॉइंटमेंट खुद सरकार करती है। दूसरी बात है कि 8 सवाल है, 6 सवाल सीधे हैं, 2 सवाल इनडायरेक्ट रूप से, वो भी कांग्रेस से जुड़े हुए। इतने सारे सवाल किसी इस तरीके से किसी परीक्षा में आना, सवाल कई सारे खड़े हो रहे हैं कि क्या इतने सवाल खड़े किए गए तो वो जो प्रश्न पत्र जिनसे तैयार कराए गए वो लोग कौन है? ये बहुत बड़ी बात है कि अगर इस तरीके से तैयार किए गए पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से जुड़े हुए इतने सारे सवाल पूछे गए तो उसकी वजह क्या है, क्यों इतने सवाल पूछे गए और क्या मकसद क्या था? तमाम कई सारे सवाल है। हमने प्रताप सिंह खत्रियावाल से उनसे भी बात की थी। उन्होंने भी ये सफाई दी कि जो मिनिस्टर हैं उन्होंने कहा कि क्या हो गया कि कांग्रेस पार्टी इतनी बड़ी है, सवाल पूछ लिया तो क्या हुआ। आप मानिए कि एक पेपर में अगर 8 सवाल अगर कांग्रेस से जुड़े हुए पूछे जाए और 8 ही अगर बीजेपी से जुड़े हुए पूछे जाए तो प्रश्न पत्र में टोटल प्रश्न कितने होते हैं? 15 से 20 सवाल। तो किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी पॉलिटिकल साइंस के पेपर के अंदर ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं तो कई सारे सवाल है। और राजस्थान माध्यमिक शिक्षा बोर्ड इससे पहले भी विवादों में, राजस्थान में रीट भर्ती परीक्षा हुई है, बोर्ड के चेयरमैन को हटाना पड़ा था, तो विवादों में भी रहा। तो जाहिर तौर पर सरकार ये कहकर पल्ला नहीं झाड़ सकती कि ये ऑटोनोमस बॉडी है और वो तय करती है और सरकार का कोई दखल नहीं।
बिल्कुल। और भवानी, अब बीजेपी बोल रही है कि कांग्रेस ये जो बच्चों के क्वेश्चन पेपर्स हैं पॉलिटिकल साइंस के, उसको एज अ प्रोपेगेंडा यूज कर रहा है। उस पे क्या कांग्रेस ने अभी तक कुछ रिएक्शन दिया है?
देखिए, उस पर भी कांग्रेस ने ये कहा कि ये हम पर एलिगेशन लगा रहे हैं, इन्होंने क्या क्या किया, वो दूसरे एलिगेशन लगाने लग गए कि ऐसा पहले बीजेपी भी करती आई है, कोई नई बात नहीं है। लेकिन जहां तक मेरी जानकारी है, मैंने इतने सवाल, हाँ ये जरूर होता है कि ऐसा नहीं है कि बोर्ड की परीक्षाओं में नहीं होता, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से जुड़े सवाल नहीं आते हैं, लेकिन इतने नहीं आते हैं कि एक पेपर के अंदर इतने सारे 8 सवाल दे दिए जाए छात्रों को। और दूसरी बात है कि उनका कंसर्न क्या है उस पेपर का, ये इतने सारे इन सवाल पूछने का। और वो जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की जीत से जुड़े हुए, इनकी स्थापना से जुड़े हुए, उनके संगठन से जुड़े हुए इन तमाम सवालों के तर्क क्या है, वो भी सरकार के पास में कोई वाजिब सफाई नहीं है कि आखिर ऐसे इतने सवाल पूछने के पीछे तुक क्या है। जी
शुक्रिया भवानी हमारे लिए वो डिटेल्स जानने के लिए। In fact, we have live shots of both the prime ministers.
जो बिजनेसेस हैं उनको कैसे बढ़ावा दिया जाए, निवेश को कैसे बढ़ावा दिया जाए और कैसे एक आर्किटेक्चर बनाया जाए, क्योंकि दोनों ही देश बहुत इच्छुक हैं कि आपस में जो ट्रेड का रिलेशनशिप है उसको नेक्स्ट लेवल पे लेके जाया जाए। ब्रिटेन ब्रेक्जिट के बाद यूरोप के बाहर ट्रेड पार्टनर्स ढूंढ रहा है। भारत क्लियरली उसमें एक, क्योंकि भारत एक बड़ी मार्केट भी है, भारत एक राइजिंग इकोनॉमी भी है और काफी कन्वर्जेंसेस हैं जो दोनों देशों की आपस में हैं। तो इस पर बिल्ड अपॉन कैसे किया जाए, रोड मैप 2030 की समीक्षा की जाएगी और उसमें जो अड़चनें आ रही हैं उसको स्ट्रीमलाइन कैसे किया जाए, उस पोटेंशियल को कंप्लीट
So we're getting the visuals of both the Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well as Boris Johnson sitting there. We also, in fact, are seeing after that firm handshake between the two Prime Ministers of the UK and India, the talks are now started. Remember, the talks are anticipated to, in fact, also generate billions of pounds of investment, and not just investment but also jobs for at least 11,000 Indians in the UK. So a very, very significant meet there. Remember, it's a 2-day meet for boosting India and UK ties. Boris Johnson is in India. We're getting the visuals of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Prime Minister of UK Boris Johnson there sitting and starting the talks. Remember, these talks are going to be very, very significant. These, in fact, are going to they're going to be talking across sectors. There's going to be pharmaceuticals, health sector. Shreya Dhondiyal with us on the phone line. A very, very significant talk that has started there between the two Prime Ministers. Shreya.
These pictures that you're coming to, that are coming to your screens right now, coming from inside the Hyderabad house. You're seeing Prime Minister Modi on your screens. You're seeing Boris Johnson on your screens. The first pictures really came in from early this morning today when both of them were at the President's house for the reception. And there's a brief press statement that Boris Johnson did make, expressing absolute joy and delight with the reception he had got both here in Delhi and in Gujarat, where he was yesterday, saying that relations between the two countries essentially have never been better. So there is a certain ease that you could see, a comfort, a friendship that was very visible in the morning, and that attitude and that body language and that tone and tenor really, Runjhun, will carry on through these bilaterals that the two leaders will be having. Now, one of the big things is a push for the free trade agreement. 2 rounds are already done. There's a 3rd round that is expected next week. And the idea for the two men to meet is, the two leaders on your screens to meet, is to try and push through and see if the process of signing the final agreement can happen as soon as possible. Given the ease at which the leaders are with each other, well, there will be some contentious issues on the table, but things will not be unpleasant given the tone and tenor that has already been set this morning. Will Ukraine be discussed? Yes, of course, given the fact that there is a war raging on in Europe. Ukraine will be a big part of the discussions, but what the British have made very clear is that they are not here to lecture India. India is buying discounted oil for the Russians. They are doing it for, they are doing it for their own country and what is best for them. And the fact is that the British have gone on record to say that we understand the historical relationship that India shares with Russia. So while we are staunch critics of Russia, we understand India's neutrality as well. So there is that understanding, but Ukraine will definitely be discussed. As far as defense ties are concerned, India is modernizing its forces. You know that. A large part of our inventory is of Russian origin, but India has tried in the last 10 years to wean away from this Russian origin inventory. So we have been buying weapons, for example, from the United States of America increasingly. We have partnerships with the French. We have partnership with the Israelis, and Britain wants to come into that equation as well. However, what they are saying is we understand that India's push is towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, make in India. Therefore, we don't want to sell stuff to you. We want to collaborate with you. So one of the things on the talking table will be cutting-edge fighter jet technology that Britain will offer India, perhaps. Will we hear about it as the readout comes out by the end of the day? Let's just wait and watch. But lots on the talking table, including 2 men, Runjhun, interestingly, Nirav Modi and Vijay Mallya, who, India has been trying to extradite them for a while, and India will hope that Britain helps in the process as well.
Good afternoon, you're with CNN News 18. I am Ridhima Bhatnagar. We at CNN News 18 are committed to bring you stories that matter the most. The next half hour will bring you one such story that could easily pass off as one of the biggest, most sinister and coercive conversion push, cloaked in school classes and in social work. CNN News 18's team travelled to several parts of Tamil Nadu to bring you this mega exclusive investigation. Let's set it up for you.
Religious conversion as organised racket and social swindle. And it's not just Punjab. CNN News 18 travelled to South Tamil Nadu, Kanyakumari, Nagarkoil, Tirunelveli to find unease against a Christian conversion push simmering under the surface. Take a closer look, talk to school children, their parents and families here, and what one finds is this sinister, coercive conversion push cloaked in school classes and social work. Told promises for a school child of all the world's happiness, funds for studies and even high marks, extending to financing for their parents. And it all comes at a cost. Convert to Christianity. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive investigation.
Now, before we get you more details about this investigation, let's first talk to you about how this conversion racket really works and why is it so prevalent. Firstly, you identify rural, poor, oppressed families via casteism. Then you give them big promises. You promise their families a dignified living in society. What else the kind of promises that are made? You promise their children healthcare as well as education. The education that has been promised but is coming with a big cost. I'll talk about that in just a bit. If you do not accept these promises, you're warned of dire divine consequences if these families refuse. Also, what is important to note here is you're taking advantage of greed among the Hindu clergy. This is exactly how the racket really works. Now, we term this conversion push a sinister one for a specific reason. The targets for the religious conversion were not just anyone, but the most vulnerable ones, children. CNN News 18 now investigates this plot, unfolds it, and now vulnerable children were used as pawns in this conversion racket. Let's take a look.
உங்களுக்கு ஸ்கூல்ல வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி கிறிஸ்தவத்தை பத்தி சொன்னாங்களா? கிறிஸ்தவத்துல வந்து மதம் மாத்தணும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா? இல்ல இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறினா வந்து நீங்க அதிகமா மார்க்லாம் வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா?
இல்ல இப்படி மாறினா நல்லா இருக்கும், லைஃப் நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே ஓகே. இப்போ மாறினா வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி தான் வந்து சொன்னாங்க. வேற என்னென்னலாம் சொன்னாங்க உங்களுக்கு? என்னென்னலாம் வந்து சொல்லி வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஸ்கூல்ல வந்து பேசிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்க உங்ககிட்ட?
இப்படி மாறினா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், கடவுள் நல்லா தருவார்.
கிறிஸ்தவத்துக்கு மாறினீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து மார்க்ஸ்ல அதிகமாக வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி இது பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்களா? ஓகே. இப்போ இந்த மாதிரி வந்து நீங்கள் மாறல அப்படின்னா உங்களை வந்து நீங்கள் வந்து ஃபெயிலாக போயிடுவீங்க, வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்காது அப்படி இப்படின்லாம் வந்துட்டு உங்களை வந்து மிரட்டாங்களா?
கஷ்டமாக அவங்க நீங்கள் மாறலன்னா கஷ்டமாக இருப்பீங்க, வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே. இப்போ உங்கள் கூட படித்தவங்க வந்துட்டு யாராவது வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறி இருக்கிறாங்களா?
இல்லை அப்படிலாம்.
ஓகே.
3 பேர் வந்தாங்க. ஃபஸ்ட்டு செகண்ட் தேர்டு ஃபோர்த்து ஃபிஃப்த்லேருந்து எல்லா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து எல்லாம் அசம்பிளி பண்ணி உட்கார வச்சுருந்தாங்க. ஃபோனை பற்றி ஃபஸ்ட்டு சொன்னாங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் அது சொன்னாங்களா?
ஃபோனில் என்னென்ன பேசுவாங்க?
ஃபோனில் என்னது கண்ணு அது அப்படி சொன்னாங்க. கண் கெட்டு போயிடும், உடம்பு ஒரு மாறி ஆயிரும், அதுக்கப்புறம் இறந்து போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லா இருப்பீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னீங்க. மாறலன்னா வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
சின்ன சின்ன பிள்ளைங்களும் இருக்காங்களா அங்கே?
ஆமாம், ஃபஸ்ட்டில் எல்கேஜிலேருந்து எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க.
ரொம்ப சின்ன பசங்களும் இருக்காங்க?
ஆமாம்.
டீப்பாக சொல்லுங்கள்.
எல்கேஜி, யூகேஜி, ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்ட் எல்லாம் சின்ன பிள்ளைலேருந்து பெரிய பிள்ளை 5th வரை எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க. அப்போ அங்கே வந்து எல்லோரும் வந்து ஃபோனை பற்றி சொல்லிவிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் கிறிஸ்டினை பற்றி சொன்னாங்க. வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அப்போ சின்ன பிள்ளைலாம் இருந்துச்சு. அப்போ மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லாயிருக்கும், இல்லைன்னா நல்லா இருக்க மாட்டீங்க, அப்புறம் படிப்பு வராது, மாறினீங்கன்னா படிப்பு எல்லாம் வரும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
பின்ன அவர் ஏதாவது காசு ஏதாவது தரணும்னா மொபைல் தருவாங்களா? அது ஏதாவது சொல்லுவாங்களா?
ஆமாம் மாறினீங்கன்னா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும் எல்லாம் தருவாங்க என்ன ஃபோனு ஃபோனு அதெல்லாம் தருவாங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. மாதம் மாதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா தருவாங்க. ஆமாம் மாதம் மாதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா காசு தருவோம் மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
படிக்கிறதுக்கு புக்கு வசதி அதெல்லாம்
எல்லாம் நாங்களே பார்த்துக்கிடுவோம். மாறினீங்கன்னா மட்டும் போதும் மாதம் மாதம் நாங்கள் சுட்டு தருவோம். எல்லாம் புக்ஸு எல்லாம் வாங்கி தருவோம். மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஏதாவது பசங்க மாறிடுச்சா?
இல்லை அப்படிப்பட்ட யாரும் மாறுற இன்னும்
மாறுதா உங்களுக்கு தெரியாது?
ஆமாம் எனக்கு தெரியாது. இப்போ மாறி இருப்பாங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல.
My colleague Anand Narsiman also now joining us on the broadcast. Anand, absolutely horrifying testimonies there coming to light. Education is being promised at a price. And look at who's at the center of this investigation, the most vulnerable, children.
Yes, Ridhima, and to our viewers, this is a CNN News 18 exclusive and perhaps the biggest investigation of 2022 thus far. This is an aspect which is falls on the blind spot of many policy makers. This is a brazen abuse of the freedom of propagation of religion that is accorded by the constitution of our country. This is a softer method of ethnic cleansing. If there are Islamists who try to force and by the use of force try to convert, here there are Christian missionaries who are running this conversion racket, and this has happened in manifest in northeast of our country, and now it is happening in the south of our country. We've also exposed in December how this is running rampant, and this racket is rampant even in states like Punjab. But on the 4th of January, Justice Swaminathan of the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court came out and talked about the problem in South Tamil Nadu, especially in the Kanyakumari and the Thoothukudi or the Tuticorin region, where there was the issue of crypto-Christians. Then around the 14th of January case surfaced the issue of Lavanya. Last week came the issue of a 6-year-old who said that the missionaries are actually using the education route. They are making a soft entry, then they are talking down Hinduism, using the fault lines or the fractures or the issues, the creases within Hinduism and the practices on ground, and making their entry and then trying to push Christianity and saying you convert and your life will become better. You want to get more educated, you must convert. You want to get admission in school, you must convert. You want a hospital bed, you must convert. This is how the conversion racket is rampant on ground. CNN News 18 sent down its team when we sent it down to Jalandhar in Punjab. The same team went down to Tamil Nadu, and we've spent more than 10 days on ground. I've got Anvit with me. Anvit, you were in Punjab and then you went to Tamil Nadu. What did you see? There is a lot that the people have said which is shocking details, but what did you see on ground?
See, Anand, we just did not visit one city or one country. We travelled across South Tamil Nadu, areas like Thoothukudi, Tirunelveli, Tiruchendur, Kanyakumari, Nagarkoil, and we whilst travelling across 10 to 15 days over these areas, we found that it's not just that religious conversions are rampant. What's more worrying is that now these conversions have reached schools. Now this religious groups, they are reaching out to schools. They are telling these children that if you convert, you'll do academically better, which is more worrisome because see, in January we saw one case of Lavanya. The girl had to end her life. In her dying declaration, she told her family that she did only because 2 nuns of a school had been pressurizing her for a long time to convert to Christianity. Now students, when we spoke to, and these are the claims of students we met, it's not our own claims. We met parents of these students, we met people who are running these schools, and they told us that these groups come to their schools, they start taking some extra classes, they start telling them about how misuses of cell phones, misuses of technology.
So they get in via moral science and general social education.
Very correct, very correct. Now then gradually they told us that when they start taking these classes, gradually they change the topic. Gradually they'll ask the class that who all of you pray, and then who do you pray to, and then what is your method of praying, and then they'll tell that the method is not correct. If you read Bible or if you read a particular book or if you pray in a particular manner, you'll get better marks than other students. In fact, we also met some of the students who admitted it on camera that they were told that if you turn to Christianity, you'll do academically better than other students. Your parents will be happier. They were told that Hindus are Satans.
No, so they said Hindus are, so they're talking down other religions. So they're not just talking up their religion, which is allowed. You can propagate and profess Christianity. But You cannot talk down another religion, and you cannot make a false promise like you will not be poor if you become a Christian.
True.
You will study better if you will become a Christian. You will get better marks in your life. If you are not a Christian, if you don't read the Bible, you will remain poor.
Definitely.
So these are things which are said on ground, which is clearly illegal.
Definitely.
And these are all what? Government schools, missionary schools. Where is this happening?
See, so like I said, our investigation spans to various areas and various schools. Not just private schools, we also went to government schools. We also went to private schools and those run by missionaries and religious groups. In all these schools, we have learned that these religious groups are approaching. So some schools are not allowing these groups to come. That is why they have now opted this method of going through moral science. Now they say that we'll take class on a particular subject. Then gradually they move on to teaching something about any religion. Like we earlier also said, and you mentioned that it is not about any particular religion. But why are these students being told that if you do, you'll only do academically better, your parents will only be happy, you'll only be able to take care of your parents when you grow up, only if you turn towards a particular religion.
And are there teachers who are present from the school? Do the school authorities know that this is what is brazenly going on? Because in the case of the 6-year-old last week, we realized that it was a teacher herself who was trying to deliberately ascertain this. Now, but is this something which everybody knows that this is going on, but nobody is doing anything about it?
Yes, so the last year that the incident came out last week, a 6-year-old girl, we were right there. And this was a school teacher, it was a government school, and it was a school teacher who had been telling them about then you should read a Bible and you should follow one particular religion. When we tried to speak to the teachers of that school, our administration denied to comment on it. When we asked them that what will be action taken against the teacher, whether or not similar complaints have been there, the school completely denied. But when we spoke to some other students from that school, they came up with similar claims. That
they came up with similar. So there is a whole effort, and this is something, Ridhima, which stands out, and we'll try and connect with Purnima Murli also, that there is a system organized which is trying to hush this matter and working in connivance, because DMK MLA was there to receive the main accused in the Lavanya case and garlanded her when she stepped out in bail. Purnima, even in the case last week in that school, there was no FIR lodged. The teacher was suspended, but there was no clear action or investigation initiated whether or not this conversion mafia is entering schools, that too government schools.
It's an open secret that such conversion stories are being spoken about, especially in places like Kanyakumari and Thoothukudi. Remember, the DMK, even in case of Lavanya, in fact, even the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court had made it clear that there was no thorough and transparent probe. The incident came to light in the morning. By evening, the police held a press conference saying that they're ruling out the conversion angle. Therefore, the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court said that this case needs to be transferred to the CBI for a thorough investigation. In fact, the judge had also cited the Education Minister of Tamil Nadu, saying that he himself ruled out the possibility just 24 hours after the incident came to light, and this is not the way the government should be looking at this. DMK, however, maintains that nothing of this sort is happening, and that's why the case is now transferred to the CBI. And in the second case as well, as you rightly pointed out, an FIR was not registered. The case was not investigated thoroughly, and people there say that mere suspension is not enough, because this is not a one-off incident. Such incidents are repeatedly happening in places like Kanyakumari, and that the Tamil Nadu government should do something about it, and they are looking the other way. That's something that we've been hearing, but the DMK government maintains that no such conversion stories are being spoken about, as they say that they have thoroughly spoken to students in that belt. But the story that we are seeing on ground is completely different from what the Tamil Nadu government has been telling us.
Right, so as Purnima was pointing out, it is an open secret, but you do have government officials on the ground just turning and looking the other way around, denying that this is a reality on the ground. Now what we want to play out for you is very, very important. Along with shocking testimonies of children describing the horrors that they were exposed to, we here at CNN News 18 and our investigation team was committed to also corroborate these testimonies with parents who also gave us a better and a clear picture. They exactly described how they were lured with money, they were intimidated, some even inducing the fear of death. Let's take a look.
Have you recently changed your son's school?
ஆமாங்க. இப்போ வந்து அந்த 1 to 5 முடிஞ்ச உடனே இப்போ வேற ஸ்கூல்ல வந்து நான் வந்து சேர்த்துருக்கிறேன் பையனை.
But why did you change the school? What was the reason that you had to withdraw your son from that school and put him to some other school?
அதாவது ஸ்கூல் வந்து அது 1 to 5 வரை தான் அந்த ஸ்கூலில் வந்து இருக்குது. நர்சரி பிரைமரி ஸ்கூலில் தான். அதனால் அது நம்ம 5ஆம் கிளாஸ் முடிஞ்ச உடனே அப்போ 6ஆம் கிளாஸுக்கு வேறு ஸ்கூலில் வந்து நான் சேர்த்துருக்கிறேன்.
You told us that your son had undergone some, he was being told to switch his religion in the school, and that is one reason why you switched the school. Are you saying that children in the school that your son studied earlier were being brainwashed, were being told that one religion is better than other, and one must follow one religion and leave the others?
அதான் நடந்திருக்குது. அதாவது அவன் பையன் வந்து 5ஆம் கிளாஸ் படிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்கும்போது அதாவது அந்த செல்ஃபோனில் என்னென்ன நன்மை தீமை இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அது வந்து அந்த கிறிஸ்தவ மிஷினரியில் சேர்ந்தவங்க வந்து ஒரு 2-3 பெண்கள் வந்து அந்த மாதிரி குழந்தைகளுக்கு நாங்கள் சொல்லிக் கொடுக்குற போகிறோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி, ஆனால் அவங்க வந்து எல்லாம் சொன்னது பார்த்திங்கன்னா அந்த இயேசு கிறிஸ்துவை பற்றி, இங்கே இயேசுவை வந்து நம்பினா உங்களுக்கு இங்கே வந்து நல்லா இருக்கலாம், நல்லா படிக்கலாம், உங்களுக்கு உடல் ஆரோக்கியமாக இருக்கும் அப்படிலாம் வந்து ஸ்கூலில் வந்து இது பிரெயின் வாஷ் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க.
What did they used to tell? Were they told that they will receive any benefits if they turn towards Christianity, leaving their own religion?
அதாவது நீங்கள் வந்து அது மதம் மாறினா உங்களுடைய ஆரோக்கியமாக இருக்கலாம், நீங்கள் நல்லா இருக்கலாம், பிற்காலத்தில் நல்லா இருக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு இயேசு வந்து உங்களுக்கு வந்து நல்லா இது பண்ணுவார் அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க.
Were they told that they'll also be benefiting with marks and studies if they follow a particular religion? Were they told that if they turn to Christianity, they'll be getting better marks than the other students who did not turn?
அதாவது நீங்கள் மதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து அவங்க பிற்காலம் வந்து நல்லாயிருக்கும், உங்களுக்கு வந்து கல்வியில் வந்து நாங்கள் நிறைய உதவி செய்வோம் அப்படின்லாம் வந்து சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. ஆனால் உங்களுக்கு இயேசு கிறிஸ்துவை நம்பினீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் நல்லா படிக்கலாம், வாழ்க்கையில் நல்லா முன்னேறலாம் அப்படிங்கிற பற்றிலாம் சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க.
Do you think you were scared that your child might meet the same fate as Lavanya did, and will other students, do you think that they are also in danger because they are being told to follow a particular religion and follow a particular set of rules as far as their studies are concerned? Were you scared, and what was that the reason that you had to put your child out of the school and put him in some other school?
அதான் ஸ்கூல் வந்து அவன் பையன் வந்து 1 to 5 வரை தான் அந்த இதில் இருந்துச்சு. 5ஆம் கிளாஸ் முடித்த உடனே வேறு ஸ்கூலில் வந்து அதுக்கு மேலே அங்கே வந்து கிடையாது, அதனால் வேறு ஸ்கூலில் வந்து நான் சேர்த்துருக்கிறப்ப படிச்சுருக்கிறேன்.
So what you just saw on your screens was this testimony of one such father, in fact confirming what we heard from the student himself. Now we term this conversion push a sinister one for a reason. The targets for the religious conversion were not just anyone, but the most vulnerable ones, children. CNN News 18 now investigates how this plot really unfolded and how these vulnerable children were used as pawns in this conversion racket. Let's take a look.
உங்களுக்கு ஸ்கூல்ல வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி கிறிஸ்தவத்தை பத்தி சொன்னாங்களா? கிறிஸ்தவத்துல வந்து மதம் மாத்தணும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா? இல்ல இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறினா வந்து நீங்க அதிகமா மார்க்லாம் வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா?
இல்லை இப்படி மாறினா நல்லாயிருக்கும், லைஃப் நல்லாயிருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே ஓகே. இப்போ மாறினா வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி தான் வந்து சொன்னாங்க. வேற என்னென்னலாம் சொன்னாங்க உங்களுக்கு? என்னென்னலாம் வந்து சொல்லி வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஸ்கூலில் வந்து பேசிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்க உங்ககிட்ட?
என்னது இப்படி மாறினா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், கடவுள் நல்லா தருவார்,
கிறிஸ்தவத்துக்கு மாறினீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து மார்க்ஸ்ல அதிகமாக வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி இது பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்களா? ஓகே. இப்போ இந்த மாதிரி வந்து நீங்க மாறல அப்படின்னா உங்களை வந்து நீங்க வந்து ஃபெயிலா போயிடுவீங்க, வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்காது அப்படி இப்படின்லாம் வந்துட்டு உங்களை வந்து மிரட்டாங்களா?
கஷ்டமாக அவங்க நீங்கள் மாறலன்னா கஷ்டமாக இருப்பீங்க, வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே. இப்போ உங்க கூட படிச்சவங்க வந்துட்டு யாராவது வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறி இருக்கிறாங்களா?
இல்லை அப்படிலாம். 3 பேர் வந்தாங்க. ஃபஸ்ட்டு செகண்ட் தேர்டு ஃபோர்த்து ஃபிஃப்த்லேருந்து எல்லா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து எல்லாம் அசம்பிளி பண்ணி உட்கார வச்சுருந்தாங்க. ஃபோனை பற்றி ஃபஸ்ட்டு சொன்னாங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் அது சொன்னாங்களா.
ஃபோனில் என்னென்ன பேசுவாங்க?
ஃபோனில் என்னது கண்ணு அது அப்படி சொன்னாங்க. கண் கெட்டு போயிடும், உடம்பு ஒரு மாறி ஆயிரும், அதுக்கப்புறம் இறந்து போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லா இருப்பீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னீங்க, மாறலன்னா வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
சின்ன சின்ன பிள்ளைங்களும் இருக்காங்களா அங்கே?
ஆமாம், ஃபஸ்ட்டில் எல்கேஜிலேருந்து எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க.
ரொம்ப சின்ன பசங்களும் இருக்காங்க.
ஆமாம்.
டீப்பாக சொல்லுங்க.
எல்கேஜி, யூகேஜி, ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்ட் எல்லாம் சின்ன பிள்ளைகள்லேருந்து பெரிய பிள்ளை 5th வரை எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க. அப்போ அங்கே வந்து எல்லோரும் வந்து ஃபோனை பற்றி சொல்லிவிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் கிறிஸ்டினை பற்றி சொன்னாங்க. வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அப்போ சின்ன பிள்ளைகளெல்லாம் இருந்துச்சு. அப்போ மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லாயிருக்கும், இல்லைன்னா நல்லா இருக்க மாட்டீங்க. அப்புறம் படிப்பு வராது, மாறினீங்கன்னா படிப்பு எல்லாம் வரும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
பின்ன அவர் ஏதாவது காசு ஏதாவது தரணும்னா மொபைல் தருவாங்களா, அது ஏதாவது சொல்லுவாங்களா?
ஆமாம், மாறினீங்கன்னா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், எல்லாம் தருவாங்க. என்ன ஃபோனு ஃபோனு அதெல்லாம் தருவாங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. மாதம் மாதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா தருவாங்க.
காசு தருவாங்களா?
ஆமாம், மாதம் மாதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா காசு தருவோம், மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
படிக்கிறதுக்கு புக்கு வசதி அதெல்லாம்
எல்லாம் நாங்களே பார்த்துக்கிடுவோம், மாறினீங்கன்னா மட்டும் போதும், மாதம் மாதம் நாங்கள் சுட்டு தருவோம், எல்லாம் புக்ஸு எல்லாம் எல்லாம் வாங்கி தருவோம், மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஆனால் ஏதாவது பசங்க மாறிடுச்சா?
இல்லை, அப்படிப்பட்ட யாரும் மாறுற இன்னும்
மாறுதா உங்களுக்கு தெரியாது?
ஆமாம், எனக்கு தெரியாது. இப்போ மாறி இருப்பாங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல.
Well, joining us now is Narayanan Tirupati, Sumansi Raman, and we also have Ramasamy Mayappan, advocate, and Kasivelu, writer and researcher from Tiruchendur. Tiruchendur is one of the areas that Anvit, who is standing with me here, also covered on the ground. This region, is this Kasivelu? If I can start with you, please. Namaste to everybody, but let me start with you. Is it true that they are now, the reference to Kanyakumari is also changing on ground? That's how much they have actually seeped into the system and embedded themselves? That Kanyakumari, this region, is being referred to differently now, Mr. Kasivelu?
What is your question? Kanyakumari district?
This Kanyakumari region,
yes.
Are they, this entire conversion racket, is it so rampant in this region that they are referring to that area with a different terminology now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. The conversion is very rampant. It consists of two parts. Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Number one, they will tell that our God, Jesus, is the true God. Your God is a Satan. Then, suppose if the child accepts it, then they will negotiate further terms and conditions. That if you join Christianity, once you join, all the other things are taken care of by Jesus. You can get marks, you can get good houses, you can get vehicles, good marks, etc. So, the first thing is they have to accept that Jesus is God. So then, if they accept it, the girl or boy accept it, then automatically every good thing happens. That is what they tell. They are adopting this strategy for the last 40 or 50 years. Even before independence, when the Christians were ruling here, the conversion is not so rampant. But after independence, the Christians took control of the state matters and continued their conversion activities because they had a lot of resources at their disposal.
But Mr. Kasivelu, is this allowed? Is this legal, or is this against the Constitution and the law? And have there been complaints against this group? Has no action been taken?
What is Constitution? The Constitution is only for majority community. The Constitution doesn't attract minority communities. They can do whatever they want. That is the thing now on hand here. So they are not afraid of Constitution or court or any such thing. Because They are minority community. They can do anything. That's all.
No, but then how can they do it in government schools? How can you can go ahead and perhaps profess your religion and propagate it? That the constitution gives you the freedom for that. But you cannot talk down another religion. You cannot say that my God is the true God, the other God is Satan or the devil. That is beyond what the constitution allows you to do. So there should be legal action taken.
I think constitution is not prohibiting them from converting. Actually, the constitution is supporting conversion. The constitution article 30 or 30A, it prevents spread of Hinduism in schools. We cannot teach Vedic things on Vedas, Bhagavad Gita, etc. in our school. But there is no inhibition on the part of Christians that they should not tell about.
So for them, they are brazen, there is no constitution and they are able to cover. I'm just going to quickly bring in Anvit, because what did you see? Did you not ask this question? That why aren't you complaining? I'm sure you met some activists on ground too. What is their response?
See, the activists told us on ground that whenever they approached or they, in fact, I would like to bring it up that when we met these people, the activists who were working on ground, they said they even have the FIRs filed. They showed me some complaint copies. They also showed a copy of the first information report that is filed with the police, that how these people are forcing people to convert, how they're luring them on based on maybe dowry-less marriages or maybe financially helping someone and then asking them to. So many police complaints have also been filed,
right?
And many complaints have been filed, and administration knows of it. This is what they said, that it is not something that the administration doesn't know of.
Right.
And they are aware of it. They are aware of that. Complaints are being filed, but they are saying that no such action has been taken from the administration side. There's no stern action which can curb this practice. And even the police, they said that just because there is the politics around this entire thing, around the entire conversion drive, there's so much politics and there's so much of vote bank politics that no one interferes. This police, it's not that the police does not know about it. They showed us many copies of the FIR that people have complained that they've been threatened. They've been told that if you do not follow them, you'll lose someone close to you, or you'll go under financial losses.
Right.
And this has been written into the copy. We have seen FIR report which has been mentioned into that.
So no action is being taken, Ramaswamy Mayappan. So no rule of law, no constitution applies to those who are non-Hindus. Is that the case? So then if tomorrow somebody starts coming out and saying, listen, I will come out and do Ghar Wapsi Andolan, then immediately there will be a furor. Petitions will go right up to the Supreme Court. But here they are entering government schools and they are telling children that I'll teach you why mobile screens are bad, and then they turn around and tell you why the God you play faith is wrong. And no action will be taken.
My friend who spoke earlier just said it appears, the constitution appears only to the majority Hindu community and does not appear to the others. Though the letter of the law only permits religious propagation and not conversion. So until I talk about my religion, keep it to myself and just spread the word, that's permissible. But as soon as my hand reaches the other person's nose and I'm asking him to either convert or even asking him to resist from practicing his religion, then that gets taken away. This is a simply put matter. But let us take the school kids. Let's leave Article 25, Article 30, all of it out of it. Let us go to the basic principle. Article 14 calls for equality. Article 21 calls me for dignity with life. What is dignity? That I should be permitted to practice everything that I feel that is appropriate within the bounds of the law. Now, when this kid goes to school, the kid getting a cold shoulder from the teacher, not being asked to convert, not being asked to do anything, but to even use the term that you will get respect only if you are not practicing this religion and practicing another religion, and otherwise you'd be treated as Satan, is immediately putting that kid to question. The teacher might not forcefully ask the kid to convert, but what gets implanted in that kid is, or those seeds that are sown in us, if I continue to be a Hindu or if I continue to practice my faith today, I will not be treated with respect in the society. If that gets planted, that immediately violates my right to life with dignity. So let us leave everything else apart in constitution. Let us leave the anti-conversion laws that are in the states. Let us leave the freedom of practice religion laws in various states. Just that my dignity to life is gone when I'm such a small kid and I don't have the ability to protect my own ideas and thoughts, and someone who I should be looking up to as a teacher.
No, but this is brazen. No, this is brazen. Narayana Tirupati ji, the party which is talking about Hindu Hit is doing nothing about it.
No, you can't say it is doing nothing about it. The problem is that the entire coastal districts, particularly from Ramnad, Tuticorin, Tirunelveli, Kanyakumari, it is happening for more than 3-4 decades, Anand, and we have been fighting for it. In fact, in Tiruchendur, there is a place where the entire fisherman area is being operated in churches, and even judgments are given. Any problem with them, the entire people are controlled by churches. And even if you go to police case, everything, the police comes to the church and they listen to what the fathers, the priest says. That is what is happening in Tiruchendur, Kanyakumari and all these places. We need to understand. And we also saw, Mr. Eniko Irdeyaraj is a MLA from Trichy. He belongs to DMK. In the Lavanya's case, one Sagaya Mary was arrested and she is the first accused actually. So when she came out of bail, he was the one to go there and receive it. And yesterday in assembly, the same Inigo Irdeyaraj has said that there is a problem between these Dalit Christians and Vanneer Christians. Vanneer is a very dominated, big, huge caste. So he says that there is a social injustice between Dalit Christians and Vanneer Christians. So he wants the government to take some action on it. So the last 3-4 decades, the entire conversion is happening. We have been fighting, but unfortunately, in Tamil Nadu.
No, but why is there no movement here? Why is it? This is akin to ethnic cleansing, sir. If on one hand, if it was happening by force of the sword, on the other hand, this is a soft entry that is happening. So you want a situation like the northeast of India, which was neglected for 5 decades. Nobody looked that way, and look what has happened. What is happening to the indigenous people there, and what is happening to the demographics there? Are you saying that something like that should be allowed to happen even in Tamil Nadu and in neighboring Kerala, and how it's happening in Punjab?
See, that is what is happening in Tamil Nadu. We are fighting. That's what I said. Hindu Munnani, BJP, we are all fighting for this cause. But unfortunately, the Tamil Nadu political parties, they don't bother about this. They say that is the social fabric of the state. That is what they say. But we have been fighting. But unfortunately, of course, we could stop. We could fight to some extent. But
fight to what extent? In the sense, so then the point is, then you are going to allow. So the constitution doesn't apply to certain sections of society. It applies only to certain sections of society. Sumant Raman. Why should there not be questions asked about what is happening? This is brazen, this is illegal. You are not allowed to do this to children in schools, government schools or otherwise.
First of all, if this has happened in government schools, very clearly, there is no question that action should be taken. And unfortunately,
the DMK government is unlikely to take very strong action because their vote bank is heavily dependent on the minorities. Now, the point is, Anand, this has been happening for the last few decades. I don't think there is any doubt that this has been happening. But look at it in another way also, Anand. When the poorest of the poor are at their most vulnerable, it is then that these communities are reaching out to them. In hospitals where I have worked, I have seen them come and take turns to sit with sick patients, to actually help their families. And there is, yes, I don't think any of this conversion happens by force. It happens by inducements, yes, which should be stopped, but it also happens through the support system. The Hindu groups have two major problems. We don't have such a support system in place to help at a community level, and two, there is also the caste issue which comes in. So in Tamil Nadu, the Christian population is 6.12% according to the last census, but in reality, it is much higher. Because many of those. So
then let's do a national population register. Let's do a proper national population register. Let's action this. Because the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court also turned around and said, the Justice Swaminathan has said that 70% of Kanyakumari is today crypto-Christians. So that means that's again a fraud with the constitution and with public policy, sir. We can't just brush it under the fact that saying that the current disposition is going to back them. So let's just let it be. Let's just let it slide.
One second. For the benefits of the reservation, many of those who have converted to Christianity continue to claim
that's a fraud,
Hindus.
sir. That's a fraud, sir. That's a fraud with the constitution. That's a fraud with the law. That's a fraud with public policy. And this should not be allowed. And if governments are doing this, then we should hold the government to account. Ramaswamy Mayappan, advocates like you need to move the High Court and the Supreme Court. When organizations like Jamiyat Ulema Hind can stand up for encroachers, sir, why can't we stand up for those who are being induced, who are being cheated, and who are being fed misinformation?
No, very true, Anand. Repeatedly, we have knocked the doors of the court and particularly the office of the state. I'll tell you why there is always a hurdle when we even go to the law enforcement agencies and to the government agencies. The problem is this. For them, it's a political ploy. When it happens in Sri Lanka, they will play the card and say that there is ethnic cleansing because that panders to their vote base here. And now when it doesn't pander to their vote base here, they will not support the fact when we raise a question on the other religious conversions. And forced religious conversion is constantly a problem in the state. This is not a new thing, at least to my memory.
No, where is the furor over the fact that a teacher who was trying to deliberately induce and try and enforce a particular vein of thought on a 6-year-old in a government school, there is no FIR lodged by the cops? Where is the furor? This has happened last week. Where is the furor?
Anand, you're asking it today. I'm thankful to the media that you've been able to cover so much and bring all of this to light. In 2007, there was a similar incident that happened. There was another school child by name Ranjita who questioned these things when she was forcefully asked to read the Bible. She was asked to leave the school. That was not questioned. Similar incidents happened in a missionary-run school, even in the city of Chennai. We're not talking about other rural districts. Even that was not brought about. There's a Methodist school here in Ambattur. That Ramya was a student then. She was asked to leave, but she forced and she committed suicide because she had no other choice. We did not bring that out to light. Today we are able to talk all of this because you are able to bring it out to light. I'm sure that we would be knocking the doors to the court, but I think procedurally we've first gone to the law enforcement agencies. Right. The other political parties have started raising these issues. We will be
I'm going to request our guest to just stay on. I'm just going to hand it back to Ridhima. We've got more news coming through.
So the fight against vicious religious conversion is a long one. We've also spoken to some activists who are now explaining how deep this racket actually runs. Let's first listen in.
Or dowry, or debt, or building houses, we can say poverty. Okay. Poverty. They need a shelter. They want to get their children married. They want to give education to the people. For all these things, we can say these are the gullible people. So who are the gullible people? Poverty-stricken people and the people who have diseases and the students who couldn't get admission in institutions. Because most of the medical institutions are run by Christians. Most of the educational institutions are run by Christians.
Groups come to the schools, approach the school principal, correspondent and things like that, and they will come for some awareness about awareness program about anemia, awareness program about mobile phone usage, all those things. They used to come and get permission from the management to inform that take classes for the students. So once they come, they will start with that first. Then later, slowly they will inject their intention of working for conversion, religious conversion.
So Anand, as you heard, multiple testimonies there coming to light, not just of the students themselves who are explaining and narrating what happened with them. It's been corroborated with the parents confirming that, and multiple activists also coming on record and confirming that. The big question is, does this not amount to ethnic cleansing, and for how long can you have the authorities on the ground looking the other way around?
Well, but this has been happening for nearly more than a century, if not more. And there are places which have been renamed. They are now rechristening regions also. And slowly they are saying generation over generation this is happening. There are instances where there were people from all castes started going to a missionary group which started a school. 100 years later, everybody in that village is Christian. But there is no conversion that is going on. So that is also something which is very rampant. You spoke to these activists. When they raise their voices, what happens? When they complain, what happens?
See, so the activists we spoke to, they said that when they approach police, first of all, police don't respond to such complaints. Any complaint that is related to religion and forced conversion, police does not respond. Even in that day, we saw when we were in that school and the 6-year-old girl was complaining, a cop was sitting right there. He was in charge of that area, and we asked him to comment on that. He did not. He completely denied. And he also, when we spoke to him, he said that we are not registering any FIR. We are allowing the school to settle it at their own level, and only when they fail to settle and when matter escalates, only then it will come to the police. Whereas in Delhi or any metro city, we see that any small complaint converts into FIR.
No, did you further ask him that is this not criminal? Why is it that you are not wanting, or is there pressure on him?
Definitely. So his response was only that we are not taking this matter up as a police case right now. And when we put this claim forward to school administration, they also said that they'll deal at their own level. But only what they did was suspending the school teacher. But when we spoke to other activists, they said that what happens is that because the entire politics of that state is focused on vote bank. Now these people are being converted. Now these people who convert to Christianity are their vote banks. So definitely they are being they are under patronage of these political parties, and therefore police does not intervene. Police is also under state administration, so therefore they are afraid of taking any such actions so that they do not face the flag.
But is this a trend across the cities or the regions that you visited?
See, Anand, we visited mostly the areas of South Tamil Nadu, but the activists we spoke to, they said that it's rampant across states. We focus because Kanyakumari, so when we talk to people, local residents, senior residents, and those who have been living there for decades now, they told us that how Kanyakumari's population, demographics over the decades, in fact, one person we met, he said in past 20 years, more than 70% of the population in Kanyakumari has turned to Christianity. We went to a remote village where we met one of the brothers of a Sarpanch. He told us that how the village is divided into 2 groups, and therefore a large section of population has been converting in the past 20, particularly in past 2 decades.
Right.
So a large number of people have converted, and mainly over allurements, mainly it is forced, and now the most worrying is that these religious groups are reaching out to schools. Small children, they are being forced, they are being pressurized, and how, just imagine what would be the mental pressure.
The biggest part, Ridhima, is that if the cops are not wanting to take action against an act of criminality, what's happened in a government school is illegal. It's against the constitution. You cannot do this to children. POCSO should take consideration of this, because the NCPCR has to come up and say that you are trampling on the rights of a child and you are influencing a child and in the garb. This is inducement and this is brazen. Why complaints have not gone to NCPCR is also a bigger question.
More than that, Anand, there is also a pattern that's emerging. You know, if you have teachers yourselves who are involved in rackets like these, like the case that we had reported a week ago, which was of a 6-year-old child, where no stern action is taken, then you're not setting a precedent for others to not be deterred and to have a sense of fear as well, which means it raises a lot of questions. What are the authorities doing, until how long can they actually continue to look the other way around? But this is, of course, something that we'll keep tracking right through the day. I'll request Anand and Anvit to stay on with us. Now, the reason that we're terming this conversion push a sinister one is for a specific reason. The targets for the religious conversion were not just anyone, as we pointed out, but the most vulnerable ones, which are children in schools. CNN News 18 now investigates how this plot actually unfolded and how these vulnerable children were used as pawns in this conversion racket.
உங்களுக்கு ஸ்கூல்ல வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி கிறிஸ்தவத்தை பத்தி சொன்னாங்களா? கிறிஸ்தவத்துல வந்து மதம் மாத்தணும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா? இல்ல இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறினா வந்து நீங்க அதிகமா மார்க்லாம் வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொன்னாங்களா?
இல்ல இப்படி மாறினா நல்லா இருக்கும், லைஃப் நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே ஓகே. இப்போ மாறினா வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி தான் வந்து சொன்னாங்க. வேற என்னென்னலாம் சொன்னாங்க உங்களுக்கு? என்னென்னலாம் வந்து சொல்லி வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஸ்கூல்ல வந்து பேசிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்க உங்ககிட்ட?
இப்படி மாறினா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், கடவுள் நல்லா தருவார்.
கிறிஸ்தவத்துக்கு மாறினீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து மார்க்ஸ்ல அதிகமா வாங்குவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி இது பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்களா? ஓகே. இப்போ இந்த மாதிரி வந்து நீங்க மாறல அப்படின்னா உங்களை வந்து நீங்க வந்து ஃபெயிலா போயிடுவீங்க, வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்காது அப்படி இப்படின்லாம் வந்துட்டு உங்களை வந்து மிரட்டாங்களா?
கஷ்டமா அவங்க நீங்கள் மாறலன்னா கஷ்டமாக இருப்பீங்க, வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஓகே. இப்போ உங்க கூட படிச்சவங்க வந்துட்டு யாராவது வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி வந்து மதம் மாறி இருக்கிறாங்களா?
இல்லை அப்படிலாம் 3 பேர் வந்தாங்க. ஃபஸ்ட்டு செகண்ட் தேர்டு ஃபோர்த்து ஃபிஃப்த்லேருந்து எல்லா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து எல்லாம் அசம்பிளி பண்ணி உட்கார வச்சுருந்தாங்க. ஃபோனை பற்றி ஃபஸ்ட்டு சொன்னாங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் அது சொன்னாங்களா.
ஃபோனில் என்னென்ன பேசுவாங்க?
ஃபோனில் என்னது கண் அது அப்படி சொன்னாங்க.
கண் கெட்டு போயிடும் சொல்லுங்க.
கண் கெட்டு போயிடும், உடம்பு ஒரு மாதிரி ஆயிரும், அதுக்கப்புறம் இறந்து போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கிறிஸ்டின் மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லா இருப்பீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னீங்க. மாறலைன்னா வறுமைக்கு போயிருவீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
சின்ன சின்ன பிள்ளைங்களும் இருக்காங்களா அங்கே?
ஆமாம், ஃபஸ்ட்டில் எல்கேஜிலேருந்து எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க.
ரொம்ப சின்ன பசங்களும் இருக்காங்க?
ஆமாம்,
டீப்பாக சொல்லுங்க.
எல்கேஜி, யூகேஜி, ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் எல்லாம் சின்ன பிள்ளைலேருந்து பெரிய பிள்ளை 5th வரை எல்லோரும் இருந்தாங்க. அப்போ அங்கே வந்து எல்லோரும் வந்து ஃபோனை பற்றி சொல்லிவிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் கிறிஸ்டினை பற்றி சொன்னாங்க. வாழ்க்கை நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அப்போ சின்ன பிள்ளைலாம் இருந்துச்சு. அப்போ மாறினீங்கன்னா நல்லாயிருக்கும், இல்லைன்னா நல்லா இருக்க மாட்டீங்க. அப்புறம் படிப்பு வராது, மாறினீங்கன்னா படிப்பு எல்லாம் வரும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
பின்ன அவர் ஏதாவது காசு ஏதாவது தரணும்னா மொபைல் தருவாங்களா, அது ஏதாவது சொல்லுவாங்களா?
ஆமாம், மாறினீங்கன்னா வாழ்க்கை நல்லாயிருக்கும், எல்லாம் தருவாங்க. என்ன ஃபோனு ஃபோனு அதெல்லாம் தருவாங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. மாதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா தருவாங்க.
காசு தருவாங்களா?
ஆமாம், மாதம் மாறினீங்கன்னா காசு தருவோம், மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
படிக்கிறதுக்கு புக்கு வசதி அதெல்லாம்
எல்லாம் நாங்களே பார்த்துக்கிடுவோம், மாறினீங்கன்னா மட்டும் போதும், மாதம் நாங்கள் சுட்டு தருவோம், எல்லாம் புக்ஸு எல்லாம் எல்லாம் வாங்கி தருவோம், மாறுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க.
ஆனால் ஏதாவது பசங்க மாறிடுச்சா?
இல்லை, அப்படிப்பட்ட யாரும் மாறுற இன்னும்
மாறுதா உங்களுக்கு தெரியாது?
ஆமாம், எனக்கு தெரியாது. இப்போ மாறி இருப்பாங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல.
Anand and Anvit continue to be with us. Anand, I want to actually speak a little more about the pattern in how this racket is actually unfolding. First, you target the most vulnerable families. Within those families also, you identify the most gullible ones, which are the children. And look what's being promised to them, that if you don't convert, you'll never do well in life. And these are young, impressionable minds that we're talking about. That's actually the biggest worry of how rampant this is now becoming.
True. They try and find the inroads, either through the child or through the woman, or they pick up the most vulnerable in one particular group, and then they make it into a family. Then they induce the entire family. They make promises, and then slowly they try and cultivate. It's a process where huge amounts of money are also coming in, being funneled into the country via NGOs, via various causes, and it's all in the garb of social upliftment. The whole